Okay, morning, everybody. I'm the vice chair, and because our former illustrious chair has moved on to participate in the election, I'm the interim chair. Good morning. We have quorum. We have two councillors here, Deputy Mayor Morley, Councillor Rachel Chernis-Lynn, and we've got 5 other councillors online, so we have quorum. Today's meeting is being held by video conference in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. The meeting is also being live streamed on YouTube at Toronto City Council Live. We'll do the land acknowledgement. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Infrastructure and Environment Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak today, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting Infrastructure Environment Committee link, toronto.ca council, and clicking the speakers box of today's meeting. The members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca and on CMP. The clerk's meeting pro. The clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help. Staff are also available if you need help. Are there any declarations of interest, members of council? Being none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting of February 27th, 2025? Councillor Chernis-Lynn, all in favor of receiving the minutes? Carried. Let's proceed with the agenda rundown. So we will, first of all, hear from registered speakers on item number 20. Yes?
No, we should, sorry.
Okay, so going through the items of the agenda. First is IE 20.1, Enhancing Capital Construction Delivery. Yeah, that's held for speakers. That's IE 20.1. IE 20.2, Annual Strategic Capital Coordination Report. This is hold for staff recommendation and speakers. And there's also a presentation. IE 20.3, the Congestion Management Plan 2025 update. It's held for staff presentation and speakers. IE 20.4, request for temporary delegation to the General Manager, Transportation Services, approve temporary road closures up to and including 365 consecutive days for Toronto Transit Commission traction power upgrade projects. Okay, we're going to hold that for, there's a motion coming. IE 20.4 is held. IE 20.5, transition of the Blue Box program to extended producer responsibility. Post-transition period, and I think update, that's held for speaker and staff presentation. Yeah, and a staff presentation on the Blue Box transition. IE 20.6, the Dufferin Organics Processing Facility Update and Contingency Processing Capacity. IE 20.6. Any speakers? Anybody want to move the item for receipt? Okay. Councillor Morley, Deputy Mayor Morley is moving approval of IE 20.6, the Dufferin Organics Processing Facility Update and Contingency Processing. All in favor? That carries. IE 20.7, the Basement Flooding Protection Program Status Update, and that's held for speakers. Next is IE 20.8, safety barriers along the Leaside Bridge. And I know that Councillor Pasternak is very interested in this and wanted possibly to deal with this first because he's at his aunt's funeral and going on his way to his aunt's funeral. So he wanted to deal with this. And I know Councillor Chernes-Lynn also has a motion on it. So if I could ask that we move this to be first on the agenda, agreed? Thank you. That's the Leaside Bridge. IE 20.9, Toronto Dog Off-Leash Strategy, a citywide approach to dogs off-leash areas. We've got presentation and speakers. Then we have IE 20.10, update on site selection for proposed Tennis Canada donation. Anybody wish to move that item for approval? Councillor Chernes-Lynn is moving IE 20.10, update on the proposed Tennis Canada donation for approval. All in favor? Approved. The next item is the letter from Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Malik, changing the night of garbage collection for the West East and Ossington Queen Street College Promenade areas. What do we wish to? Any speakers or move receipt? Okay, we got Councillor Pasternak moving receipt of the item for the garbage collection. All in favor? Carried.
Sorry, a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, there's recommendations in my letter and you're moving receipt for it to go to staff?
Excuse me, Councillor Ainsley, we're moving to adopt.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, adopt.
Yeah, adopt.
That was the plan.
Yeah, adopting the letter from Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Malik to adopt the changing the nighttime garbage collection. All in favor of adoption? That's carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry to interrupt.
No, anytime. IE 20.12, breathing easier during construction. It's from Councillor Sachs, and she has recommendations.
I move the recommendations in my letter.
Is it possible to hold this down? Because I have questions.
Yes.
And a potential motion.
Okay, let's hold this down, held by Councillor Chernes-Lynn. Okay. Yes. Okay, if we could move the Leaside Bridge item to be the first on the agenda. So we will listen to the speakers first. And let me have my list of speakers.
Mr. Chair, before you leave scheduling, Councillor Myers has asked that we time the congestion management item for either 10 o'clock or 12 o'clock.
Okay, who's moving that? Who wants that?
Councillor Myers has asked that we time it. He would like to speak to the matter in support of my motion.
Okay, so move by Councillor Sachs on behalf of Councillor Myers that we move that to what time?
Well, either 10 o'clock or noon.
I think it
Okay.
has to be noon. Councillor Pasternak here. I think it has to be noon because it is currently 10 to 10.
Yeah, let's, I think that's reasonable. Counselor Sachs is to move it till noon.
Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? That's carried. Okay. Okay, the first item we're dealing with is the Leaside Bridge Report. And we have our first speaker is Stephen Berman to speak. And you have, Stephen, you have 5 minutes. Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning. I am Stephen Berman. I am here to support Landon Lusthouse and Tally Uditsky, who are here today and will be speaking shortly, in honor of their late father, Harold Lusthouse, who was tragically and preventively lost his life on Father's Day on June 16th, 2024, due to an incident on the Leaside Bridge. I will ask that Landon and Tally address the circumstances of their late father's death. May his memory be a blessing. And I will turn it over to Tally Uditsky first to present her statement.
On June 16th, 2024, Father's Day, my dad texted me at 11:50 a.m. to tell me he was on his way to my house for brunch. And by 12 p.m., I received a call with devastating news reminiscent of a horror movie. I was informed that a person jumped off the Leaside Bridge and landed on the car my dad was in, and that he was currently in critical condition. The jumper died instantly. My father tragically passed away in the hospital after undergoing invasive, complicated surgery 2 days later. How could this happen? How could drivers and passengers traveling 100 kilometers an hour on the Don Valley Parkway, a busy highway, be exposed to this kind of danger? I was shocked, devastated, angry, and my heart felt like it was going to explode. Sorry. I felt sick, and to this day, I continue to grieve my father, my loving dad who deserves so many more years of life. He was the picture of health. He was stolen from us, taken away as a result of the failure of the city to protect its citizens. This could have happened to anyone. No one's lives deserves to be cut short. My dad was giving, helpful, and always there for others. He was a hardworking accountant and contributed to his community with kindness, generosity, and a friendly demeanor. My dad was a positive-minded, kind, fun, full of life, young for his age, loving man. He was healthy and enjoyed golf. Nothing made him happier than spending time with his family and friends. He had a passion for travel and loved spending time with his wife, children, and grandchildren. His life was prematurely taken because of the proper protection from the city was not put into place. His wife, who was driving the car at the time my father was killed, had to witness her husband, who she adored and depended on senselessly, losing his life by someone who jumped off an extremely high bridge without proper barriers to protect him or anyone else. She saw it all. It's a miracle that this wasn't a multiple fatality situation. His wife was miraculously drove the car out of harm's way, which to this day, she's not sure how she did that. She's so traumatized and devastated by this horrendous loss that she was unable to be here today. We are here to represent her and the entire family, who misses him tremendously. I am sad every day. The pain seems to get harder, not easier. This preventable incident has impacted our lives terribly, and I haven't been the same since. My kids miss him and can't share their accomplishments with him. They enjoyed having dinners with him and long talks. He would be so proud. He had so much life to still live. I am heartbroken, and I know he would want us to make sure that this doesn't happen to anyone else. We are asking that the building of barriers on this bridge be prioritized. We don't want this to happen to anyone else, and we have a mental health crisis in this country that can't be ignored. For the safety of all drivers on the Don Valley Parkway and for the protection of people suffering with mental illnesses, we implore you to prioritize the construction of barriers on the Leaside Bridge so that lives can be saved. When you know better, you do better. The Bloor Street Bridge has had barriers in place over the DVP for almost 2 decades. It is wrong for the city to ignore this bridge that is similar in height and the protection it provides drivers. Again, when you know better, you should do better, and you didn't. Please change this for the sake and safety of everyone driving on the DVP under that bridge. My father never made it to my brunch that I was hosting. And now the horrible memory of that Father's Day will be tarnished in my memory forever. It's too late for my father, but we are desperate to prevent this from happening to someone else's loved one. I never thought it could happen to me, but sadly, tragedy could happen to any one of us if action is not taken, as we desperately hope to see. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
May your father's memory be a blessing. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chair, questions for the deputy?
Hey, Councillor Pasternak, question?
It's really,
If you could return to the mic, please. Councillor Pasternak has a question for you.
Sorry.
Councillor, go ahead.
yeah, I don't want to put you under any more stress than you already are, but I just wanted to say that when I first heard the story, when our office was contacted, we were shocked and heartbroken, and seeing firsthand your comments, it is clearly a wake-up signal for the city to do more, and that's exactly what councillors are going to do. So I am so sorry for your loss. This is such a tragic story. May your father's memory be a lesson. It sounds like may it be a lesson and a memory, and may you find comfort among the mourners of Zion and Yerushalayim. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions?
Next speaker.
No other questions? We'll move on to the next speaker. It's Landon Lusthouse. Landon?
Hello. Firstly, thank you all for taking the time for hearing us today. Special thank you to Mr. Pasternak for all the assistance he's given us. And thank you to my sister for the good speech she just said. My name's Landon, and I'm here before you today to advocate for the construction of a suicide barrier on the Leaside Bridge. On Father's Day last year, my life was forever changed when my father tragically lost his life after a man landed on his vehicle, having jumped off the Leaside Bridge. This was a senseless, preventable death, and in the aftermath of such immense grief, I find myself grappling with the countless unanswered questions on what's happened and what's going on with the city. But the most pressing question I have today is why the city has allowed this to happen. The CBC reports that before 2003, an average of 9 people per year tragically took their own lives by jumping off the Bloor Viaduct. This means that since that bridge's construction in 1918, there had been over 500 suicide-related deaths In response to this heartbreaking loss of life, the city took action. In 2003, the city constructed the Bloor Viaduct suicide barrier known as the Veil. And according to the data from the National Library of Medicine, Sunnybrook Hospital, the Toronto Star, and the Globe and Mail, there's only been one suicide-related death on that bridge since the Veil was built in 2003. One. That's a stark contrast to the staggering loss of life before its installation. The evidence is clear. Barriers work. The city knew this when they made the decision to install the Veil on the Bloor Viaduct. It's not a matter of debate, it's a matter of public record. A simple Google search will tell you that these measures save lives. Now, it's been over 2 decades since the Bloor Veil was put in place. And in that time, there have been 20 years worth of preventable deaths from bridge-related suicides across our city. Deaths that could have been stopped by the installation of a barrier on the Leaside Bridge. My father was one of those innocent victims. He didn't jump, nor was he involved in any way of the tragedy that unfolded. He was just simply driving his car, or was in a car that was driving on the highway to celebrate Father's Day when his life was taken by this man who landed on him. This could have been any one of us in this room's family. Any single one of you could have had a family member or themselves been driving when this happened. My understanding is that the city has been in discussion for over a decade to put a barrier up on the Leaside Bridge, but for some reason, this seems to be neglected. I'd like the city to explain why they felt that this was of no importance and not a necessity. Had the city shown some care and commitment to preventing these needless tragedies on the Leaside Bridge, as they did the Bloor Viaduct 2 decades ago, my father and others like him would still be alive and here with us today. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Being none, the next is Nicole Corrado, and Nicole is on the video conference. Nicole, are you there?
We don't see Nicole. We don't see her online, so you can.
Okay, so Nicole Corrado, not being there. Okay, let's move to questions from members of council. Councilor Pasternak?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Questions for staff. The timeline for this seems quite long in the report before us. This is something we're going to have a more fulsome debate at council, because my motion, I hope the clerk has it, will move this item up to council. But through you to staff, are there temporary measures that we can put in while this process is going forward? An opportunity to create interim barriers while a permanent barrier is being funded and installed.
Through the speaker, it's certainly something that we are going to look into carefully. There are challenges related to additional loads on the bridge and forces that we need to analyze. We will be looking at that carefully to see if there's something that we can do in a faster timeline.
Now, is there any way, I mean, we're going to be pressing the issue, Councillors Chernos Lynn and Councillor Fletcher, to accelerate the timeline that you're proposing?
Through the speaker, again, we'll be looking at everything we can. We are moving forward with testing of the structural components right now with our existing assignment to determine what it's going to take to reinforce that bridge to build a permanent barrier. So we're moving forward with that, and then we will be progressing to look at all the different ways we can to speed up procurement in terms of moving forward with a technical design of a chosen solution.
Now, don't we have wiggle room within our transportation spending envelope, as well as a state of good repair for our bridges? Isn't there money there already to get this done?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Through the chair, this is not a matter of money. We have prioritized this bridge. A feasibility study has been completed, and we're moving on to the next stage of design and structural testing. So we will move as quickly as possible. The question of budget is not currently what is delaying any work.
Has it gone out to tender?
It has not gone out to tender. We are still in the process of, as we've said, doing the structural testing, taking pieces of steel to determine their actual strength so that we can determine what strengthening measures may be required for the chosen solution. We're also going to be proceeding with some public consultation on the preferred alternative. From that point forward, we have to go into a preliminary and detailed design process. There are some options to speed up procurement, such as sole source, but that's something that we need to carefully look at. And after the design is complete, we'd be moving forward to a tender for construction.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're already doing the Overlea Bridge. I think it's into design stage, and the Glen Road Bridge has currently been completed. Can we piggyback off of those procurements to accelerate this?
That's your last question, Councillor Pasternak.
Those projects are in different stages, and those bridges are completely different structural types, so it would be a different assignment. Whether or not we extend the existing assignment on the feasibility study or look at other ways to accelerate, like I said, we will look at all the options we can to proceed as quickly as possible into the design phase.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other? Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to know what measures are currently in place at this bridge?
Currently, there is signage indicating that if people are in distress, that there are numbers to call to get help. Obviously, the circumstances around people choosing to take their own life in this way are quite tragic, and hopefully the distress message can assist. And the bridge currently has railings that met the code at the time it was last rehabilitated.
And when was it last rehabilitated?
Through the chair, 2004.
Okay, so I don't have any further, I guess I have one further question. With respect to health being a provincial responsibility, does the city get any funding for rehabilitating infrastructure for suicide prevention? Like, is there funding for that? Or is this just the sole responsibility of the city?
No, there is no funding for state of good repair or safety barriers on bridges from other levels of government.
And is there currently any direction from the province with respect to this?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? I have a question for staff. You mentioned the sole sourcing. Would sole sourcing basically shorten the timeline?
Yes, sole sourcing can shorten the procurement timeline. It doesn't shorten the time to do the preliminary and detailed design or the construction. It just
So how much time would be saved if we recommended sole sourcing, approximately?
Typically 2 to 3 months for the design phase, and again, the construction phase.
So 2 or 3 months combined, or is?
No, each procurement, sole sourcing probably shortens it by 2 to 3 months.
So that's a total of about 6 months?
That would be my estimation.
If it was sole sourced?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, speakers? Councillor Chernes-Lynn, and then Councillor Pasternak. Yes?
Okay, thank you very much. You know, I do. I have
Could you
multiple.
speak to your motion?
Okay, I have actually 3 different motions with respect to this item. Am I allowed to make general comments as well?
Yeah, but just refer to your motion first.
Okay, so the first motion, these are now being put on the screen, but the first motion is to direct the General Manager, Transportation Services, and Chief Engineer and Executive Director of Engineering and Construction Services to investigate options to accelerate the installation of barriers and related construction on the bridge in line with the new Enhancing Capital Construction Delivery Program and Integrated Project Management Framework. So that's the first one. It's to try to speed up in whatever ways we can this, and part of it is, I hope, helped by some of the reports today. And the second one is to do what we can to implement immediate short-term safety measures where possible, and then report back to the September 26th meeting of IEC on the implementation of further interim safety measures, including potential costs and a timeline for installation. Because we've heard that there's signage, but I wonder if there aren't sort of just immediate more signs, more information, perhaps something about 211 if it's not there, just to take a peek at what can we do immediately. What can we do as in more intermediate steps? And then also let's overall try to move this forward. And then my third motion is with respect to those questions I asked before around whether the province is helping with any of this. And while I don't think it should stall us in getting going on this, I do think there's an awful lot of infrastructure in our city that needs to be rethought based on what we now know about suicide prevention. Because when our infrastructure was built, we didn't know that. And I do believe that there is a provincial responsibility as well as a city responsibility in moving this forward. And I think we should be doing this financially in partnership with them where possible. And it would help us probably speed things up. I think we have to be honest about that. And I think we should call out the province for help on this matter and their responsibility. So 3 motions for us today to consider. And I just want to comment just generally about this issue. This bridge has been a challenge for a long time. I'm new here. I was just elected in November, but this bridge has been known to, it's on the border of my ward and Councillor Fletcher's ward. We have known about this bridge for a long time. It has been a challenge, and we know about it. It's obvious because of the signs that are there. So we really need to do all we can to accelerate this in any way possible, and to also think about what we can do to make our infrastructure modern and safe for everyone. And we know that this makes a difference to families like the one we saw today. And I really credit you for having the strength to come forward. And I'm so sorry for what's happened to your family. But I've also heard the other side of it too, of the families that have experienced loss through suicide. And anything we can do at the city level, we should be trying to do to prevent this. So I hope that my colleagues will support these 3 motions. And I know there's been a lot of discussion among councillors around this and an eagerness to try to make change as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Okay, I just a question on your motion. You asked a report back in May. I think you meant to say it's written, if you look at the motion. Oh, so now it's corrected, okay?
We had submitted that change based on staff. We had originally wanted it for earlier, but staff suggested that they needed a little bit more time to do. So my ask is really that we do anything we can do without having to come back to this committee. Quick things, go ahead. Anything more substantial that you need to come back with, September is
okay,
reasonable.
That's noted. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. I'll supporting all your motions because I think this is a vital discussion point and needs immediate attention. You know, addressing mental health is one of the most urgent public health issues of our generation. And, 10 years ago, you couldn't talk about it. And at least people are talking about it now. And we can fix bridges, we can make barriers, and we have an enormous moral responsibility to create impediments to suicide, whether it be in our public infrastructure, in the public domain. At the same time, we must invest unspeakable dollars into mental health to make sure that is addressed in every possible medical situation that's out there, because treatment is really the answer for the mental health issues that are plaguing our society. I was brought into this conversation because I got an email about this incident, and I had to read it a couple of times to really let the tragedy of these circumstances soak in. To have someone driving north on one of our highways to a Father's Day brunch, and have someone jump off a bridge and kill them in front of their spouse is as one of the deputies said, basically a horror, close to a horror movie. It's a sad tragedy, and my heart goes out to the family. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. That was my plan, but I'm actually on my way to a funeral. So I just want to assure the family. Sorry, I have a motion to move this up to council, but I'm wondering whether Councillor Chernos-Lynn's motions cover that, because she's asking City Council to take another.
You're right. That takes care of your concern there. That'll go for council for consideration.
Because the recommendation for us is to move receipt, but we want this debate to
so
continue in council.
Councillor Chernos-Lynn's motion supersedes that.
Okay. All right, that's fine. So, I mean, our goal here, and this is a message to the family, and we're going to work with staff. We're going to look at interim measures to enhance safety. We're going to accelerate this capital plan. If money is no object, then clearly we have the budget to get this done. There's been other bridges that have either been done or are getting some design work done. So this one must be in there as well. And I think there's a number of councillors who are very concerned about this and will advocate on behalf of the memory and the family. So I'll leave it at that, and I look forward to a more fulsome debate at City Council. But I want to rest assured to the family that we thank you for coming, your brave deputations, and that we're fully committed to getting this, making this bridge safe for everybody.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors? Deputy Mayor Amber Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I just wanted to speak in support of my colleague's motion and acknowledge the family for attending today and sharing your tragic story. Certainly sharing my heartfelt condolences with all of you on your loss, and we'll be working with my colleagues to champion the necessary change to make better circumstances. I just also wanted to comment briefly to say and really acknowledge again the leadership on these motions around bringing the province to the table on this kind of important infrastructure. The city has so much work to do, and as Councillor Pasternak mentioned, mental health is at a critical point for Torontonians, and so we will continue to do work. And I also want to acknowledge our hardworking team members who are already working underway, looking at this bridge, evaluating options. We will work to escalate that. But we can't do this alone, and it's really important that we have a strong partner in our provincial counterpart who appreciates and understands the value that they can also offer to Torontonians to create safe conditions in circumstances like this and many others that are coming to mind. So thank you to my colleagues I will be supporting, and appreciate that opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other councillors? Being none, I have a motion. If you can display it on the screen. One thing I might recommend, I don't know if the families contacted their MPP on this, asking for them to cooperate with the city in funding and supporting this initiative. That might help. You know, the same way you presented very pointedly here at the City Council, just let them know that this request is being made and you support the request of the city to them to partner with us to get this done quickly. Okay, thank you. My motion ready? No, I just want to make sure that we look at any way possible of expediting this solution here. So I think this would encourage staff to give serious consideration to sole sourcing this as a very concrete way of maybe reducing it, as staff said, by 6 months, and that's a significant amount of time. So this is what I'm calling for, is for staff to give serious consideration to sole sourcing this, given the acute nature of this project here. So that is my motion. The City Council requested the Manager of Transportation procurement to consider using sole sourcing procurements where possible in order to accelerate the design or construction of safety infrastructure on the Leaside Bridge. So that's my motion. Okay. Okay, no more speakers, so let's vote on the amendments, I guess by Councillor Chernas-Lynn. She's got 3 recommendations that will go to council for full debate and discussion. All in favor? That carries. And my motion, all in favor? That carries. Item as amended. All in favor? That carries. Again, thank you for the family for making this heartfelt presentation here. We appreciate it. If we can now move to the presentation enhancing capital construction delivery. So staff will make a presentation on that item, i.e. 20.1. If staff could please identify themselves and their role in transportation before they make the presentation.
So their presentation is going to speak to.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just checking on timing. Is this the item that we timed for noon?
No, what happens is we're going to have the presentation now, but then we're going to have a session at noon, which deals with the congestion management aspect of it.
Okay, gotcha.
And that's where Councillor Myers wants to participate in that.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah.
Good morning. Oh, is he ready? Okay, good morning, Chair and committee members. I'm Judy C. from the Strategic Capital Coordination Office, and with me are my colleagues who will be presenting on the first 3 items on the agenda.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Graham Harkness, Chief Engineer, Executive Director for Engineering and Construction Services.
Good morning. I'm Roger Brown, Director for Traffic Management.
Okay, thank you very much. So this presentation is really about the first 3 reports, the first one and the second one and the third one on the agenda items. And it goes back to the whole strategic capital coordination and how we're proposing an integrated approach to capital coordination, delivery, and congestion management. So the city has continued to experience an unprecedented growth and development, and there's a high volume of construction that's related to housing, development, and construction, the volume of construction that's transit-related, as well as infrastructure upgrades, and all that's required to support growth and a state of good repair. And all this activity contributes to the traffic congestions in the city. And just to highlight that, we have a map here that illustrates the, and you can see the number of blocks on this map. It's a snapshot in time. That was back in July 2024. And the colors indicate the temporary closures in the city due to construction. So what it represents is about 18% of all the road capacity. And in terms of a quick stat, in 2023, there was $513 million invested in capital investment, and about over 43,000 housing units that was being constructed. So all this really contributes to the congestion in the city right of way. And as all this growth continues, we don't really expect, what we're expecting is that congestion will remain to be visible as part of the city landscape as we're encompassing all this growth. And there is no single solution to managing the resulting traffic congestion. And however, a well-coordinated strategic approach can ensure that every effort contributes to real improvements in the lives of the residents and the commuters. And to do that, what we're doing is proposing a systems approach by integrating capital coordination, project delivery, procurement, and congestion management, taking an agile and responsive implementation approach to test, to learn, and refine strategies on key projects so that we can continue to make continuous improvement for better and more effective results. This also means identifying goals, tracking performance, and adapting work based on data and outcomes that will lead to reduced disruption, improve mobility, and will maximize infrastructure investments. Our goal is to make infrastructure projects more efficient, predictable, and less disruptive for everyone. Here are our commitments. We're committed to focus on better coordination, clear communication, and stronger accountability so that we can ensure that our investments deliver real benefits to the public. And this will help us help the public to get the information ahead of time so that they can navigate their way around the city in advance of making their trips as well too. And better partnership with our counterparts like TTC and the utilities. So in delivering these commitments, we're taking a 4-pronged systems-based strategy that's being recommended, and that'll integrate the capital coordination, project delivery, procurement, and congestion management in a unified framework. And each of these components of the plan will be presented at this committee today. So the first one, the Strategic Capital Coordination Office, I'm going to be talking about. Enhancing capital project delivery, Jen will be talking about. The modernizing procurement was before the GGC on Monday, and that was adopted with amendments. And then on the congestion management, Roger's going to be speaking to that. And all 4 of these reports will be presented at council on the 23rd of April, so that everyone can hear them at the same time. And the one thing that I do want to focus or emphasize is that the 4 reports are very much integrated, and in order for us to achieve the overall success in managing the city's projected growth and the capital investments, we all have to be moving in unison, and we all have to achieve the positive outcome so that we can counteract and address the resulting traffic congestions due to growth. So I'm just going to speak very briefly about the Strategic Capital Coordination Office and our annual report. And I think this is item number 2 on the agenda. And so on that front, our office was created in April of 2024. And the purpose of that was to strengthen how the city coordinates infrastructure construction across city divisions, with our agencies, with our utilities, and with the private partners. And this table here in front of you summarizes a host of the work that we've been doing. But I just want to highlight a few of them so that you hear what some of the key outcomes have been, or some of the highlighted outcomes are. So we've enhanced our city collaboration with TTC, We've enhanced our collaboration with utilities, and working with the TTC, the city is now more integrated with them in terms of their service disruption planning, and so that we are working together. We are able to flag any congestion issues and project conflicts ahead of time so that we can strategize on how best to mitigate and manage them, and also to best to communicate them out in advance of construction. Another important enhancement I want to highlight is expansion of the Capital Coordination Office. Our process, or the capital coordination process, which now has been expanded to a 10-year outlook on the, especially for the high urban growth areas that have complex infrastructure needs. And in doing so, we now have a pipeline, a line of sight on the pipeline of projects so we can track them and make sure that they're implemented in time as they are needed to support the growth, and also looking at opportunities so that we have better integration with existing capital projects so that it's better for your investment. Lastly, the other piece that I want to highlight is the tracking performance. It's really necessary to track to see how we're doing. So on that note, what we have been doing is that we've been developing new performance measures, and as to track the performance and to identify where areas of improvements are to be. So we're establishing baselines, or we have established baselines, and we're validating them now, and in the future, we expect to be reporting out to them on a regular basis. And all this work is really helping to strengthen the capital coordination process, which will lead to better sequencing and bundling of construction projects so that the construction is more reliable in timing, and so that we don't have to go back and break into segments, same segments of roadway over and over again, and to minimize public disruption. I'm going to pass it over to Jen.
Good morning. I'm going to be speaking to the report for 20.1, Enhancing Capital Construction Delivery. And that's the next slide. So the city is building more than ever, and projects are getting more complicated. That's why we're improving how we plan and deliver construction. The goal is simple: to make everyday life a little easier in Toronto by managing our construction better. And what that means is starting and finishing our projects when we say we will, giving people earlier and clearer notice about when and where construction will happen, avoiding unexpected road closures and last-minute schedule changes, and keeping construction zones smaller and active for shorter periods of time. So we've established 5 objectives to enhance delivery to meet our goals, and 30 actions, some of which are already underway in our current 2025 contracts. Our focus will be implementing an integrated project management framework and enhancing community engagement and transparency. Industry partnership is important. Including consulting engineers and our contractors in this work is essential. By making our work more predictable and attractive to bid on, we're creating space for them to bring forward creative solutions and help to drive the delivery of projects better, faster, and more reliably. At the same time, we're raising the bar with clearer expectations, stronger performance standards, and real consequences when those expectations aren't met. All of this takes a capable workforce and a shift in culture. We have strong in-house expertise, and we'll develop it further as we take on this new approach to delivery and managing both our projects in design and construction. Roger, over to you.
Thanks, Jennifer. So the congestion management plan presented before you achieves 4 key things. We've applied the lessons that we learned in mitigating congestion related to construction from a number of major construction projects last year, and really want to expand upon those efforts this year. Last year, we had a number of successes with respect to spot improvements. So for example, the new left turn lanes that we added on Lakeshore at Spadina that helped to ease congestion on the Gardiner. This year, we are again proposing key interventions for spot improvements at 2 select locations, with plans to leverage technology to measure the impacts of those improvements. We also wanted to expand upon programs that have delivered early results, such as the traffic agent program, that helped mitigate the issue of cars blocking intersections while improving both transit and traffic travel times on key corridors last year. And lastly, as Toronto continues to be the busiest city in all North America in terms of construction, this year we're continuing to improve our ability to better coordinate and manage in-year construction. This month, we have introduced new road closure fees, or the RODARS fees, that were recently approved through the 2025 budget process. Next slide. So on the question of how effective we've been so far, as many of you may recall, we've been measuring now since 2019 the level of congestion in the downtown core and also across the city by a metric that we call the travel time index. The dotted line that you see on the graph in front of you that's sort of moving up and down, fluctuating, represents the travel time index in the downtown core plotted against date and time at the bottom of the graph. You'll note that the travel time values range from 1, which would indicate free flow traffic conditions or if there's no cars in the road, and they increase at increments of 0.2 or 20% on the left side of the graph. So for example, a travel time index of 1.4 means it will take you 40% longer than your free flow travel time, or in other words, a trip that would normally take you 10 minutes where there's no traffic on the road at a congestion level of 1.4 would mean that it's now going to take you 14 minutes. So on the same graph, we've superimposed some of the major construction-related closures in 2023 and 2024. And you can see that in each case, because of the congestion measures that we implemented, we were able to see roughly a 10% improvement in terms of travel times in the downtown core. The Gardner congestion management measures had the biggest benefit, whereby from May, June of 2024 to September, we saw a drop of about 40% travel times in the downtown core with a 10-minute travel time savings on the Gardner itself. So we know that the measures that we're doing are working. However, we recognize that we still have a lot more work to do in this regard. So in this year's plan, we're building on our previous efforts to leverage technology, including artificial intelligence, helping transit with key focus this year on transit signal priority and supporting streetcar diversion routes such as a result of construction closures. Managing intersections better with the help of additional traffic agents and continued support from Toronto Police. Improving upon our event traffic management efforts and improving upon our efforts with respect to in-year construction coordination. I'm now going to speak to a few key highlights from the plan presented to you here today. So I'm very pleased to announce the expansion of the traffic agent program with the ultimate goal of having over 60 traffic agents available for this construction season, with another 40 traffic agents on their way, with the goal of having all 100 of them ready for deployment by the end of this year. The traffic agent cover will now expand from 3 corridors to 16 corridors, and we will be installing the new Don't Block the Box signs at each of those intersections being covered by the traffic agents. I really want to also emphasize here the incredible support that we received from Toronto Police throughout the life of the program, including a blitz that they did last year in November, whereby 330 tickets were issued for Don't Block the Box, with 100 tickets combined issued just by those 2 divisions that cover King Street in particular. We are going to continue working with Toronto Police Service this year to see if we can get at least 2 more blitzes done. With respect to our efforts towards automated enforcement of congestion-related offenses, there's really 5 programs that as a city we've been striving towards. Illegal parking or stopping in a bike lane, illegal parking on street or in Toronto Parking Authority lots, illegal passing of a streetcar, illegal driving in a dedicated bus lane, and automated enforcement for Don't Block the Box. We recently started a working group with TTC, Toronto Police Parking Enforcement, Toronto Parking Authority, Courts and Fines, and Technology and Services Division to combine our resources to try to expedite the timeline for bringing these programs into effect. The table that you see here shows the major pillars of work that include legislative changes, which vary depending on the type of the project, the common need for an administrative penalty system, or in other words, a web portal that allows people to pay or challenge their tickets, the back-end joint processing center and appeals processing teams, as well as the collective need to approach the Ontario Privacy Commission and the MTO for license plate data. By combining our efforts, we feel that we can shave down the timeline to bring these programs into effect significantly. Regarding our specific efforts in transportation services, we are planning to install automated enforcement cameras this summer as part of a data collection pilot. Whereas we are not in a legal position to be charging people, this pilot will serve to gather valuable data that will help inform the next critical steps in the program. With respect to special event traffic management, as mentioned, we had successes last year in getting more people to take transit to the Taylor Swift concert series, and we wanted to build on that experience gained to strongly promote people outside the city taking transit to major events such as Pride, Caribbean Carnival taking place this year. To that end, I'm very pleased to announce that the Smart Commute team which recently moved from the Environment, Climate, and Forestry Division to Transportation Services, will be leading our efforts in the Congestion Management Plan towards a new travel demand management strategy. We're going to promote more people coming into the city via hybrid trips, that is, trying to drive to their local GO station and then taking transit into the city from there. In addition, our congestion management report contains data from the Strategic Regional Research Alliance that closely monitors the downtown occupancy. The most recent data confirms that Wednesdays are literally back to normal at an average of 87%. Mondays have been climbing. Friday, however, still represents the lowest day with a 48% downtown occupancy. The Smart Commute team will be making it a focus to try to promote more people coming in to work on Fridays to basically take pressure off of other days from the week. In terms of traffic mitigation plans around major construction this year, we are focusing our efforts largely on the Gardner and the impacts of, as a result of both Gardner Section 2 ongoing and the work starting up on Gardner Section 3. And our efforts are going to focus very largely on deployment of traffic agents and paid duty officer support. SCATs, our AI smart signal deployments along key corridors, traffic signal retimings and signal modifications, and additional traffic sensor deployments to make sure that we can get real-time traffic data and feedback to help us fine-tune traffic signal timing modifications and assess their impacts in a more timely manner. Now, I also wanted to highlight just how much of an impact construction road closures have in terms of congestion, or rather the travel time index, particularly of the downtown core. So this graph, similar to the one I previously showed, starts in January 2019, before the pandemic. So you can see, comparatively speaking, where we are now. I wanted to draw your direction to the direct correlation between the percentage of roads closed in the city and the level of congestion measured by way of the travel time index. The more the roads are closed due to construction, the higher the congestion level, with a peak that happened last year around May, June 2024, whereby we had both the Gardner and King Street closed for construction. This really emphasizes the need for us to work with constructors to minimize the amount of time that they occupy on the right-of-way. I want to emphasize the work that the Work Zone Coordination team has done in terms of they've always strived to negotiate with constructors so they minimize the amount of time that they're on the right-of-way. However, up until recently, they really haven't had any sort of financial incentive or leverage in the conversation. Next slide. One critical tool going forward in this regard is the new road closure fees, or the RODARS fees, that were introduced in the 2025 budget process. So these new fees took effect on April 1st, 2025, and are intended to cover the costs the city pays to manage congestion caused by construction. It's important to note that these fees are charged on a daily basis and accumulate over time. So for every day the contractor spends on the road, the meter continues to run on the fees that they owe the city. In the report, we also speak to the ongoing efforts to exempt affordable housing projects from these new fees, as we really want to incentivize more affordable housing within the city. The report also speaks to escalating surcharges for longer duration road closures, and we're also undertaking an economic analysis for the consideration of a construction congestion management levy. Next slide. Now, the new fees really only took effect a few days ago. However, I'll say that we're cautiously optimistic about the new trend that we're seeing in constructors being a little bit more mindful about the amount of time they spend on the road. I'm now going to walk through a few anecdotal examples of how these new fees will help recover our costs while incentivizing constructors to spend minimal amount of time on the right-of-way. So next slide. So in the first example on the left, Project A speaks to a real situation that happened back in 2022, whereby a utility contractor closed 4.5 kilometers on a major arterial. This caused a significant amount of congestion, and the city had to deploy traffic agents, portable variable message signs. We had to change traffic signals. We had to increase the amount of staff we had on hand to remotely control the signals. On the record, the constructor paid permit fees less than $5,000 back then. If a similar request like that were to come in now, we would be charging them an additional $287,000 in new road closure fees. This is an example of just how the new fees would have helped us recover these costs for traffic management. The second example, Project B, shows a recent scenario whereby work was planned to start this month, actually, and the contractor had originally proposed 8 weeks for the road closure. Once we presented the new road closure fees to them, they went back and discussed the plans in more detail with their subcontractors and came back with a revised plan that essentially shaved 1 week off of their ask. Now, this 1 week may not seem like a lot. However, if we continue to see a trend like this in other projects, it can definitely have a result in net reduction in travel times around the city. Next slide, please. So the third project, Project C, speaks to a contractor that was seeking to undertake a full closure of a ramp for a major expressway. In our negotiation, we tried to convince them to keep at least one lane open in each direction. The full closure would have cost them $6,800 in road closure fees, whereas a partial closure would have saved them a bit of money, and we would have only been charging them $4,500. The contractor investigated their options and concluded that it would have technically cost them $300,000 to keep one lane open in each direction because A, it will now take them longer to do their construction with a partial closure, and B, there are costs associated with maintaining the two lanes. So on this one, the contractor is now opting to move forward with a full closure, contrary to what we're trying to negotiate. However, I do want to emphasize that this is going to result in them getting the work done quicker. So on one hand, it's a full closure. On the other hand, they're going to be able to have the work done within a week, and we're charging them the full amount of the $6,800. So overall, some positive signs so far. However, we will reserve judgment until the fall when we have a lot more solid data to report back to council on the effectiveness of the program. Next slide. So just in wrapping up, we did take a look at the recent report presented by Toronto Regional Board of Trade and have included a table in the report which provides our comments on their report. In particular, we went through and highlighted where we felt suggestions in their report were either already reflected in our plan, they weren't in our plan, however, were aligned with our efforts, or in some cases, you can see the three dots there that where it actually requires provincial approval. Without getting into the detail here, I did want to highlight one key idea from their report that we definitely felt had merit, and as such have adopted into our plan this year. The Toronto Regional Board of Trade report flagged the opportunity to improve traffic flow at the Gardner Harbour Nexus via a relatively minor sort of re-engineering of the roads. Transportation Services will be working with Engineering Construction Services to review this, and will be coming up with a plan going forward. We sincerely appreciate the work that they've done on their report, and we're always open to suggestions and ideas to further help us mitigate congestion throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Questions of staff on the report?
We holding?
Oh, we have. Okay, thank you. And we have deputants, right? Okay. We've got first Tracy LaConte. Oh, sorry. Oh, no, sorry, wrong. Speaker is Laura Lambie from the Association of Consulting Engineer Companies of Ontario. Laura Lambie. Laura? Oh, they're coming. Okay, you have 5 minutes, Laura.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Laura Lambie. I'm the Senior Manager of Municipal Relations at the Association of Consulting Engineering Companies. And I'm here today to speak in support of the Enhancing Capital Construction Delivery Program. Celebrating 50 years in 2025, ACEC Ontario represents 140 firms that design and deliver much of Toronto's infrastructure. Consulting engineering companies are not just service providers, they're strategic partners with decades of experience delivering complex infrastructure projects. We bring lessons learned, innovations, and capacity to help the city meet its ambitious capital delivery goals. We commend Council, its committees, and staff for taking the bold initiative to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the city's capital delivery program. To help support this assessment, ACEC Ontario has helped survey members, arrange a roundtable discussion with KPMG, and provided insights in a written submission. We're both grateful and encouraged to see these insights reflected throughout the final report and recommendations. We feel that the proposed program before you today addresses several critical areas that our industry has identified as essential to achieving efficient and effective project execution. This morning, I wanted to focus on 3 of these areas, namely procurement, planning and design, and stakeholder engagement. First, modernizing procurement is critical to improving efficiency and fairness. When consulting engineering companies are dealing with standardized documents that have fair and balanced risk allocation, less time is spent reviewing, negotiating terms and conditions. Adopting standard agreements for professional engineering services and creating a time to award standard will reduce delays and risk, set clear expectations, and increase market interest. Second, the proposed changes in planning and design will help reduce cost overruns and foster a healthier and more competitive business environment. Engaging stakeholders earlier in the project lifecycle produces significant cost savings. Research has shown that an error that costs $100 to address during pre-planning phase could cost $1,000 to manage during the design phase and $10,000 to manage during construction. This approach, combined with a new framework, will help ensure that the delivery model and qualifications requirements are appropriate to meet project goals and maximize market participation. Lastly, prioritizing stakeholder engagement will be essential to fostering long-term success. The extensive stakeholder engagement we've seen this past year demonstrates the recognition and commitment by the city to continue this key objective. Formalizing engagement between our industry and the city would allow for issues to be identified and resolved before they come to a crisis. ACEC Ontario has maintained longstanding liaison committees with other jurisdictions, such as the City of Ottawa, City of London, just to name a couple. This regular cadence of engagement establishes a proactive forum with clear terms of engagement and transparency. It also provides the opportunity to share lessons learned, best practices, and other critical information. One valuable example of this is seen in the commitment to share project pipelines. This allows consulting engineering companies to better prepare their own resources to respond to future procurement opportunities. This in turn helps the city generate a robust, innovative, and competitive bids for its projects. So in conclusion, the Enhancing Capital Construction Delivery Program reflects a thoughtful and strategic approach to addressing the complexities of our city's infrastructure needs. As a next step, investing in expanding the city's internal capacity will help teams keep pace with the complexity and volume of this work. And it demonstrates a commitment to strong, measured program implementation. ACEC Ontario and its members are committed to working with the city as a true partner in delivering infrastructure that meets today's needs and tomorrow's challenges. Thank you very much for your time and allowing me to speak today. I'm happy to answer any questions there may be.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Any questions of the presenter?
I do.
Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. Yes, Laura, thank you for your presentation again today. You've attended on a number of occasions asking for the city to take measures to improve capital coordination. Is it fair to say that we're taking action on all the major things you've asked for? We've already dealt with the bid award panel at the General Government Committee. The other key things that you've mentioned are all in the reports before us today. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say that the number of items that we had discussed with the city are definitely reflected in the report. Some of them have been actioned at this time, and we see a number of them in the plans to continue as the project unfolds. So we're very pleased and encouraged to see that.
All right, really good progress in an important direction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council members? Okay, being none, we'll go to the next speaker. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Is Rally Chakorova from the Toronto and Area Road Builders Association. And they're online. And so, Rally, you're there? Please unmute.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you. Speak loudly and clearly, please.
Yeah, can you hear me?
A little louder.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Thank you.
Perfect. Apologies for the big talking head. I have a newborn at home, so this was
congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck. Get some sleep.
Thanks. Am I good to start?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Rally Chekarova, and I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto and Area Road Builders Association, or TARBA. Together with the Greater Toronto Sewer and Water Main Contractors Association and the Heavy Construction Association of Toronto, our members collectively deliver more than 75% of the city's total construction capital spend. That includes building new and maintaining existing transportation and transit networks, water infrastructure, tunnels and bridges, among other vital work that residents and visitors rely on. For years, our associations have raised concerns with the city's procurement and construction management practices. Late tendering, long award timelines, and lack of prompt payment are some of the key factors that have resulted in a decreasing number of bidders and higher construction costs on city projects. I want to thank the Chief Engineer and Chief Procurement Officers for their leadership in undertaking this extensive review and for their commitment to fostering a competitive procurement environment and responsible use of taxpayer funds. On Monday, the General Government Committee kicked off this process of improvement by accepting our long-standing recommendation to eliminate the bid award panel. And I want to thank Councillor Sachs for her motion for review after our deputation in September. City staff own report found that the panel, quote, created delays that are not justified by enhanced oversight. A relic from the past, the bid award panel is a pointed example of how our metropolitan city's needs for new infrastructure and state of good repair have grown, but the administrative processes have not kept pace. I'll focus my comments on the recommendations before committee today. The proposed integrated project management framework is in line with our past recommendations to improve project coordination and bring faster on-site decision-making. Linear and underground construction projects always encounter design conflicts, and the conditions under a road can rarely be fully accounted for before demolition begins. In our September deputation to committee, we highlighted that the city's delay in decision-making is directly tied to delay in construction timelines and prolonged congestion. Empowering the city's project managers to make in-field decisions on how projects should proceed when a conflict is identified, referred to as change orders, will be a key factor in accelerating successful project delivery. We also overwhelmingly support the recommendation to publish a project pipeline starting in 2026. This would give the industry time to prepare for those upcoming opportunities, including aligning capacity and forming partnerships. Informed contractors lead to more competitive bidding, potentially lowering costs and improving quality. We hope that this will also align with our recommendation to tender and award projects in the late fall and early winter so the city can maximize the number of working days within the construction season, plan the work with fewer disruptions, and receive more competitive pricing. In terms of the contractor code of conduct, I hope that it also reflects how the city will protect and stand up for its construction workers. We've seen tensions rise with increased congestion and 24/7 construction. Our workers have been harassed and assaulted by unhappy residents, and that is simply not acceptable. Lastly, I want to touch on the proposed construction manager at risk model. The benefits to this procurement model are early collaboration by the construction manager during the design phase and accelerated project timelines by allowing the design and construction to potentially overlap. However, the guaranteed maximum price concept, which provides a ceiling for construction costs for the owner, but which does not adequately allow a contractor to carry appropriate contingencies for the risk being taken, goes against their recommendation on fair risk sharing and seems nearly impossible if you think of the current unpredictable and unstable economic environment. Additionally, the cost plus margin compensation model instead of unit price or lump sum methods is extremely burdensome to administer for both owners and contractors and can open unintended areas of disputes, particularly for those owners not used to a more collaborative approach to contract management. I also want to touch briefly on a proposal from the Congestion Management Plan as it directly relates to capital delivery, and that's the additional fees or fee increases for lane closures. I understand that lane closures are the most visible marker of reduced road space and a nuisance for commuters and local businesses. But there are crucial safety features in construction work zones that protect both workers and the public and allow space for essential equipment at waste disposal. As the city's response to the TR-Bot report rightfully said, we recognize that fees are ultimately passed on by the road occupiers to their end consumers. Simply put, increasing fees will result in higher building costs for both taxpayers and homeowners. Turning back to capital delivery, we feel that many of the key problems have been identified and the right broad solutions put forward. Our goal remains to be a collaborative partner with the city as it starts that even more difficult task of implementation and lend our members expertise and innovation. We're cautiously optimistic for the road ahead, and I want to leave you with an encouraging comment from one of our biggest members when I share these developments. If this all happens, we might actually start bidding city work again. Thank you again for your time today, for your commitment to your constituents and to our city. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Rally. Are there any questions of the speaker? Being none, I think now we're going to move to other speakers, given we've got a time frame for 12 o'clock for Councillor Myers. So let's move on to other speakers on the Congestion Management Plan. And it's Michael Giles, the Residential Construction Council of Ontario. Video conference. Michael, if you could prepare yourself to present to committee. Turn on your camera, Michael. Yeah, we see you. And unmute yourself, yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Good, we're
you
good.
can hear me okay, Councillor?
Yeah, we're great. Go ahead,
Great,
Michael.
thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee today. As you may know, you had an item, a letter submitted from the Building Industry Land Development Association and us, the Residential Construction Council of Ontario. It was added to your packages. And I just want to sort of touch on a few of the points that were raised there. I mean, we represent all facets between the two of us. We represent all facets of the residential construction sector, from planning through to construction. And our comments today, in view of the fees that are being discussed, they're taken in the context of the fact that we're facing the most impactful housing affordability and supply crisis that we've ever seen in Ontario and particularly in Toronto. I'll point out that last month, in the month of February, we had 57 homes sold in the city of Toronto. That's down from the average of 938 in a typical February, and it's actually so it represents a 75% decrease. It also represents a 94% below 10-year average. So we have a major crisis in terms of housing and affordability, and the ability for people to purchase homes, and our ability to build them affordably. The full impact of the pressures facing the residential construction sector are still to come. You might see some projects that are being built right now, but they were all approved and prior to the major downturn that has occurred. The cost and financial pressures are simply stalling new starts in the city of Toronto. And I emphasize, builders want to build homes. It's what we do, and frankly, we've been doing it very well for decades. However, the cost of building and the price of purchasing for consumers has created a situation where there is no economic viability to commencing new home starts in the city of Toronto. Among the most formidable challenges is, frankly, taxes, fees, and levies. A recent report by the Canadian Centre for Economic Analysis indicates that taxes, fees, and levies now constitute 36% of the cost of a new home in the city of Toronto. So for a consumer purchasing a $1 million home, that means they're paying $360,000 in taxes, fees, and levies. Not all of these are municipal charges, of course, but there is a considerable impact there. We've worked hard, for example, with the major parties in the current election to advocate for tax relief measures, and they're coming. So the federal government gets it. They're moving on GST. Both parties have that in their platform. Other municipalities like Mississauga and Vaughan are taking action with respect to development charges and fees because they're seeing the same thing. What they realized as, with taxes, fees, levies, coupled with interest rate pressures, slow development processes, increased material costs, increased development fee review fees, and increased labor costs, and the list goes on, it's just not affordable to build housing in the city of Toronto or the Greater Toronto area, and that make it affordable for people to buy. That brings me to the report we're talking about today. While it might seem relatively small in the grand scheme of things, it's just simply another fee that's being added on to the cost of building. We're talking about, current fees were at $98,812. That's moving to $183,000. There are also going to be costs for inspection fees that are $304.60 per visit. So, if you have the beginning and the end, we get that. But if you have local residents complaining about something, out comes the inspection. There's another $304 added. So, I don't want to get a whole big length of the cost of everything it's faced, but, development charges have exploded. Fee increases are increasing. And, the residential construction occupies only 5% of the right-of-way in the city of Toronto. So, I know we're talking about lots of, costs associated and congestion and everything else, but our incentive for our builders is to get in, build, and get out as quickly as possible. We want those, homes built, and we want them to go to market. We want people to move into them. And, the fees targeting a sector that only occupies 5% of the roadways for the least amount of time is just literally another charge that we don't need right now as an industry, and particularly for consumers who have to pay these fees. So we're not talking about massive increases, but it's just another one being added to what is already there. And as I said before, home builders want to build, but when you add all of these things together, it simply doesn't make sense. And, these costs are prohibitive for new home buyers. And we can see that, as I said, in the number of sales you've seen this month. We need to get things moving again. And there's lots of things that municipalities can do. Again, the federal government, the provincial government is making moves. But, we have in the GTA, we're losing about 80,000 people a year. Some of that is mitigated by immigration, but 80,000 people move away from the Greater Toronto area every year. And, not to use the phrase loosely, but it's the best and the brightest. It's people who are leaving because they can't afford to be here. And when they go, they take their children with them. So we're losing 2 generations. So my argument is simply in the context of all the fees and taxes and levies that we're facing already, this is simply one more that we don't need to have. And so I'd encourage you to consider exempting the residential sector in terms of the impact we have and the impact just one more fee is going to have on our ability to build. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Are there any questions? Being none, we'll go to Roselle Martino from the Toronto Region Board of Trade. Roselle, welcome.
Thank you so much. My colleague Monica is going next, so we came up together if that's okay.
Yes.
Chair and committee. Good morning, everyone. I'm Roselle Martino, Executive Vice President at the Toronto Region Board of Trade. Thank you, Chair and councillors, for having us here today. We're very pleased to be here. On behalf of our President and CEO, Giles Gershon, I'd like to thank Her Worship Mayor Chow and City Manager Paul Johnson for their support on the board's congestion action plan, and city councillors who have met with us to better understand the recommendations in our action plan and share views in the context of their respective wards. We appreciate that there may not be broad agreement for all the recommendations in our action plan, but there is agreement that congestion is hurting our city. This goes beyond celebrities and sports teams posting their congestion woes on social media. The estimated social and economic cost of congestion is a staggering $44.7 billion. At any given time, but especially today, think of where that money could be used or better used, such as supporting our local businesses and workers, given what's happening right now. Amidst trade disruption, global trade disruption, and geopolitical uncertainty, we must strengthen our economic armor, reshore our competitiveness, and take bold action to bolster business growth. Attracting investment is essential for our city to compete in a global market, yet congestion is a major barrier to this endeavor. However, well before the trifecta of Trump, trade, and tariffs, the board launched our congestion task force because we were hearing alarming concerns from our constituency, which is the Toronto Region business community. We sought to better understand and validate these concerns we were hearing through Ipsos polling. We learned that 62% of respondents are reluctant to travel to work because of traffic and congestion en route to their workplaces. 53% said they have considered moving outside of the GTA because of traffic and congestion issues. 42% said they avoid going shopping in the GTA or going out for entertainment or a sporting event in the GTA because of congestion, followed by 38% saying they're avoiding going to restaurants. These are just some of the important activities that fuel our economic prosperity, and all of this is being significantly impacted and avoided because of congestion. Economic prosperity, as I'm sure everybody in this room knows, begets good jobs and thriving communities, which begets good quality of life with continued access to the programs and services that Torontonians rely on, all of which is in jeopardy. This situation had reached crisis proportions. This is when the board embarked on a year-long journey informed by data, sector expert consultations, jurisdictional scans, and cross-sector engagement to identify 5 comprehensive solutions that could be implemented in short order and have a fundamental impact on congestion. To use a health analogy, if you will permit me, think of a surgery. Everything happening during a surgery is important, right? Oxygen levels, heart rate, blood pressure. But the surgeon will prioritize the gushing blood. That is what our 5 recommendations were intended to do. What can be done right now, immediately, to have the greatest impact on congestion? That does not mean that the board has stopped or moved away from our long-standing policy positions. For a decade, the board has advocated for a comprehensive multimodal transit ecosystem. And to be absolutely clear, this includes rail, buses, streetcars, a comprehensive cycling network, and the use of our water. Our Toronto waterfront is poised for to be a thriving economic zone. We are calling for the city to take a coordinated approach to optimize the use of the roads. This is precious real estate that is no more available. We know, and I think you heard it in the previous presentation, we know that tens of thousands of Torontonians left our city after COVID, and many are still leaving because of housing affordability issues. They're moving outside of the GTA and they are commuting in. But in the absence of this comprehensive multimodal mobility ecosystem, if you will, they are driving in. And so we really need to, and they are using the arterial roads. So again, our main call to action here is to really optimize the use of our road space because we have very precious little.
Okay. Will you wrap up, please?
Yeah, I will close by saying that the foundation for all of this is good governance. I mean, congestion didn't happen overnight. We need a plan to build for the long term as well, and be nimble to adjust to major transit infrastructure projects, such as when the Ontario line is completed, and factor in the rapid population growth our region is experiencing and the necessary construction projects that are housing that has to happen. The foundation for all of this is good governance, clear decision-making, transparency, and accountability with outcome-measured KPIs. I will close by saying, as a proud Torontonian, as all of you are in this room, we believe Toronto is a globally vibrant and competitive city to live, work, play, and learn. Please let's make sure that the rest of the world sees us in the same way. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Chernes-Lynn? Councillor Sachs? Question?
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so thank you very much, Roselle, and I had a good meeting with your colleagues earlier in the week. I mean, first of all, I wanted to confirm that a number of your recommendations are directed at the province, right? Not at the city. So, for example, your recommendation for block the box legislation, we've already asked the province to do it. They haven't done it. That's a responsibility of the province, not of the city, right?
Yes, Councillor, through the chair. We have continued to advocate to the city. Yes, the answer to your question is yes, but we've also continued to advocate to the city for a number of not just the province and our higher levels of government to support the city in terms of unfunded mandates, operating funding, and the use of legislative levers to enable the city to take action. So that is part of our continued that's part of our continued advocacy and directly at the province as well. Some of our recommendations require action from the province. Yes, Councillor, that's correct.
Well, let's start there. Okay. Now, the second thing is your action 3, but unclogging major arterials. You point out there's heavy pedestrians, there's people getting on and off the streetcar. You're not seriously suggesting that the city should discourage people from walking on Yonge Street, are you?
I'm going to defer to my colleague Monica. I would say the answer is absolutely not, Councillor, but Monica, please go ahead.
Exactly. And similarly, you're not seriously expecting the city to discourage people from getting on and off the streetcar, right?
No, Councillor, if I may expand, Monica Wyrzykowska, I'm Director of Transportation and Infrastructure Policy at the Board of Trade. So what we've called for, and I'd like to speak to in greater detail in my deputation as well, is a policy framework for major arterial roads, whereby the city identifies what the road should be optimized for. So for example...
excuse me, Monica.
Yeah.
Can you please answer my question? You're not seriously recommending that the city should be discouraging people from getting on and off the streetcar, even though you've identified that as high traffic impact, right? No one is suggesting we should discourage streetcar use.
No.
That's right. No, we are not suggesting that at all.
All right. So in terms of a number of the items on your action 3, they're all about humans who are actually using our streets. But there are some areas where we have some common ground. So I just want to confirm that the Board of Trade is strongly recommending transit signal priority, giving the streetcars and buses priority over general traffic whenever possible in intersections. Is that correct?
I think King Street is a great example where the city has made a corridor dedicated to a specific mode, and in that case, it's streetcars. We're saying we need a mix of those prioritizations across the city. So yes, in many cases, that ought to be transit first, but we also need some dedicated roads for vehicular traffic, including for goods movement, which is so critical. So I don't want to give a blanket answer that yes, at every stop, at every intersection, and that's why we're calling up for a policy framework so that council has that line of sight as to which roads are meant for what and then be optimized accordingly.
But generally speaking, if we have high ridership transit on a road, that transit should have priority at intersections, right?
Transit is the backbone of our regional mobility goals. Without higher order transit, more efficient transit, faster transit, safer transit, we are all going to be stuck. So I think we agree on that. Yes.
So the answer is yes. Okay. And similarly, you make recommendations about getting on-street parking off arterial roads.
Yeah.
Right? That's something that you recommend?
That's right. And Councillor, I know we had a good discussion about this as well. We know that from the Toronto Parking Authority itself that there are a number of off-street lots that are underutilized that could be better utilized with greater investment in that infrastructure, with better usage of technology for people to find off-street parking. So yes, absolutely, on-street parking should be moved where there's possibility in those off-street lots so that the road space can be used for mobility.
Right. And similarly, you, again, on your recommendation 3, you specifically recommend taking action on on-street parking on Dundas Street.
Can we please wrap up, Councillor? It's your last question.
Right. And you're aware that we've already taken that action. Do you support the changes we've made on Dundas Street to move on-street parking off-street?
Councillor, yes, I learned that was something that you championed and that we were glad to learn of that initiative. We are not drawing lines on the map. We're not pretending to be a transportation or transit planning agency. But certainly the principle of that definitely aligns with what we're recommending, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cherneslin.
So just following up on what Councillor Sachs was asking about the recommendation about removing on-street parking, have you heard from small business owners about this recommendation? Because I'm hearing differently from small businesses who are concerned about the loss of access to parking right in front of their buildings or nearby. And we've certainly heard that as we can reconstruct subway lines or streetcar lines, think about St. Clair or Metrolinx with the crosstown on Eglinton or the bike lanes on Yonge Street, which have been concerns for small business owners in terms of access to parking.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Cherneslin. we have heard that, but what we have heard from small businesses, and this is why our recommendations, we're not calling for one specific recommendation. Like, we're not saying one recommendation in isolation is removing parking off the road. We're talking about optimizing use of the road, because right now a road has parking, it has cycle lanes, it has cafe TO, it has construction, it deliveries, and all those things are happening in one lane. So what we've heard from small businesses and Main Street businesses, that actually all that activity is causing individuals who would normally frequent their local pub establishments or restaurants or even small mainstream businesses, they're avoiding that altogether. So these are actually individuals that could walk to those places, because all that activity is very stressful for those individuals. So it is having a direct impact on small business, but in that broader context. And this is something that John Carew, who is the executive director of the association that represents business improvement areas, he did a podcast with us. He was a member of our task force, and he speaks to this very issue in the context of small businesses and the impacts on them.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Being none? Now, Monica, you're next on the list to speak.
Thanks for liking my trifecta, Chair.
What's that?
Thanks for liking my trifecta of Trump, trade, and tariffs.
And I love that, yes. Especially that's a dirty word around here, that T word. But Monica, did you want to speak, or have you spoken enough?
I'd like to, if I may, elaborate on a few points.
Could you be brief, please? Because
yes.
you've spoken very eloquently, and so just continue, because we want to get everybody in.
Absolutely. No, thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Chair and councillors. So just building on the remarks of my EVP, Roselle Martino, I think there are two key factors that I wanted to underline that were part of our thinking. First is that people are making rational choices about how they get around the city. So again, this goes back to the transit discussion, that most people aren't getting into cars to clog the roads, but because they have no practical alternative for their needs. And their needs are different before or after the pandemic than they were before the pandemic. So we're taking that as a starting point, that it's about people making the choice that enables them to meet their goals. And secondly, as we've just discussed, is that our major roads in the city, of course, are local assets, but they really are regional economic arteries, and they're critical for movement of people, but also of goods. And we are really lacking that corridor wide approach to looking at these major arteries. So that's, we've already discussed, we're aligned on a number of the actions in the action plan brought forward by city staff, which is great to see, around the managing of lane closures with variable fees. Very happy to see the city taking best practices in that regard from other jurisdictions. We're commending, of course, the pilots for automated enforcement and joining action, or joining to call for action from the province, as we just discussed with the Councillor Sachs, for legislative amendments from the province. And we're also glad to see that engineering solutions for hotspots are being considered, like at Harvard and York, which we identified in our report. But really, again, what's missing is that citywide arterial road strategy that identifies and protects a number of key roads and optimizes them for the highest and best use, whether that's transit or goods movement or vehicle flow. And that means making some of those choices in the limited right-of-way, because it is very limited. We have very narrow streets, especially in downtown Toronto. The streets are not growing, they're not expanding. We have what we have, and that's been the case for decades. So there has to be some optimization, whether it's moving a select number of patios that are in the laneways, or bike lanes, or on-street parking, or deliveries. Some of this may have to be adjusted. Maybe it's temporarily, maybe it's seasonally, maybe it's until the Ontario line and other of those projects are online. But we need to make these choices, because right now everybody's stuck. I mentioned the King Street Transit Priority Corridor as an example of that. But we, for example, lack a single dedicated overflow route for vehicle traffic when we had construction on the Gardner and on the Bloor subway in parallel. There might be some local detours, but there isn't an identified corridor that people know they can go to and count on to get them to where they need to go. And I just wanted to highlight that even cities like Amsterdam, which are oft cited for their incredible cycling culture, even they have dedicated flow roads that prioritize through traffic, including cars, transit, and trucks. So I just wanted to provide those examples. We've also called for greater coordination and really a position that can make those trade-offs across departments in the city. We've called it a congestion commissioner. Some have called it a czar. We can call it any number of names. But we see it as similar in function to the Strategic Capital Coordination Office, which this committee has championed, in terms of actually having oversight and decision-making across multiple departments that impact our mobility and setting those outcome-based key performance indicators. I know we heard about some of them today, which is great. They're at the geography level of downtown Toronto, but again, we don't have anything that allows you to see what will be the impact of this particular decision on this corridor. It's all just mitigation, but not optimization. So those are really the two gaps we continue to see, but thankful for the progress that's been made and look forward to continuing our discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Monica. Are there any questions? Being none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Board of Trade. We now go to our local presenter, Hamish G. Wilson. Hamish.
The projector here. Yes, congestion, and yes, it can be a problem. There's no doubt about it, although how often have we heard about cyclists being caught up in congestion? Maybe we should call it cargestion, because far too often it's the cars. Hello. And this, the Board of Trade did a lot of work there, but unfortunately it's pretty autocratic, car-centric, car-servative. Wonderful chapter on enforcing the road rules and road safety, but it's a car-first approach, it feels like, even though they say, oh, transit, transit. But so let's have Mr. Gardner give some wisdom. Talking to a CUDA conference back in the 50s, there is no mystery about what has caused the problem. There are automobiles, many automobiles. So it's the cars. Hello, it's the cars, it's the cars. Here's something from the city, I don't know how many decades ago. What do you think the car problem is coming from? The Gardner. That's the big one. Where do we have some good transit? Well, we have the GO train, and that's huge. It's done a huge amount for bringing a number of people in. The cars, the single occupant cars, we should be tolling the Gardner or putting transit on the Gardner. And quite honestly, being rather dark, I found this, made this copy. When you ride alone, you ride with Hitler. Hello. There's a lot of impacts from having only single occupant vehicles being catered to. Why don't we start counting cars, or the people in the cars, not the car vehicles themselves. You park car at city limits, use TTC transit from 1954. That's indicative because Mr. Duncan asserted in any form of democracy, the majority of people are supposed to get the majority of consideration. Basically, back in the 50s, most people came in by transit in the rush hours. So yes, we need to actually work on having transit priority. It's very, very good. When you have a car moving faster, they take a lot more space. When a car has a free road and that goes at, so they take up a lot of costly road materials and costly road real estate. Even a slower moving car takes a lot of costly road real estate. A bus and a bike lane, much, much lighter. To quote from the NACTO design guide manual, they're urging the measuring of people, not cars. The private motor vehicles are the most consuming, wasteful way of using lane space. And yet, where's the vehicle registration tax? Where is the congestion fee? Having a good transit way on street Very, very helpful for moving thousands, tens of thousands of people. And going back to that 56 thing or 54 thing, the Yonge Street subway was has an ultimate capacity of 40,000 people in each direction in an hour. And that's one fault of the Board of Trade fussing about the narrow road widths when we have Bloor Street in the West End. Nobody's mentioning the subway. Hello, there's a massive transit option for people. Tens of thousands of people use it each day, so we can afford to do something for the residents and for the core communities of having cycling lanes on Bloor. Hands off, go away, or try riding a bike. And notice of hazard as well for the downtown core roads that have the streetcar tracks, because again, that's where a lot of us get injured and hurt. And it's a real set of problems, and the streetcar tracks dictate the lane positions, and there's a lot of crash and harm, and I think you know that because I keep showing the, so no, taking out the parking will actually make it more hazardous and feel nasty, and there aren't continuous side streets to take the bike lanes and the bike traffic onto. I can obviously go on about this. An idea for adjusting Queen Street. Why wasn't this done instead of the Ontario line closure? Why can we not have a transit way feeding through that one closed intersection? Did anybody think of that? The province is screwing up the core indirectly or not necessarily on purpose, but it's a real nasty mess that we're in, and having that sort of flexibility to have a direct route through on the street in Queen Street streetcars, that'd be good. Here's a bit of a joke, even Mr. Lastman, automobile free by downtown, yeah, hello.
Okay, on that note, bringing back memories of Lastman, Sam Cass, that's the culprit, Sam Cass. People forget about Sam Cass.
No.
Never mind. Big
We'll
Daddy
castigate him, eh?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Amish. Any questions? Nobody about
Go
Sam
on.
Cass or Fred Gardner? No, okay. No, Lastman? Okay.
We've had options and we've blown them.
Okay, thank you. Hamish, as always. Michael Longfield, next presenter.
Thanks. I also just have a presentation to plug in my laptop, so folks give me a moment. I'm inspired by Hamish, as always, both his passion and his audiovisual acuity. 1 second here. Great one. Yes, thank you. Showing my age. Thank you.
Okay.
Great. I'm still waiting for it to come up. Proceed. Okay. Allow. Sorry, I don't know why it's not up.
You're just extend it this way.
Oh.
Here. Let's fix you up.
Oh, it's because my laptop's home.
Oh, just have.
Here. Oh my God.
Technology is the opiate of the people.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. My name is Michael Longfield. I'm the Executive Director of Cycle Toronto, a member-supported charity working to make Toronto a healthier, more vibrant cycling city. I'm here today with some props. This is 363 pages of supplementary court filings. As folks might be aware of, Cycle Toronto, along with two co-applicants, has launched a legal challenge against the province around Bill 212 that ripping out our bike lanes is arbitrary and inconsistent with the province's own stated goals. And that's actually a violation of our Charter 7 rights. And these includes documents that the province has had access to and has been looking at the entire time they've been moving through this. And, you might have heard on the news when Cycle Toronto had its injunction hearing that, some of these headlines here that removing bike lanes will likely worsen gridlock. Ontario aware bike lane removals may not reduce congestion. Ford's government's own research warned that removing Toronto bike lanes may not ease congestion. And so, it's probably no surprise to hear from Cycle Toronto that ripping out bike lanes won't solve congestion, but this is actually information the province has and knows. And so I would just want to review some of these for folks, just so you're aware of the kinds of conversations that have been happening at the province and that they've still been moving ahead with this legislation. So this is part of a document that MTO was preparing dated August 24th. And I've highlighted a section here about overall proposals with this legislation. Again, this is before the legislation was tabled, when it was still being discussed. And highlighting here in terms of proposal risks, quote, cycling has been shown to have a positive impact on congestion in North American cities. Also from this same report, we have the Toronto Region Board of Trade here, and obviously appreciate their passion and insight, but in terms of the risks that were identified by MTO, quote, risk of negative impact on local businesses, e.g. less foot traffic. Then there was a cabinet briefing on September 9th, 2024, where some of this information was compiled again. This document, this page has a lot of info on it, as you can see, but I'll just draw everyone's attention to a line that says, in terms of risks, the proposal may run counter to provincial initiatives and may not reduce congestion. Same document, September 9th, overall issues and risks. At the bottom, the initiative may not reduce congestion, as most research suggests that reducing road capacity by introducing bike lanes can encourage biking and discourage car use. Then, as folks, I thought there was also an interesting note here as well that, as part of this, they suggest that this legislation will be open for public comments through, what's called the ERO, and they'll consider whether to make changes on this. There were almost 20,000 submissions made to this on this item. The summary that the province said is that most of them were opposed to the legislation, and yet no changes were made to it at all. Then the province commissioned an engineering report as part of this, once the legislation was passed, as part of this removal. And, we've heard in the media that, an engineering firm, Stantec, is working with the province to remove about 1.5 kilometers of bike lanes. This is an engineering report, not by Stantec, but by another engineering firm that the province commissioned. So this is their report. This firm's called SEMA. And, in this report, they talk about, at one point, induced demand, and quote, induced demand is a concept widely accepted and repeatedly proven in the transportation industry. And then also, in addition, the effect of adding a traffic lane may give the appearance of congestion reduction over a short period, like shorter queue lines, but the net result of bike lane removals could simply be more vehicles queued along already congested streets without significant reduction in travel times. And I think, this might line up where, some people sort of are looking at the roads, like maybe Bloor West, and sort of saying, wow, look at all those cars lined up. Traffic must be so much worse. But actually, it's just a geometric spacing that we still have the same bottleneck of the traffic light. And rather than say 2 lines of 6 cars lined up, you have 1 line of 12, but they're all still making it through the intersection at the same rate, because it's the intersection that's the bottleneck, not the road capacity. And then also as well, want to come back to this question of public safety. And again, the province's engineering report that they commissioned says overall the research findings suggest that removing these bike lanes could result in 44% more collisions. We saw that on Bloor. And this increase of collisions is the total number of collisions, not just people on bikes, but all road users. And also that these bikeways are traffic calming, that part of what we're seeing with reduced travel times is a feature, not a bug. It's helping make these streets safer. And so I know I'm almost out of time. I want to thank everyone for this. I want to thank staff just for all their work on this project and all these projects, and for helping deliver a safer cycling city for all of us. Again, really very appreciative on behalf of the cycling community, and just singling out Councillor Morley here on a positive note as well, just with the amount of abuse, frankly, that you received on the Bloor project, and thank you for being a champion on it. And thanks everyone for your time.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Any questions? Being none, we'll move to the next presenter, Yavuz Topas. Online or? Oh, here. There it is. Yeah. Yavuz, welcome. You have 5 minutes. No problem.
May I start?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Yavuz Topaz. I'm a resident and an active community member from Ward 7, Humber River Black Creek. I am represented by Councillor Anthony Peruzza. I'm here because of my interest in improving our city through public transit. I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity today. Today, I'm here to speak as a resident about the Finch West LRT project and the absence of a full active signal priority system in both this line and in the Eglinton Crosstown LRT. I urge you to implement a full active transit signal priority system for the entirety of the Finch West LRT project, as well as in the Eglinton Crosstown LRT to help Torontonians like myself. The issue matters to me because I grew up in Ward 7 Humber River Black Creek and know firsthand how bad congestion is in this part of the city. By implementing full active transit signal priority, the city will allow commuters and students to reach their schools and workplaces on time without being forced to buy a car and deal with the insurance and fuel costs. Things like that mean that instead of waiting at red lights for a few cars to turn left, a red light will be shortened or a green light will be extended for the oncoming LRT when said LRT approaches the intersection. This is one of many approaches and fixes to the LRT problem that we have and the traffic problem that we have in this city. If the city does not implement full active transit signal priority for the Finch West LRT and the Eglinton Crosstown LRT, the lines will be incredibly slow and will not provide an incentive for residents to take it. In light of the cost of living crisis affecting our community, it is imperative for us residents to have effective, fast, reliable, and above all, affordable transit options when it comes to our travel and our commute. By implementing full active transit signal priority for the Finch West LRT and the Eglinton West LRT, you are not only helping residents to get where they want on time, but are also actively helping them keep more money in their pocket, which in our community especially means that that money can be used to weather the economic storm looming ahead of us in light of the rapidly developing global socioeconomic zeitgeist. We deserve affordable, reliable, and fast transportation in our beloved city of Toronto. A full active transit signal priority system for the Finch West LRT and the Eglinton West LRT is what us Toronto residents want, and it is what we deserve. In conclusion, I recommend that the city urgently implement a full active transit signal priority system for the Finch West LRT and the Eglinton West LRT projects, and make sure to consider improving the phasing aspect of the transit signaling system as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, any questions? Thank you. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, it's Peruzza.
Okay,
I don't have a
Councillor
question. I
Peruzza.
just wanted to thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for coming down and deputing to the committee today on an important issue for all of us up in the northwest part of the city of Toronto. So thank him for that.
Thank you, Councillor Peruzza.
I had a question. Are you aware that those are two provincial projects? Metrolinks?
Yes, sir, I'm aware that these are provincial projects.
And we have no control over whatever they do on those two lines.
I understand that constitutionally the province does control infrastructure in that regard. At the same time, I do believe that the city has a responsibility towards its residents to lobby the provincial government to ensure that our voices are heard. In actuality, we are also voters and need to be represented by the city and by the province as well.
Are you aware that Metrolinx does not respond to city requests or councilors' requests?
I understand and am appreciative of the fact that the city is lobbying for the interests of residents. At the same time, I believe that the city needs to continue pressing Metrolinx and the government of Ontario when it comes to this matter.
Have you talked to your local MPP about implementing the signaling system?
I will be speaking with my local MPP as well.
Yeah, thank you. And are you aware we've been waiting for 14 years for the Eglinton LRT to be completed?
Absolutely, sir.
And how long is the Finch LRT overdue?
By many years, long overdue.
Okay, anyways, but thank you for raising an important issue about making it work better if ever they get open, if ever.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'm glad you're young and healthy. Okay, thank you.
It's important to have a voice, especially the northwest end of the city does not get much representation. So it's important that we come here and I speak on behalf of my compatriots.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your strong advocacy and taking the time to join us today with your important message. I just wanted to zero in a little bit on the importance you mentioned about sort of the cost of living crisis and a lot of the other challenges that most Torontonians are navigating together. And the equity lens is something that's always important to us. We heard about prioritization for vehicles and the value of that, of course, and it's something we're working on. But can you talk to me a little bit more from your perspective about the importance of us as a city focusing on transit-specific infrastructure? And shout out to Hamish for sharing his diagram. I always find important about how many people we can move within a period of time on various modes of transit. But just from sort of an equity lens and prioritization for us as a city, as we think about how we're building for the next 50 years, why is transit at top of the list?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your question. My response to that is frankly very straightforward. My parents came to this country as refugees, and I am, I guess, a second-generation Canadian as I was born in this country. Public transit allows people like us to integrate into Canadian society, to become active members of society, to contribute to our country. We cannot access nexuses of power if we do not have the infrastructure to access such places. How do we expect someone from the northwest end of the city, the average individual, to get to City Hall when it takes them almost 2 hours just to get here to make a deputation? I have the privilege, because of my own circumstances, to have been able to come here, but it still took me quite a bit of time. And on a personal note, I pay almost $500 a month just for insurance with a clean driving record, just because of postal code discrimination and the lack of proper infrastructure that does not help me get here in a way that is accessible, equitable, and cost-effective. So the equity lens is very important when considering public transit and when considering infrastructure. In my opinion, public transit is the superstructure, the first layer when it comes to building an equitable society. Because if we can connect people to one another and help them connect to communities that they envision for themselves and that they see themselves in, we can have a more integrated country. And in that way, we are able to help people socioeconomically rise up and in turn help their own members of community and help their own country. So it's important, of course, to be talking about cars. The reality is that in North America, we have a car-centric system. But in the end of the day, we have to keep in mind that if we do not make some changes when it comes to our current system, we are going to continue to exacerbate current inequities when it comes to how our society is divided. And I think every Canadian and every young person like myself and our kids in the future deserve to have a future where we don't need to break the bank just to participate in society and in our democracy, especially at a time when democracy is seriously in a time of crisis globally. We as Canadians and we as the City of Toronto need to work in a way and act in a way that allows our youngest members of society to participate in society without breaking the bank. So I hope that answers your question. I think public transit is incredibly important, and we can acknowledge that, yes, there is a current infrastructure system in place, but over time, we need to develop the infrastructure in a way that puts public transit first so that everyone can access it, because rich and poor can access public transit. And we see this, by the way, in Paris, France, how beautiful the public transit system is, how developed it is, and it allows people from different parts of society to connect with one another and learn about one another and grow as a community and as a society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Very well said. I appreciate you answering that. I'm very aligned with your vision of the future, and glad to have our TTC chair here as well, who I know is working really hard on improving our transit system. So thank you so much for indulging me in that question. I appreciate your passion and your advocacy. That's all.
Okay, any further questions? Being none, let's move on to, thank you, Yavuz, appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for taking time and caring about a beautiful part of our city, long forgotten except by Councilor Perruzza, who is very passionate about his corner of the world. Okay.
I'm happy to be represented.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Perruzza.
You're overjoyed, I can tell. Okay. Anyways, next is Sarah Al-Sayeda. Welcome, Sarah. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, committee members and chair, and also members of the public who are listening in. My name's Sarah, and I'm from Ward 13, Toronto Centre. I'm also a regular user of the TDC, and a proud user at that. I am very proud of the TDC, and I acknowledge my privilege in living in a city like Toronto, which has one of the best transit systems on this entire continent. We have 3 active, what we call lines on the TDC. We have line 1, line 2, and line 4. We also used to have line 3. We don't have it anymore, but it's due to be replaced by an extension on line 2. We also have several streetcar lines. The one that I use the most often is 505 Dundas because it's the closest to where I live. And you may notice that there's a difference between these 2 modes of transportation. Streetcars, which have 3-digit route numbers, which tend to be used for shorter distances, last mile transportation, or if you happen to be close to where you need to be. They tend to be slower, they tend to intermingle with traffic. Lines 1, 2, and 4, they have their own dedicated right-of-way. Whenever you take any of these lines, you never have to worry about traffic. You know you can get there. You're going to get the next train in a couple of minutes, and you can comfortably count on it being taking you to your destination without too many delays, at least most of the time. So we're also about to have, hopefully, it's been long overdue, we're about to have a couple more lines open. Line 5, Eglinton Crosstown, and line 6, Finch West. And notice how these are lines. These are not streetcar routes. These do not have a number starting with 5. They don't have 3 digits. That's lines 5 and line 6. And so we expect a similar quality of service from lines 5 and 6 as we do on the other lines of the TDC. They're not exactly subways. Line 5 has an underground portion, but it also has an on-street portion. Line 6, I believe, is entirely on-street. And obviously, I'm not here today to tell you that these should be subways. First of all, we're well past that point, and second of all, that's a provincial decision. But what we can do as a city is to make sure that we maintain a similar quality of service on lines 4 and on lines 5 and 6 as we do on our other subway lines. And the way we can do that is by implementing full active transit priority signaling. And I'm aware that a point was raised previously that this is a project that's being delivered by the province, by Metrolinx, and that Metrolinx is not responding. I appreciate that the city has faced troubles communicating with the province, and it's not easy. I would like to highlight the fact that, to the best of my knowledge, Metrolinx is responsible for constructing the transit line. I do not believe it's responsible for the roadway along which the lines run. I do not believe it is responsible for the intersections, for the traffic signals on that intersection. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the city should be able to look into adjusting the traffic signal timings and algorithms so that it can tell where the streetcar is at any given point in time. In fact, even without the cooperation of the province, I believe the open data system that TDC maintains, and I know this line is being constructed by Metrolinx, but I believe it's being operated by the TDC. The open data project publishes the location of each vehicle in real time. And I believe that the city should be able to make use of this data in order to make sure that these vehicles never have to face a red light, so that users of these can count on the same reliable service they expect from the existing subway lines. Thank you.
Yes, any questions? Yeah, listen, thank you for the excellent thought-provoking presentation and your very, very passionate support of public transit. And what you might do is, in terms of getting that clarification about the transit priority signaling and the relationship between the city and Metrolinx, you might talk to one of our staff that's here. That might be helpful, because it is a complicated issue. And as you know, we have repeatedly requested Metrolinx to appear at this committee. They've refused. Repeatedly. This has gone on for, again, 7 years. So, you know, the other thing to remember is basically the Eglinton Crosstown is essentially a subway. You know, it's electric, it's a train, it's underground. So I think your concern is more about what's happening in Finch West, which is at street level. So, but anyways, if you want clarification on that relationship and the jurisdictional issues about signaling, you can talk to maybe one of our staff here that's from transportation, okay? Thank you very much for caring and making
Thank you. May I comment on that?
Sure.
Line 5 Eglinton is mostly a subway, but there's also an overground portion, I believe. And what I'm concerned about is the fact that for the way all of our subway lines work and the way this will work is cars will go from trains will go from one end to the other end and back. And so I'm concerned about the overground portions of this line becoming choke points. And I believe that with a full active transit priority signaling, we can hopefully avoid that. And this will improve service not just on the overground portion, but also on the underground portion.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Just to advise, I will advance that question to staff on the record as well. I know signal timing was also something the previous deputant was interested in, and I'm also interested to understand, as I think we'll be operating some of these lines. So I'll ask that question to staff when we get to that portion on the agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Nicholas Christou from TTC Riders. Nicholas? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Christou. I'm a resident of York Center, represented by Councillor Pasternak. I'm here today to speak about transit priority. As someone who commutes downtown often for school and for work, I often struggle with getting stuck in traffic on our streets and transit system every day, like most other in this city. I'm a daily user of the TTC, where I spend most of my time shoulder to shoulder on buses stuck in traffic. Despite streetcars, trains, and buses moving more people per hour than any other mode, they are given very little priority on the streets. Signal priority would reduce congestion, helping everyone, whether they are driving, cycling, or taking the TTC. We know that signal priority for transit vehicles provides measurable benefits to the city. When transit signal priority was enabled on the King Street Priority Transit pilot, among other interventions, it produced results that saw faster and more predictable travel times, a 16% increase in weekday ridership, a greater amount of rider satisfaction, and improved efficiency with 25% more passengers per hour. By essentially giving transit the green light with signal priority, it would make public transit more reliable, faster, and attract more riders. More riders taking public transit means less congestion on our streets. Less congestion means better service, leading to more satisfaction and ultimately more ridership. It's a positive feedback loop. Yet, transit priority is missing on vital transit corridors, especially on the upcoming Eglinton Crosstown and Finch West LRTs. Currently, transit priority is not a default feature that will be present when they open. Transit priority would help projects like the Crosstown. Even though this project has been mired in embarrassment and disappointment, and I believe that its reputation is forever tarnished, at the very least, it is crucial for it to provide a service that is reliable and fast once completed. With how long people have been waiting and affected by the construction and the billions of dollars sunk into the Crosstown, it would be a crucial mistake if it is opened without transit priority. Transit vehicles carry dozens, if not hundreds more people than a single car and should absolutely have priority. Why should a vehicle or a train carrying 100 people wait for 2 or 3 people turning left? It's not acceptable. Other transit lines, like the streetcars and buses all over the city, would benefit immensely with signal priority. While I understand the challenges of implementing such measures, such as perceived notions of provincial control, it would be especially crucial on the LRTs, since they will operate in its own median. Without signal priority, the median and its separation from traffic will be less effective. While I live in York Centre, I work, go to school, and visit places all over the city, and transit priority on public transit would make commuting exceptionally easier for everyone, regardless of where they live. Without transit priority, transit vehicles and cars will continue to sit in traffic. Transit priority would provide relief to many communities that are plagued by congestion. I urge this committee to support and implement the benefits of transit signal priority, especially when it comes to reducing traffic congestion in the city and speeding up commute times for everyone, again, regardless of mode. The city has control over traffic intersections and signal controls. These interventions are as possible as they are necessary. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, any questions?
I do.
Oh, Councillor Sachs.
Yes. Thank you. Nicholas, thank you for your heartfelt presentation right on the money. Do you agree that improving transit priority at intersections is one of the cheapest, fastest things the city can do to draw people back to the TTC?
Absolutely, Councillor Sachs. It's among the cheapest non-infrastructural improvements that a city can make, in addition to dedicated lanes and proper education.
Right. And if we want to be able to reduce the $1.2 billion a year operating subsidy that we're now providing to the TTC, would you agree with me that transit priority and making transit more timely and reliable is going to be our best way to get that subsidy down?
Absolutely. It would be a great way to get that subsidy down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go next to August Paranuth. August?
Hello, members of the committee. My name is August Purnat, and I'm a member of TTC Riders. I'm also a resident of Ward 15, Don Valley West, and I rely on public transit to get everywhere in our increasingly congested city. Reliable, accessible, and fast public transit is key to tackling congestion. Getting riders moving in our city streets is the most effective way to move the most people in our city when we have a congestion crisis. That's why I'm happy to see plans to expand transit signal priority on more streetcar and bus routes in this city's congestion report. But transit riders need the green light, especially when the Crosstown and Finch West LRTs open. As a resident of Ward 15, I don't live very far from the Crosstown. My commute will be transformed when the Crosstown hopefully opens this fall, and it will be very transformative. I currently take a number of slow bus routes every time I need to get to Scarborough for work. I can't drive, so I just have to put up with slow transit when I need to go far in the city. When the Crosstown opens, it will be my primary way of getting from where I live to Scarborough. But according to the Toronto Star, waiting at red lights will be built into the Crosstown schedule when it opens. Transit signal priority is reported to be limited only when trains are running late, and waiting at red lights for cars will just be built into the schedule. When construction started on the Eglinton Crosstown, I was a little kid. I was about this tall, and I've grown a little bit more since then. And it was exciting to, be on the 32, looking out the window at the billboards for the shiny new train that they're building on Eglinton. I was really excited to see it happen. Now I'm a young adult with a job, and I'm still waiting for the crosstown. It's not as exciting anymore. And after 12.6 billion in nearly 15 years, riders like myself, we shouldn't get stuck at red lights on shiny new rapid transit. The Finch West and Eglinton Crosstown LRTs will move over 200,000 people per day. It's multiple times the number of people driving cars on these streets. It does not make sense to let a dozen drivers in cars hold up a train with 500 people on it. Every second stuck at intersections will add up, especially on the Eglinton Crosstown. In Scarborough, in the East End, there's 14 such intersections on street level that the train has to go through at surface level. That can mean riders are unnecessarily waiting 10, maybe 15 minutes cumulatively at red lights, mostly in Scarborough, just because strong active transit signal priority isn't actually implemented or switched on. Transportation services needs to get in the business of moving the highest number of people, not cars, in order to tackle congestion effectively. It is only fair. It doesn't make sense for trains carrying hundreds of people to wait behind a couple left-turning cars, which is something we've seen along Eglinton Avenue during all the testing that has been happening. When people see a new Line 5 on our rapid transit map, they expect it to actually be rapid. In Minneapolis, intersections with active predictive transit signal priority resulted in only 5% of trains stopping because of red lights. And that train also runs in the middle of the street, just like Eglinton, crossing intersections. Before signal priority was optimized in that same city, trains were stopping up to 60% of the time at intersections. So there's different kinds of signal priority, and what we're asking for is the city to implement full, active, unconditional signal priority so that the trains are not stuck waiting at red lights. There are weaker forms of signal priority, which means that they could get stuck at lights, but we're asking for the strongest possible priority. Please implement active predictive signal priority to crosstown trains so myself and hundreds of thousands of transit riders can access fast and accessible transit from Scarborough to Midtown to Etobicoke. Please give transit riders the green light and tackle our congestion problems with real, proven, evidence-based solutions so that our new transit line that we waited so long for is actually successful and worth it when it finally does open. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions? There being none, let's move on to J.J. Fuser. J.J. Fuser.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can. Can we see you?
Yes, I think I'm on. Sorry about that. Hi, my name is JJ Fuser. I'm a resident of Ward 14 in the East End, and speaking to you today as part of the Congestion Alternative Force. And wanted to commend staff and counselors for sticking to evidence-based transportation planning and urge us all to be bolder, as a lot of people have recommended, in tackling congestion management. We are part of a broad initiative launched in December called the Congestion Alternatives Task Force, which consists of regional transportation researchers and advocacy groups, which include the Institute for Inclusive Economics and Sustainable Livelihoods at U of T, City Institute at York, TTC Riders, the Center for Active Transportation, Cycle Toronto, Ride Fair, Tri-Cities Transport Action Group, the Better Way Alliance, and the Mobilizing Justice Partnership. And we pulled together this network to urge decision makers to return to evidence-based transportation planning last December. The evidence is clear. We can't solve the region gridlock issues unless residents across the region have real access to car-based transportation. Just forcing, as many people have said, forcing more cars through fixed road spaces will not help. And we commend city staff and councilors for recognizing this. In particular, I got on to flag the fact that the expert reports that are commissioned by the Board of Trade support this position, advocating for transportation and micromobility options, dedicated surface transit lane, and signal priorities. You wouldn't necessarily know this based on the 5 priority recommendations the Board of Trade ultimately sent the city, which departs from its commissioned evidence in some places. So just to flag, one of these expert reports commissioned by the board notes that Toronto's cycle track markedly reduced vehicle volumes, increased active modes of transport, and transportation staff were able to alleviate initial vehicle load through measures such as timing. The most congested central city artery at peak, which is Bloor between Avenue and Sherbourne, saw increased motor vehicle travel times of less than 5 minutes, a delay that would make most TTC riders laugh. So the board again recommending removing safe street infrastructure in June 2024, half a year before these expert reports were completed. But this recommendation also contradicts its own polling at the time, where only 21% of respondents attribute Toronto's congestion to cycling infrastructure, cafe TO, on-street parking combined. Most residents believe it's a problem of too many cars, and it's dangerous to create transportation policy based on vibes, and it's heartening to see staff and council not engaging with proposals that risk snarling our residents in deepening gridlock and worsening transportation equity. And transportation advocates and support you every time you do this. But we encourage you to also more full-throatedly pursue policies we know will be effective, giving residents, especially those of us outside downtown, real alternatives to driving. That means protecting and building out active transportation infrastructure. It means signal priority, and it means doing everything we can to push the province to deliver on now overdue transit projects, which I think TTC Riders has calculated would deliver up to 1 million new daily transit trips. We need to make sure those come online, and we need to make sure that they can move fast when they get here. Won't even need to talk about ripping up bike lanes any longer. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
I do.
Councillor Sachs.
Yeah, JD, thank you very much for your presentation. Do you think it would be reasonable for the City of Toronto to take 35 more years to get transit priority on our top 10 ridership routes?
That seems like a very long time, given what we've heard about how inexpensive it is as a possible solution in the near term. But I do think it would be great to see it implemented more broadly than Eglinton and Finch.
For sure, but for our top 20 ridership routes, what do you think is a reasonable time frame to get transit signal priority instituted at all of those intersections, just for the top 20 ridership routes?
Oh, I mean, that seems like it should be, in the next 5-year plan, if we can. Sounds like we do have the open data. I will defer to experts and friends and TTC riders to speak to that, but it does seem like a top of the pile recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you. Next is Philip Panesticu. Philip?
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Philip Panaytescu. I'm a resident of Ward 25, Scarborough Ridge Park. The best way to tackle congestion is reliable, frequent transit. That's why I'm here with TTC Riders in order to ask for the application of unconditional transit signal priority for the Crosstown and Finch West LRTs, and to ask that trains get to go first before left-turning vehicles. I've heard it said that it takes 1 hour to get from Toronto to anywhere else in Toronto. This is wrong. It takes 1 hour to get from Scarborough to anywhere else in Scarborough. Anywhere else in the city via TTC, it takes 2 hours. It's been 14 years and $12.6 billion since the Eglinton Crosstown LRT has started construction. When it finally opens, it'll be serving 19 kilometers worth of people in Scarborough. Those people deserve reliable and fast transit on this LRT. About a quarter of people in Scarborough use transit. That's about 157,500 people and potentially more that the city is keeping from contributing to car congestion by encouraging them to use transit, a considerable amount of constituents. Having the Crosstown LRT wait at red lights is actively choosing to let those constituents down after such a long and expensive wait for this LRT line. The above-ground portion of the Eglinton Crosstown needs to be as fast and reliable as possible for Scarborough Transit riders. It is owed to us after this long drawn-out mess of a project. What is the message to Scarborough commuters that a newly opened rail project has to follow the same laws of traffic as buses, the same speeds? Are we always going to be an afterthought like with the decommissioned Line 3? According to Transit Cooperative Research Program, the Toronto Streetcar Network's existing limited transit signal priority, which by the way saves transit riders 7 to 11 minutes of would-be delay, recouped the cost of implementation within 5 years due to the reduction of labor and fleet needs. If that isn't leveraging technology to move people as efficiently as possible, I don't know what is. We already implement other measures such as cross-street bus stops to prevent transit getting stuck at red lights frequently. Full transit signal priority is just as valid of a measure. While it is a worthwhile effort to expand limited transit signal priority to existing streetcar and bus routes across the city, the core problem is not going to be addressed if it's not addressed in its totality. It is not going to fix LRVs full of hundreds of people stuck behind a couple left-turning single-occupant vehicles. The vehicles containing the highest amount of people in them should be able to cross an intersection first. Emphasizing efficiency seems like it should be a basic aspect of traffic management. In order to make sure the crosstowns deliver to their full capacity, unconditional transit signal priority needs to be implemented. This means signalized intersections will prioritize LRVs crossing the intersection over left-turning cars, as well as actively extending green lights and limiting red light phases for oncoming LRVs. Let's give transit the green light and keep Toronto moving.
Okay, any questions? Thank you. Philip. Next is Sheila. No? Oh, because I didn't see you. Sorry. Welcome. Yes.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So, just to clarify something, you said the totality, we're looking for a total solution, or I'm paraphrasing, but you used the word total. Do you agree that, the focus has been on transit signal priority, but there are other measures that we should be looking at in addition to transit signal priority? Some of them you mentioned, for example, banning left-hand turns, maybe removing on-street parking along certain routes. Do you agree that that would also be part of the solution in terms of making surface transit more efficient and faster?
I definitely agree, but I don't want to distract too much from the main ask, but yeah, I 100% agree. Those measures are all valid measures.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Myers, any other questions? Thank you very much. Next is Sheila Pisey Allen. Sheila, are you here or no? You're here in person. Good. Okay. Our last presenter.
Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm going to try to show some slides. Just because I happened to be on Eglinton just last week, Eglinton and Leslie, and caught a photo of the testing vehicle held up at a red light. Here we go. And I think that's nice. So thanks so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Sheila Pisey Allen, and I'm speaking on behalf of TTC Riders. We're a membership-based transit advocacy group. And we're speaking today because we think the best way to tackle congestion is reliable, frequent public transit. And specifically, we want to speak about the role of transit priority. We really want to see transit vehicles prioritized over a few left-turning vehicles at intersections like you see in this photo, whether it's the Eglinton Crosstown, which is up here on the screen, whether it's the Finch West, or dedicated streetcars and high ridership bus routes across the city. And in the last few days, over 1,200 people have written into this committee asking councillors to give transit the green light. I just wanted to share a few slides because priority can mean a few different things. So the first type is what you see here. Who gets to go first when the light changes? Will it be the hundreds of people on that light rail vehicle, or it will be a couple of single occupancy vehicles turning left? Of course, this is a testing vehicle, but we're worried this will be the fate. We would love to be wrong, but we're worried this will be the fate of the crosstown when it opens. Because, and this is from a few years ago, but there has been not much public information about this. This is an online Q&A with Metrolinx. This was shared online by Alexander Glista. But a person asks, why will Metrolinx prioritize left-turning drivers? And the answer is that it's the City of Toronto holding things up. There's limited signal priority permitted by the city. Now, we would love to be wrong. Hopefully this has changed or will change soon now that there's a firmer opening date for the crosstown. But this is one type of way that we can prioritize transit at signals. The second type of priority is more technological, related to the signals themselves. So I put up this graphic that was designed by Nico Zucco to show this is the type of priority we think is going to be delivered on the crosstown. And our understanding is that this is what is currently used by the TTC. So when a vehicle approaches an intersection, if it's running behind schedule, it can communicate to the signal and it gets an extended green or a shortened red potentially. But unfortunately, and this is according to reporting in the Toronto Star, waiting at red lights is actually going to be built into the schedule. And what we'd love to see is this, a full active or unconditional signal priority. So a wave of green lights, giving transit the green light so that we can prioritize the thousands of people using the crosstown, which as Councillor Cole has said is almost 14 years since it started construction, $13 billion. And I just wanted to point out that there's 14 intersections above ground east of Laird. So that's primarily affecting Scarborough. And when Ben Spur did a ride along, he found he's waiting up to 15 seconds at a traffic light. So if you add that up, we could make trips potentially 10 minutes faster if we were to implement this. So thank you so much for the chance to speak with you today, and we hope that you'll give transit the green light.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I couldn't agree more. I've been waiting 14 years, no, not 14 years, since 1990, we started building the Eglinton subway that was buried in 97 by Premier Harris, who said that transit was a thing of the past, and so he filled in the hole we built for over 6 years. So anyway, you're bringing up some bad memories, and I just want the damn thing opened, okay? I don't care what the hell you do, just open the thing, okay? So that's what the people, we've lost 300 businesses. 300 people had to close their business during this madness. But anyways, they just want to get it running. I don't care what the hell they do, just get it running. And get the buses, the Eglinton 32 off, jam-packed and cars and, anyways, sorry to digress. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, it's Bruce. Are we going to questions of staff?
Yeah, we're going to just hold this down for 1 second. I just want to get rid of a couple of quick items before we go to break. Item 12, for instance, breathing easier during construction. Who's got the breathing one?
This is my motion. I understand that Councillor Chernos-Lynn has a friendly amendment, which I'm happy to accept.
Okay, Councillor Lynn, do you have the friendly breathing amendment?
I do, but I have just questions for staff.
Maybe we better hold that down then. Okay.
It's a very quick question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chair, if we're going to start deviating,
no, that's what I mean.
It's just going to stretch out. So you should hold this down to the appropriate time. We'll deal with it then, right? And let's get back to the congestion management.
Then I'm fine to move the amendment. I'll take my question.
Okay, you've convinced Councillor Chernos-Lynn to move the amendment. Okay. So we have the amendment by Councillor Rachel Chernes-Lynn, that the Infrastructure and Environment Committee requests Chief Building to consider options to enhancing communications and building permit applications. All in favor? Carried. Item as amended? Carried. Now, yeah, I think we should recess until 1 o'clock, Councilor Perruzza, and come back. 1:30, no, I'm told 1:30. Okay? That's the game. We'll recess till 1:30, and then we'll continue back. Yeah, questions of staff and onward with the congestion management report. We have quorum. Okay, let's see where we are. We just finished the deputations. Now we're questions of staff. Where are we at now? So we've done the deputations.
We've done the deputations. So I suggest, why don't we go, if you want to say, we're going to combine all three of them here, questions of staff on all three.
Yeah. So maybe if it's the discretion, the wish of the committee, if we could just maybe ask questions of staff on all three together, because they're interwoven. So I think, 6 of one, half dozen of another, but.
I think that's a good idea, Mr. Chair, but we might need a few rounds, if that's okay.
What?
We might need a few rounds of questions, if that's the case.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Okay,
it's Bruce.
so-
I don't know if anyone can hear me, but I see you speaking, but I can't hear anything.
Okay, we're going to have to proceed, Councilor Pruitt, so try your best there to get on. So we're at questions of staff. All three sections. Yeah, all three, yeah. Okay, who's up first? Councillor Morley, and then Councillor Sachs, and Councillor Rachel Chin, Chairness Lynn, Rachel. Okay, you must get that. Okay, Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll do my best. I've got quite a number of questions. On enhancing capital construction delivery, and thank you to our colleagues for the great work and presentation earlier. KPMG identified an issue with an effective enterprise-wide project management framework to guide the planning, procurement, delivery, and coordination of capital projects and the broader capital project portfolio. Can you explain to us, what does that mean?
To the chair. So what it means is building a structured process where along the pathway of delivery, everyone knows what's expected and then they act upon those expectations. So it's managing a project from end to end, from concept right through to closeout.
Fantastic. And are we confident in the report before us that we're achieving some of those goals?
So yes, we currently do have a project management framework that exists. It's really about making sure that everyone on the team delivering across all of the divisions understands what those expectations are. So it's strengthening the existing processes and really making them more robust.
Fantastic, thank you. On the issue of key dimensions that were assessed through the review, we scored low on some areas, including community engagement and issues management. Can you provide some more detail about what was lacking with our community engagement and what we're doing to improve it?
So through the chair, what we found with the community engagement is that we have some very basic principles for the majority of our contracts in terms of construction notifications and sending out information. And that works when you have very low complexity work. But our work has gotten more complex and takes longer to build. And so what we need to do is strengthen it by having different points of contact, more interaction with people during the construction phase and listening to what they need and what they're experiencing as the construction takes place. So by doing that and really raising the game on all of our projects, we will hopefully achieve greater community connection during construction.
Great, and I think we heard pretty loud and clear from our deputants today that they're supportive of the additional measures in that regard and welcome them, so that's fantastic. Currently, how are divisional projects shared across divisions to bring awareness to other city staff and maximize opportunities for bundling and budget efficiency?
To the chair. So what we're doing right now is that we're working together with all the divisions, and as part of the coordination process, the asset groups and the delivery group as well, led by SCCO, we take a look at all the projects that are slated for construction, and we go through it to take a look at, identify where the conflicts may be, and then through that process, we also look for a bundling opportunity to see what works in terms of getting all the work done at the same time so that there's no need to go back to the same segment of road multiple times. So through that process, we identify what the capital plan would be for the year. And then once it's been established, we still go through the in-year coordination process where we take a look at the adjustments, last-minute adjustments that are not included in our coordination process and things that may be an emergency, and then we still have to offset those. So it's a continuous process.
Great. And how will the recommendations in this report improve that process?
So to the chair, what we are doing is that we're working, we have established working groups with the various asset owners and stakeholders. We have better integration with TTC, so we're at the table with TTC more frequently to look at the disruption planning process. And we're also, we have also gained commitment from the utilities to work with us alongside with our coordination process and to come to the table, have an escalation table so that we can escalate any matters quickly and get it resolved as early as possible.
Great, that's very helpful and I'm sure very welcome. Thank you for that confirmation. Last question on specifically enhancing capital construction. Actually, I have two more I'm going to try to slide in. Can you explain for us the design bid build model that's mentioned in this report?
To the chair. So a design bid build, what that means is that you have one group design a tender package, and it includes all of the aspects of things that need to be constructed, and there are bid items. A contractor then takes that package and they bid on those specific items for a specific duration of time, and then the contractor, if they're successful, typically the lowest bid, they will then be awarded the contract and construct the work. Where that, so that is the way we do the vast majority of the construction within the city today.
Are there limitations to this process?
So some of the limitations to the process are that we, when there's a challenge with the contract or there's an issue in the design, then it is the responsibility of the city to pay for any of those changes as a result of what's occurred. So that can be a problem, but it can also be beneficial because you're not paying for additional risk related to the way the contract is designed. There's less uncertainty, but we do own any changes that occur.
Okay, I'm over time, but hopefully we can go for another round. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, yes, we will. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Next is Councillor Sachs, I think.
Yes, thank you very much. So starting, please, with our chief engineer. We have an enormous amount of construction, as you show in the report. Is it fair to say that the reason we need so much infrastructure construction is partly for growth and partly because of past council's deferrals of routine maintenance?
So through the chair, a considerable portion of the work is related to addressing our state of good repair, so as well as development growth. So there is, as you say, keeping on top of our state of good repair is very important.
Well, we're not on top of it, we're still losing ground, but is it fair to say that a large part of the reason why we are so choked with construction now is past deferrals of routine maintenance?
I would say through the chair that had we done more state of good repair back in past years, we probably would have a smaller amount of state of good repair work now. So yes.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
And of past deferrals of routine maintenance have also substantially increased the costs that we're now incurring, correct?
So through the chair, the price of our work has continued to grow because of the cost of construction has grown over time. So yes.
Okay. Now, what key performance indicators are you going to use? How are we going to show the people of Toronto that the changes you're making are making a difference?
Maybe we can both do that. Yeah. So through the chair, I'm going to begin and then I'll pass it over. So we have identified performance expectations in terms of the changes that we're making for enhancing capital delivery. We're going to be reporting those with our Strategic Capital Coordination Office, and I'll pass it over to Judy C. to speak to that.
Yes, to the chair. So through the SCCO, what we have done is we have established some baseline metrics and to measure the reliability of construction. Has it started on time and has it completed on time? And then the other one is the number of moratorium violations. So when the moratorium kicks in after new construction, how many times has something, another construction go back in there during that moratorium period? And then the third metric that we have established is the number of change of scope of any identified projects. So what we're doing right now is that we have established those baselines, we're validating that, and then moving forward, we will be then reporting that out on a regular basis. That metric will tell us, or those measurements will tell us whether or not we're planning the work that we're planning properly. Are we scoping the work properly, and that are we delivering them properly?
Right, I appreciate that. But in addition, going back to our chief engineer, do you have a metric you can propose about the quality of the work that the contractors are doing? We have many examples around the city, including the Howland water main, where the contractor is careless, dirty, leaves a mess behind them, interacts poorly with residents. What kind of metrics are you collecting that will get us a better handle on misbehavior by contractors and better control of how they behave?
So through the chair, we do have a contractor performance evaluation process. But it really starts much earlier than that. It actually starts during the construction phase, where we have more in-field folks observing what's happening and making changes and asking the contractor to change the way they approach the work during the construction activity through contract oversight. And then it also, as part of the recommendations in the report, we're looking at bringing together all of the things that we have in terms of our code of conduct and making it clear to the contractor that these are the expectations that we have. And then again, speaking to that throughout the duration of construction to make sure that those expectations are followed and that they act upon it when we make observations that things need to change.
Well, speaking about it is great, but how about consequences? Are we going to start seeing some real consequences for contractors like the one on the Howland water main?
Through the chair, one of the actions that we are proposing is looking at how we bring in the contractor performance evaluation into our procurement processes. That will certainly strengthen the opportunities for us to apply that to the procurement. So when you know there's a consequence, and that's a fairly significant one, it will certainly help in terms of managing behavior.
Okay.
Will that start happening this year?
Time's up. Next is Councillor.
We'll need another round.
Okay, Councillor Chitterslin.
Thank you. So I have some questions around the Rodars fees. First of all, I'm wondering why we chose where we're setting them at. Like, what was the thinking behind? I'm not quabbling with them. I just want to hear the rationale of where we've set them, why we didn't go higher, why we didn't go lower. Thank you.
Through the chair, the Rodars fees are intended to be recoverable for traffic management costs. So we took a look at the data from previous years. Whenever constructors closed the road, what measures did we put into effect, and what costs the city incurred, and then basically tried to come up with a model that then helped us calculate those estimated values.
Okay, thank you. So it's meant to be recoverable. Thank you. And then with respect to traffic signals and AI, I'm wondering how many of our current traffic signals anticipate real-time traffic and make changes sort of every 10 seconds or like you hear about, there are these traffic signals that are smart technology, but there's different types. How many of them sort of change on the moment, regularly because they're constantly updating and adjusting versus ones that you can set remotely, let's say?
Yeah, so through the chair, we have 2,500 traffic signals within the City of Toronto in total, and 202 of them are already set up with automatic the artificial intelligence, I should say, sorry.
Okay, and do we have enough of those in your mind?
Through the chair, no. In the original congestion management plan update a few years ago, we identified that the total number that would benefit from AI signals was around 500. So yeah, we're a little shy of halfway there.
And how many are we planning to implement a year?
Through the chair, in the past, we've been able to implement on the order of between 20 to 30 per year. Last year, we tried to accelerate that, and we had 36 installed. Although we're looking to have 65 in 2025.
Okay, so we're still a few years out, or potentially many years out from getting where we think we need to be. Would that be fair to say?
Chair, that's fair to say, and we will be back in September or October with an update to this plan, which will actually be a look forward on congestion management. And so we'll be looking at how we can accelerate the implementation of the balance of those 500 smart signals.
Okay, and then with respect to some of the delegates we heard today who are advocating, I think quite fairly, to have signal priority for the new transit that hopefully is coming online very soon. Do we have smart signal technology that could manage that?
Through the chair, so to begin, we're very, very strong advocates of transit signal priority. Within the City of Toronto, we have, 440 traffic signals with transit signal priority right now as we speak, and they are operating with the way they described as an unconditional priority. And obviously, we are working with Metrolinx as well too to see that they kind of adhere to our typical approaches with respect to that.
So does that work with AI, or this sort of like new AI technology for smart signals, is that different from this?
Through the chair, so the transit signal priority technology that we have is, for the most part, a legacy. There is an artificial intelligence sort of equivalent as well available out there, and that is something we're currently investigating as a future possibility.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. And I guess my last question would just be, if we are to implement priority access on those routes, is there any chance that would delay the opening further on our end?
So I can probably.
I realize that question may not be for you.
Through the chair, it's Derek Toigo from Transit Expansion. The actual systems themselves do have the active control system signals already included in on both the Eglinton Crosstown and the Finch lines. So there will be no delay if there is further kind of any further kind of decision need to be made with regards to this systems. It's actually an active control system right now.
Okay, thank you. I think
Time's up.
the last thing anybody wants is delays. So I do have some motions, but I don't need to go back on the list at this point.
Okay. If we could go now back to Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jumping over to, I had some questions on the moratorium as well, and sort of how often we're seeing them, what are the consequences, and who are the culprits. But I'll take that offline in the interest of time. In terms of the annual strategic capital coordination report, I've got a couple quick ones, and then we'll move to congestion management. What are the biggest opportunities for improvement in the next year on our strategic capital coordination work? Biggest opportunities in the next year. For improvement, sorry.
Yeah, to the chair, I think the biggest opportunity for improvement over the next year is really how we integrate our work. We're integrating our coordination efforts internally, and we're also integrating our coordination with our external partners like the utilities as well as TTC and the private development industry. All this is to give us a better lens as to what the work program is going to be, so that we can identify and flag potential project conflicts and any emerging congestions that may be a result, and so that we can better mitigate them. Working with the development industry and our internal partners, our asset groups, we're also identifying the pipeline of projects that are coming online so that we can take that opportunity to bundle some of the work that may be part of our capital program so that we can, at the end of the day, reduce disruption so that we don't have to go back more than once, and at the same time, maximize our investment.
Great, thank you. The report mentions a draft dashboard for 3 of the identified KPIs. I didn't see it in the report. Where is the dashboard, and will that information be presented to council?
Yeah, to the chair, the dashboard that has been referred to in the report is an internal dashboard. It's really an operational level dashboard that has been developed for internal consumption so that we can take a look at it to identify where the improvements may be that's needed and how we're doing in certain specific areas. I think moving forward, we will come up with something that is more that could be more public facing, or at least make it made available to the council.
Great, thank you. I'm going to jump over to congestion management, and I wanted to call out one of the slides from Sheila from TTC Riders that provided the reply from Metrolinx about the signal prioritization and that as a city responsibility. Can someone provide some clarity around what the game plan is here, what's within our purview, and what the plans are in terms of providing active signal prioritization for the transit once it's up and running? Hi, Derek.
So maybe Chair, maybe it's, I'll start off and then I'll turn it over to Roger if he wants to add any sort of information. It's Derek Toigo from Transit Expansion. So to be clear, both the Eglinton Crosstown and the Finch West LRT have an active priority, active signal control system already included as part of their development. So there's no changes that will be required to on the system to make this an active system. You may not be seeing it right now because it's in a testing mode, but it will be fully operational when the system comes live. So hopefully that answers that question, and then I'll leave it to Roger if he wants to answer any other related questions.
Yes, thanks, Derek. Just further to your answer as well. I think some of the confusion from the residents may stem from the fact that unlike the unconditional priority that we typically implement on signals across the city, the signals on the Eglinton Crosstown are moving with a conditional type approach, primarily because of the need for schedule adherence. It's very similar to the subway system. It's an LRT. And so from a design point of view, it's imperative that it adheres to schedule. It's not ahead of schedule such that people arrive at the bus and aren't able to get on it. The other element is with respect to public safety and prioritizing pedestrians, specifically pedestrians that are crossing north-south, for example, on the crosstown, that the light turns red, people have the ability to safely cross, board, and then once people have boarded, then the signal's preempted and the transit can go through. So it's a very complex setup on the crosstown, far more than any of the other signals we have in the city. But it is one that is catered towards schedule adherence and ensuring safety for pedestrians primarily.
Thank you so much. I'm going to sneak in 2 more. I'll say them quickly, and then hopefully you can just provide the answer.
Your time is up. We'll give you another round.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Then I'll get more questions in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Sachs, and then...
Thank you. Yes, question for Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, do you agree with me that improving transit priority at intersections is the cheapest, fastest, most transformative thing the city can do to improve the reliability of transit and draw riders back?
Through the chair, absolutely.
And do you agree that it's a really good use of money, and given that the city has to subsidize the TTC when the riders stay away?
Through the chair, this is the thing. I think the more that we can accelerate our program with respect to transit signal priority, the more efficiently and more reliable we can move transit through the city. So yes.
Okay, so let's go through the statistics that you provided to me this morning. We would need about 800 transit priority intersections in order to have our 20 busiest TTC lines running smoothly, right?
That is correct. We have 440 right now, so roughly about 385 additional that would have to be completed.
Right, now you say 440 now, although your email said 420, but of that 420, 100 are broken, right?
Through the chair, that is correct. They're in various states of disrepair, primarily because of construction, with plans to basically reinstate once the construction is completed.
Okay, but so a quarter of, we only have half what we need, a quarter of those are out of service. Of the remainder, you've told me almost all of the remainder need upgrading. They're old systems and they're not up to current standards, right?
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct. We are looking at new technology to go with the sort of video analytics camera type detection that isn't subject to the same sort of issue as the loops that are in the pavement that get affected by construction.
Right. Now, you and your team are trying to increase the number of signal transit priority intersections sort of off the corner of your desk. Am I correct that of the 385 additional ones that we need just for our top 20 lines, you were only able to add 11 last year? Only 11 new locations?
Through the chair, there was 11 new locations, and there were a number of locations that were basically refurbished or upgraded and brought back into service.
I understand. It's very important to do here. So right now I'm trying to focus on the build out that we need. So we need 385 more at 11 a year. That would take us 35 years, right?
Through the chair, to be accurate, the staff complement, whether it's upgrading old legacy signals or introducing new, we have the ability with the current complement to do about 50 per year. So we're estimating it'll take 8 years to basically complete the remaining 385 or so.
Well, but you've already told us that you've got 100 that need repair and 350 that need upgrades. If you can only do 50 things a year, if you just did upgrades and added nothing, that would use up 7 years just by itself at 50 a year, right?
Chair, I think that, Councillor, we would welcome an expansion of this program to be able to do it faster. I think Rogers, the signals themselves, it's one of those programs where you both need upgrades and expansion at the same time, and we're committed to moving the program forward. And right now, we believe it'll take us about 8 years to get to build out, and that's not including all the maintenance that's going to happen along the way. So we can certainly take a look for our fall report at what it would take to further expand and accelerate the delivery of TSP, and we'll do that in partnership with the TTC.
Well, given the enormous pressure that we're in across the city and that it's going to be worse next year with FIFA, shouldn't we be accelerating transit system priority with much more urgency than that?
Certainly, we are implementing 2 corridors in advance of FIFA for our Rapid TO program, so Dufferin and Bathurst. They will very likely see transit signal priority installed as part of that system, and we definitely have it on King Street, I believe. So those are some of the locations that serve those areas that are going to have the games most directly.
Right, but in terms of making the biggest impact on drawing riders back to the TTC and reducing the subsidy the city has to provide out of taxes, you're agreeing with Mr. Brown that the cheapest, fastest thing we can do is to rapidly roll out transit system priority, at least for our busy lines?
Yes, absolutely. And certainly the staff work and the capital resource needed to do that are beyond what we currently have in our budget and our complement. And so I think we can take a look. It sounds like council is interested in rolling that out as quickly as possible. We can certainly take a look at what that resource would be and come back in the fall with our recommendation, with the knowledge that we are focused on Bathurst and Dufferin Rapid TO corridors, which will have transit signal priority installed for the games next year.
Right. I mean, I know we always have to wait for the report.
Time's up. Next is Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly going back to transit signal priority and technology, can you talk to us a bit more about how we measure or quantify the improvements that we're seeing from the transit signal priority?
Through the chair, we have a program to continuously monitor transit signal priority in the system. And the latest research we have shows that about a 10% travel time savings is achieved when we have signal priority at most intersections.
Great. We'll look forward to the Sorry, someone's unmuted. Thank you for that. And we look forward to continuing to track to see how, how this is working well for us or not. In terms of the additional 50 locations we've just been discussing in 2025, what is the selection process for those locations?
Through the chair, TTC currently reviews routes with hotspots and high ridership, combining these two to select highly unreliable routes to focus on signals and hotspots of the network.
Great. That's great. Thank you for that confirmation. And then just on the issue of technology, what are some other examples of ways we're leveraging more modern technology to improve the flow of surface transit and reduce overall congestion?
Yeah, through the chair, yeah. We've spoken this before, had the idea of the AI, the artificial intelligence signals, particularly those focused with transit, where it basically takes data from a number of different sources, including pedestrian delay time, frequency of transit, a whole bunch of other factors into effect, rather than just looking at schedule alone.
Chair, we also have our Transit Innovation Zone, which this year is focusing on the technology related to automated enforcement. And so we are testing that in a more controlled environment with the eye to scaling that up so that we can roll it out more quickly, really trying to front load a lot of those systems so that we can be ready to go with more automated enforcement programs as soon as possible, as I know our friends at the TTC are as well.
Great. I'm really excited to hear about that and hope it has a big impact on that issue of enforcement. We did recently change the block the box fees and et cetera. Are we seeing a measurable improvement from the fine increase and from the TPS blitz for the block the box program?
Through the chair, right now, it's more or less just anecdotal observations of primarily when traffic agents are there. Obviously, we're seeing a high degree of compliance. There's a bit of a halo effect that, once they leave, especially with the new block the box signs, that there is a tendency for people to continue compliance, but shortly thereafter, the problem persists thereafter.
Right, okay. Something to continue to watch. And as we increase the number of our transportation agents and traffic agents, are we establishing a process or framework for when they can be deployed in a more reactive way? So special events and other, or if there are congestion, due to emergencies and things like that, are we strictly just shift scheduling, or are there other ways that we're thinking about deploying and utilizing that important resource?
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. In the past, we had 16 traffic agents. We were able to get the number up to 20. We really didn't have the ability to be deploying them for emergency purposes, this sort of thing, or last minute. However, now that we have a complement by the end of this year of 100, we're definitely going to be revisiting that we'll have the regular shift schedules, but we're also looking at the ability to be more nimble.
Great. And just flagging, we have Cirque du Soleil in our ward, and traffic in and out at planning time is always interesting. So is that something special event related utilization for traffic agents that's also under consideration?
Yes, through the chair, my understanding is my team is already looking at the possibility of having traffic agents to support that. Yeah.
Amazing. Appreciate that. Thank you. My last question is with regard to the Smart Commute program. There's a $400K payment for Point A. What is that getting for the city? Can you talk to us more about that?
Through the chair, so the Point A team has been used, it's a legacy contract that the Smart Commute teams use to basically promote carpooling, promote transit, promote other modes of travel into and out of the city. And so it's a bit of a legacy carryover from that. But we are going to be working with them in this next phase to really aggressively go and leverage the successes we saw through the Taylor Swift concert to really promote people coming in to special events via transit.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my questions.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it's Peruzza.
Councillor Peruzza, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Listen, I apologize if in advance if this question has been asked, but I lost contact with you folks for a bit, but I wanted to get an answer to it. Really, three questions. So earlier today we heard how the Finch LRT and the Eglinton Crosstown LRT need to get the green light in terms of signalization and so on. It's my understanding that what we were going to give the LRT was a red light. What that means is as the LRT vehicle approaches the intersection, it gets a red light. It comes to a stop. It offloads, onloads, and then it's given a green light, and then the vehicle proceeds. And signalization is fundamental to the system in the sense that you maintain the headways and the frequencies, and that was always central to the conversation around why our buses don't work in and out of traffic where they bunch up, and why an LRT type system, provides that kind of predictability. So that's essentially my first question. Is that in fact the signalization of the lines will be completely controlled by our LRV vehicles and that system, so that we move people as quickly as possible along both those routes. The second question, and I know that you're really pissed with Metrolinx in terms of its delivery, but the second question is that we are going to come to control the system, not we, but the TTC and the city. All of that infrastructure. So, because we're going to be operating the vehicles, and we will, be sort of controlling the frequency and headways, and the signalization systems along the line will also be managed by us, the city, and so on. So, just if somebody could explain how those two. So that we can deal with that little slogan about giving the LRTs the green light and priority and so on. Okay, please.
To the chair, it's Derek Toigo again. Councillor, as I mentioned previously, both the Eglinton Crosstown and the Finch West LRT both have an active signal control system that will do exactly what. So this would be similar to the TTC streetcars. So as they reach an intersection, they'll be able to control the signaling to meet, as you indicated, the schedule that's been identified. With regards to how the TTC and Metrolinx and the city will operate together, that's been defined through the Transit Operating Service Agreement on the Finch West LRT and the Transit Operating Funding Agreement on the Eglinton Crosstown. So there is language within both of those agreements that speaks to changes in frequency when that occurs and what would happen to facilitate that.
Well, Mr. Chair, just to follow up on that. So I understand that there's an agreement, and the agreements are very specific in terms of, who does what. But it's my understanding that the TTC, and it's my understanding that TTC personnel are now being certified, for example, on the Finch LRT. Part of the function of now running those trains is to do a number of things. And one of those things is to basically certify the operators. We don't currently have, operators that know how to drive those vehicles, for example. And that's part of the certification that they're undergoing. And as the system ramps up and it begins to go into sort of live mode, that the signalization system will also come online there. But it's TTC that will be operating the vehicles. It's the TTC that will be managing that system. I understand that other companies under agreement are going to be fixing the vehicles, guaranteeing parts for the vehicles, those kinds of things, maintenance issues going forward. There's also some maintenance overlap in terms of the
Okay, your time is up.
sort of maintaining the system itself, but
Your time is up.
the TTC will be
Enough.
operating the system, and that wasn't clear. If that could be made clear, please.
To the chair, you are correct, Councillor. The TTC will be operating the vehicles along both of the LRTs, both Eglinton Crosstown and the Finch West LRT.
Okay, thank you. I just have some questions here. Enough of the TTC stuff. I just want to ask, the main cause of delays in Toronto seems to be construction, caused by all the housing construction and the Metrolinx construction. So with the collapse of the condo market, do we anticipate that the level of construction will diminish going into the next year or two? Is there any kind of projections there?
Chair, I think the other piece of it that's quite impactful is the city's capital construction and the infrastructure renewal for water mains and street upgrades for state of good repair, and major transit infrastructure. So I don't actually think the amount of construction, we heard earlier from some of the home builders that, you know, there's probably things that are in the pipeline right now, and what's coming in the future may slow down. But I know that we have a pretty aggressive schedule and approach to affordable housing. So I do think that there probably will not be a huge dip in construction in Toronto for the next little bit of time. But certainly we still need the tools to be able to best manage people's travel even during those peak of construction. I don't think we're going to be back up to 221 cranes. We've seen that number come steadily down. I think in the downtown now we're at about 106. So we're still, you know, 3 times higher than other jurisdictions, but it's still a pretty high number.
Okay, yeah, that's very interesting. Now, the other thing in the report notices that Friday, basically people have stopped traveling. Can you expand on that, that there's all kinds of bandwidth to go wherever you want in Toronto on Fridays? What have you found out about free Fridays?
Chair, I think the issue there is that on mostly with the SRRA, the sort of occupancy index that gets published monthly, we track that pretty closely. And what they have found, and I think what the Board of Trade underscored as well, is that Fridays are the time when fewer people are coming back to the office and maybe doing a more of a hybrid work-at-home program. And so there's more capacity in the roads on Fridays.
How much more capacity?
You know the answer to that question?
Well, it's the Delta.
Roger's doing math in his head right now.
40%?
Yeah, through the chair, we'd have to take a look at our data to get that accurate number there, sorry.
Yeah, okay. And then in terms of, you know, I think Professor Hamish Wilson mentioned it about the root cause being cars and trucks and vehicles on our roads. What's happening to car ownership in the GTA in Toronto? What are the trend lines in the last number of years?
Yeah, through the chair, so we saw a marked 26% increase in terms of vehicles registered just in Toronto. And within the GTA, that number is 27% growth.
So despite everything we do, if there's that kind of growth in car ownership, we're lucky if we stay even.
Absolutely. And Chair, the other piece of it that I think is we tried to underscore in our report is also population growth in Toronto is exceeding any other large city in North America by a significant amount. And so we've seen just between 23 and 24, we saw 125,000 people moving to Toronto, which is great news, but it does have added pressures put on the system.
So despite what you're hearing from the Board of Trade and from the developers, that's saying everybody's leaving Toronto, the opposite is happening.
We are definitely seeing population growth in the city.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Anybody else?
I do.
Councillor Sachs.
It's me again, yes. Okay. For Ms. Gray, we have a report coming, executive committee next week towards a beautiful city that includes a lot of recommendations that overlap the items we had before us today. What steps are you going to be taking to integrate that process with the process described today?
Chair, we will, we always like to look at the public realm comprehensively, and I also know, and I think Councillor Sachs, you're very familiar with the fact that when you put pressure on one piece of the public realm, it has sometimes an impact on other places. So, I mean, I think in addition to the Beautiful Cities report, where we're talking about how we can maintain and improve the upkeep of the public realm and also add a layer of aesthetic excellence, and we'll talk more about that next week. I think the other piece of that is curb space management. We have a curb space management report as well that provides a lot of insights and has been some of the foundational pieces for many of the congestion management plan and our freight and goods movement strategy and a couple of other pieces about how to best balance the use of the public's right-of-way. I hope that answers your question. I'm not sure I hit it on the nose, but.
Thank you. One of the locations that the Board of Trade singles out to complain about is Dundas Street, and particularly parking west of McCall. The changes that the city made last year to parking and turning on Dundas Street, how can someone maybe from the TDC briefly summarize what is the net impact of those changes? Have they been positive?
Through the chair, the net impact of the changes have been positive. We've found a striking balance for both directions between Spadina and McCall on Dundas, where the westbound vehicles have maintained that improvement in the off-peak of about 15 to 20%, while the eastbound vehicles have roughly remained the same since the start of service with this new change.
Okay, so we've been able to significantly improve transit. Finally, Walk Toronto put a submission in, no one deputed to it today, but they talk about many of the obstacles still being presented to pedestrians around the city. They single out, first of all, the traffic agents. Have the traffic agents been instructed to give more priority to pedestrians and not just to cars?
Through the chair, yes. The traffic agents have actually undergone some additional training above and beyond the basic that's required of special constables and even the training from the police, particularly with respect to Vision Zero training and accessibility.
Sorry, I'll take yes for an answer and keep going if you don't mind. I'll take yes. The second thing is they're asking us to stop right turns on red, especially for heavy construction vehicles. What are we doing about the hazards created by heavy vehicles turning right on red?
Through the chair, in terms of heavy vehicles turning right on red, I think typically with the Vision Zero process, we look at intersections where we've seen collisions and the collision history, and then we basically look to see what changes, for example, prohibited right turns can be made with respect to that. I think the bigger issue, though, is working with the constructors and establishing truck haul routes to minimize the impact, specifically those areas where it could be challenging in terms of potential conflicts between heavy vehicles and pedestrians.
Now, we also have the problem that we constantly, in my ward, have trucks driving where trucks are not permitted. What are you doing to increase enforcement of those haul routes to keep trucks out where they don't belong?
Chair, we have had conversations with our colleagues in Toronto Police Service about that and about having more sort of eyes on appropriate use and keeping people on haul routes. I know Councillor Fletcher has had lots of challenges in her ward just recently with regard to that. And so we have been taking a deeper look and working with the police on what they can do to beef up their Vision Zero patrols to also focus on large vehicles that are not behaving appropriately or in an unsafe manner in the right-of-way.
And finally, they've asked us why we have so many situations where pedestrians have no safe routes around construction sites, and they've put in a few examples. What are we doing to improve that? Please.
Through the chair, this year in particular, and in association with the new program of heightened level of inspection around construction work zones, particularly those for private developers or constructors. The intent is that we'd be doing a minimum of 2 inspections for each site, the beginning and towards the end. And in longer duration construction sites, we'd have mid-process inspections conducted as well.
Well, given that the photos they've provided are from this week, can I ask that you look at the Walk Toronto letter more closely and see what can be done?
Through the chair, yes. Yeah, we will do that.
Thank you.
Okay, I have just one quick question, and that's about the, you call rodars or whatever, but the lane closure fees. Had whining and complaining from developers about lane closure fees going up. Can you explain the rationale for the increase in the road closure or lane closure fee.
Yeah, through the chair, the purpose of the fees is to recover our costs associated with traffic management. And the example that I gave in the presentation from a few years ago, where there was a utility that closed the road, the city incurred a significant amount of costs with respect to managing traffic. So we took that data and a whole bunch of other data elements to basically estimate the fees for this year.
So basically offset some of the costs that are borne by the Toronto taxpayers when these lanes are closed.
That is correct.
So what was the original fee? What's the basic difference between what they were paying? And when was the last time this fee was adjusted?
Through you, so to date, they've been paying permit fees, and there's a number of permit fees within the schedule. Many of the permit fees, though, especially for utility-based applications, are flat fees, like sort of one-time fees, whereas this is something completely new by way of these road closure fees that accumulate on a daily basis.
Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, so now speakers. Councillor Chernos-Lynn, Deputy Mayor Morley. And Councillor Sachs, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I just want to thank staff to start off for these 3 bundled reports. This level of coordination we're talking about now is quite exciting, and I know this was something I heard a lot about when I was canvassing door to door in the fall. A lot of people were asking about, does the city coordinate? And the fact that we're trying to do this better and better and better and always trying to improve, I think is a great hallmark. I want to say I'm really happy about the lane restriction fees, those RODAR fees. I think it's really shocking how little we used to charge. And I'm looking forward to seeing the results of that because we should be recovering what this is costing us. And it's also costing people in terms of their productivity sitting in traffic. So I just wanted to say that to start off with. I do have 3 motions, which I would ask staff to put on the screen. With respect to item number 20.1, I have 2 motions. The first is to ask City Council to direct the Deputy City Manager of Infrastructure Services as part of the Enhancing Capital Construction Delivery Program's objective to explore options and implement changes to posted construction signage for major city-led infrastructure projects to promote improvements and awareness that the project is funded by the City of Toronto. What I'm talking about here is that I think we need a PR campaign that really showcases the amount of investment and in infrastructure and that tempers some of that frustration that people have about sitting in construction, but also about the fact, I've had a number of complaints about people's taxpayer dollars being raised in 2 consecutive years, but I think if people understand where their taxpayer dollars are going and understand that we're really working hard to make a better city for them and showcase what we're doing, it would make a difference. And I'm thinking a little bit around the lines of, like on schools, you see all these projects that say the province of Ontario is providing this capital project. This is your tax dollars at work. Well, a big chunk of those tax dollars on school improvements are coming from our property taxes. It's actually money that we're leveraging. It's going to the province. It's going to the feds. They're taking credit for all these things, but we're not even taking credit for the things that we're doing in the city. So I think we should be showcasing the great work that staff is doing at all levels. So that's my first motion. The second one on this item is to direct the general manager, City Council direct the general manager of transportation services in coordination with the with transit expansion to work with Metrolinx to enhance construction coordination on overlapping city and Metrolinx capital projects in the Thorncliffe Park and Leaside Business Park area and to seek any additional funding that would of the costs that would be incurred from this from Metrolinx. And the reason this is important is that we spoke a few minutes ago, Councillor Sachs raised this, the haul routes, Paula Fletcher, Councillor Fletcher has talked about this, the haul routes, the construction vehicles. My ward is going to see significant changes to this and a lot more construction traffic routed through Laird, Eglinton, some of our major routes where we already have considerable traffic. We have schools, we have mosques, and we have TTC. So I think it's important that we have that ability. And then finally, my final motion is with respect to 20.2. And we heard in the first couple rounds of questions a lot of questions about AI, how we're using it already, what more we have to do. And so I know, thank you to Barbara Gray and to Roger Brown for explaining many of those things and mentioning that it's going to come, we're going to get more information at the next report. This makes that a little bit more explicit, I would say, this motion, that we really want to see investment in this. This is, again, something I think the public wants to see. Number one issue for people, I would say, is construction and traffic, and they're all tied together, as we've talked about here. And so I think we should be doing everything we can, whether it's in congestion management, project delivery, capital coordination, and I think we should be also looking to other jurisdictions to see how they're using it and what we can leverage. So I will leave it at that. Thank you for indulging me. I got there in under 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Morley, Deputy Mayor Morley.
Chair, and thank you to my colleague, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. I will be supporting the motions that she's bringing forward on these items and look forward to doing that. I think there's a couple of things, and to pick up on the theme of a PR campaign and how the city can really be beating the drum and being really loud and proud about the priorities that we are setting and the ways in which we intend to move our city forward through the growth we're experiencing, through the challenges we're experiencing, but always staying laser focused on being the world-class city that we are and leaning into our priorities around sustainability, around best practices, and around incentivizing people to make good choices that supports, the overall functioning of the city. So on the issue of signal prioritization, which we talked a lot about today, and I want to acknowledge and thank all of the deputants, but as well as the people who wrote in to ensure that we are giving a green light to transit. It's important for us as we move forward, aligned with all of our stated priorities and goals, that we are really consistent in this approach. And so the unconditional sort of priority for the new LRTs, once they eventually get up and running, is something that's an important signal for folks, I think, across the board, and something that we should be talking about, how we're going to be doing this, why we're prioritizing transit, and continuing to ensure that it's the best option. It's the better way, right? We haven't heard that for a while, but it used to be the slogan to get people onto the TTC. We need to demonstrate that that is the case. And so how we are making sure that largely single person occupied vehicles are having to yield to transit that is moving, tens of many people at a time, is going to be important to our way forward and to get people out of cars onto transit and into other alternative active ways of moving through the city. So I really look forward to continuing to support this great work and really want to acknowledge our colleagues in the public service for their efforts. We look forward to receiving updates as we move forward and really appreciate everyone's leadership. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. I want to enthusiastically echo the comments of my two colleagues. Congratulations to staff. This is definitely urgently needed work. It's hard to believe the city didn't have this kind of coordination before, but excellent news that we're building it now. I have some motions. Yes, so the first one is about transit signal priority. It took 6 months to get the TTC to admit that a quarter of the existing transit priority installations don't work. They're broken. And almost all of the others need upgrading. And in addition, we need to double the number just to serve our 20 busiest routes. So transit signal priority, as Mr. Brown's agreed with me, it's the cheapest, fastest thing the city can do to make transit more reliable and attract riders back. This deserves a much higher priority than it's been getting. And I would like to see as much as possible it happening before FIFA, when we are going to be under tremendous pressure. We need it right across the system. So I have a motion to that effect. I have another motion as well. Yes, Okay, yes, they're also related to the TTC, this is related to the motion that I made last time about cars that during snow events block TTC vehicles. We also have this problem when there's no snow with a lot of individuals selfishly putting their vehicles where they block the TTC, and we've been very slow at towing them, and our fines are too low. So asking for a plan to greatly increase the penalties and deter this kind of antisocial behavior. And I think, Matthew, that's all the ones I had on this item.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's it. Now, in terms of the general comments, I would also urge staff to look more closely at the Walk Toronto comments. All of us are pedestrians at least some of the time, and the city of Toronto, I mean, we're lucky. We have more people on the sidewalks than most other North American cities, but our sidewalks aren't safe enough and need to be safer and more accommodating and welcoming and beautiful to encourage pedestrian use. And that certainly is an area where safety around construction sites needs to improve. In terms of the Board of Trade, the board has certainly made some useful comments, including the fact that a number of the comments which they say were directed to the city are actually directed to the province. But when it comes to their action number 3, unclogging major arterials, most of the items, if you go through their report, most of the items they complain about are that there's too many people. Too many pedestrians walking on Yonge Street, too many people getting on and off the streetcars. Well, that's not a problem. That's a success. That's exactly what we want. There are no circumstances in which it would be good for the city to discourage people from walking and taking transit so that other people can drive their cars. However, there are some useful comments in the report, particularly the call for transit priority and for removing on-street parking on arterial roads, and the Dundas experiment has shown just how successful that can be, increasing the streetcar by 6 minutes in just 3 blocks. And there is ample parking available for businesses in the very large TPA lot that has generally hundreds of empty spots. So we have the tools, we have the opportunity to free up transit to make it faster and more reliable. It's something that we can do, we should do, we must do, and we've shown that it works. We just need to get at it. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other speakers? Okay, I'm just going to make some comments. Again, I'll start my time. I was trying to sneak off. The incredible detailed work that all of staff has done is really remarkable. I mean, this is a complex, multi-layered, beyond quick fixes that they're suggesting here. They're suggesting some very, very comprehensive, coordinated partnerships because it's not just the city, it's not just the TTC, it's all these private contractors, all these privately owned car owners to try and get some coordination there. And then we have staff has been working with the TTC, with Metrolinx, with the Association of Engineers, whatever it is a huge task that you've completed. And I want to thank you all for all the investment and time and expertise. That is not to be underestimated given the questions you were asked, as if this is something negative. I think it's an incredible achievement already that you should be commended for. I just want to say the sort of downside of all this is, despite all these efforts, all the improvements we're going to look at making, we are still faced with 26% increase in car ownership. We are still faced with some, it's a great thing. Gas prices are going down dramatically. You know what that's going to do? That's what it's going to do. So you can't argue against lower prices for gas. You can't argue about not charging people for stickers on their license plates. By the way, it's free now. You get your licenses. So that is the sort of contradictory trends we're facing here in the city. Then on top of it, we are the construction capital of North America. And that isn't going to stop. And I thought there was maybe a bit of hope that maybe the condo collapse will help bring some sanity back to our streets and neighborhoods. But obviously, we're still got to do all our capital works. We're still doing all the Metrolinx work. We're doing all our infrastructure works, Toronto Water, etc. So there's no relief. So I'm just warning people out there, don't think this is going to make it easy for you to come downtown Toronto at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday morning, or the poor $1 million hockey players have to walk 2 blocks to go and make $1 million, and the sob stories about that. God forbid they have to walk, these athletes have to walk 2 blocks this is, so I think we've got to start to get some reality here in Toronto in terms of what's happening. And despite all the doom and gloom about everybody leaving, they're not leaving. They're coming, and they keep coming, no matter how much people sort of put Toronto down and say how awful it is and there's congestion, don't come. They're all coming. So again, it's sort of a yin and yang here. We've got some good things coming and great things, but again, that's not going to deter staff from continuing to do their great work. It shouldn't deter us as councillors from trying to find ways of improving things. But I said before, do not think that a trip to Taiwan, which basically tells you how great AI is in solving all these problems, ain't going to do it. So you can play around with this traffic signals all you want. Unless you deal with the other issues of car ownership, lower gas prices, construction craziness, all this stuff that goes on, we are still going to have enormous challenges. So don't underestimate the challenges ahead, but at least staff have put in their blood, sweat, and tears in trying to give us a way to manage this city that's with all its congestions and everything else, it's still a pretty decent place to live. And if you don't want congestion, you want cheap housing, you want streetcars that go unabated, you can move to Buffalo. You know, you get a cheap house, but make sure you wear a bulletproof vest and a helmet when you move there. Anyways, but Buffalo's a great place. I love the Bills. Yes, and I have a motion, I forgot. Okay, the City Council direct Deputy City Manager, Infrastructure Services report annually to Infrastructure Environment Committee, starting with the second Strategic Capital Coordination Office annual report on capital delivery, coordination, delivery, etc., including establishment targets, overall reliability, and community engagement effectiveness. So I'm so moved. Okay, so we got all these motions we got to vote on, right?
So we'll do each item separately.
Okay.
So why don't we start with 20.1.
Okay, we start with 20.1. So we're going to move the report?
Yeah, there's 2 motions to vote on.
Okay, 2 motions there, one by Councillor Chernas Lynn and one from myself. Councillor Lynn, his report is, or motion? All in favor? Carried. Then there's mine, asking for reports, updates. All in favor? Carried. Then there's Councillor Sachs, I think had some.
On number 2 is from Councillor. Item is amended.
Okay, there's no other?
Say item is amended.
Item as amended. This is for part 1. Item as amended. All in favor? Carried. Now, part 2. We've got a motion here, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah, by Councillor Rachel Chernas Lynn, the City Council Director, City Manager, Infrastructure report back. All in favor? Carried. Okay.
Yes, and item is amended on 2.
Item as amended on 2. 2, yes, okay.
And yes, carried.
Carried.
Yes, it carries.
And next?
And on number 3, there's motions from Councillor Sachs.
On number 3, and there's some great motions from Councillor Sachs. All in favor of the motions by Councillor Sachs? Number 1. All in favor? Carried. Then she's got number 2. 2 amendment by Councillor Sachs, requesting Toronto Transit to work with Toronto Police. All in favor? Carried. Item as amended, number 3. All in favor? Carried. Okay, we've solved that. Let's go to 20.4. Okay, 20.4, it's a request for temporary delegation to the General Manager of Transportation Services to approve temporary road closures up to and including 365 consecutive days for Toronto Transit Traction Power Upgrade. Again, it affects wards 3, 10, 11, 12, 13, and it's just improvements to accessibility improvements, especially at the Spadina Station, King Station, Museum Station, Old Mill Station, Islington Station 2. I can't forget Etobicoke. Any questions about Etobicoke? Why are they doing this in Etobicoke? No questions? Okay. Speakers? That's the report.
So if you're going to speak and with your motion, this is the time.
Okay, so just briefly, as you look at it, it's essentially it's accessibility improvements at these transit stations, King, Spadina, Museum, Old Mill, and it's necessary work, and it's got to be done. And also with the power upgrade, which is critically important. So
Motions, let's put those
the motion's up on the screen. So we're directing General Manager to report to the Infrastructure Committee by the end of 2025 on the 5 projects.
That's 1, and then part 2.
Part 2. City Council requests any necessary authorities prior to control, transportation, including details of the measures. Delegated authority being sought. In other words, we want staff to expeditiously undertake these works without going back and forth. So we traditionally do that in projects of this essential nature. Any speakers? Questions of the mover, the staff? Everybody's happy? All in favor? Number 1? Number 1, all in favor? Carried. Number 2? All in favor? Carried. Item as amended? Carried. Thank you. Now, solid waste, we've got, I thought we were, are we going to do the presentation?
We have a speaker, so we should hear the speaker. Well, do you want to hear the presentation?
I don't think we're going to do the presentation. Okay. So we have a speaker on it, 20.5. The speaker, come forward, please.
She's online.
The speaker is online. Okay, Emily Alfred. Emily, thank you for caring about our new program here.
Yes, thank you for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Emily Alfred. I'm from the Toronto Environmental Alliance, or TEA. We're an environmental nonprofit organization. We've been working to build a greener city for all for more than 35 years. Today, I'm here to talk to you about the Blue Box Transition Plan in the city staff report. And I'm here to urge this committee to stay committed to Toronto's waste diversion goals and aspirational goal of zero waste, and building a resilient circular economy that not only reduces waste, but addresses climate change and supports local green jobs. Ontario's new Blue Box regulation takes the responsibility for managing and paying for recycling off the city and puts it on producers. This approach of extended producer responsibility means that the companies who make products and that choose what type of packaging they use and whether it's recyclable will be the ones who have to pay for the escalating cost of recycling that material. It's too bad you didn't get to see the presentation. City staff have outlined a great, clear explanation of how EPR works and what this transition means for our city, and all the hard work they've done to prepare for what will be a pretty complex transition to this new producer system. But as staff have pointed out, and as we have pointed out many times, the Ontario regulation has many gaps that will make this transition will make it less than ideal, including a lack of transparency, poor education requirements, and excluding recyclables from many sources. So today we have two recommendations that we urge Council to consider. Stay engaged on recycling, communications, and education. The staff recommendation suggests that the city remove all mention of recycling from the waste calendar. Under the new Blue Box program, producers will provide recycling education, and the city will no longer receive funding to do this. However, the regulation is limited and requires that producers provide only one mail-out per year in French and English. This is a stark contrast to the more than a dozen languages the city has been providing information in for a long time. Research shows that communications about recycling need to be repetitive and come across in multiple channels, especially to reach the very diverse population like Toronto. If the city steps away from recycling education entirely, this could mean more recyclables in the garbage, increasing the city's costs. But perhaps more importantly, the city has a commitment to reducing waste as part of a larger environmental commitment to addressing the climate impacts of organics and landfill and the climate impacts of resource consumption. Similarly, we urge you to stay committed to the city's waste and recycling collection for small businesses and for other non-eligible sources, including when you look at potential services at transfer stations. We support the recommendation to continue providing waste and recycling collection for small businesses and other non-eligible sources like community centers, charities, nonprofits, and small businesses along Queen Street in Ossington, for example, that was mentioned earlier today. Non-residential and commercial waste in Ontario typically has diversion rates below 15%. This is because of poor regulation and difficulty in accessing services. But looking at past data from the city shows that small businesses that receive City of Toronto waste collection have diversion rates above the average at over 60 or 70%. This is because the city provides excellent waste diversion services. As the city looks at new services and ways to recover costs, including at the transfer station, such as providing drop-offs or roll-off bins for people to drop off garbage and stuff from private businesses, we'd encourage you to look not just at recovering costs, but using this as an opportunity to see how the city can show real leadership, helping move our city towards a more circular economy. This helps small businesses and restaurants. I've talked to many event organizers and community groups that want to reduce their waste, that want to provide more circular solutions to divert their waste properly, but it's very hard for them to find those services. As the city has expertise in providing a range of diversion services, the city is experts in providing communications and education for the public. I encourage you not to step away entirely from recycling and to think about how the city can not just look at the legally required minimums, but also how the city can show real leadership, inspire people to take action to reduce waste, and to move our city towards a more robust circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker? Thank you again, Emily, for caring about this critically important change here that I'm sure our 311 is going to be flooded in a short while. So we'll send all the questions to you, Emily.
Please don't, but thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any questions of staff on this presentation on the extended producer responsibility? Everybody, okay.
I do.
Deputy Mayor Marley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to pick up on some of the points from the D10, and good afternoon. Through the chair, can you talk to us about what the impacts of this new program are going to be on non-residential and commercial properties and what the expectations are there?
So through the chair to the councillor, on the locations that we collect from, we'll still collect blue bin recycling. The locations that are currently collected through private collection that those buildings or institutions have set up themselves would see no change. They would still use their service providers for that function.
And on the issue of the communication around recycling, I think a really important point around the lengths that we go to as a city to ensure that our comms are accessible, consistent, multiple languages. Is that being contemplated here, or can you kind of highlight for me what the recommendations are and what you think we should be thinking about going forward related to recycling communications?
So through the chair to the councillor, we've got quite a robust communications plan for the transition starting on January 1st, 2026. It's outlined in the report and then on the subsequent slide deck of all of the measures that we're deploying with our partners in SPEC. In terms of 2026 and beyond, we would be scaling back our communications on recycling as it's no longer our responsibility. And we really want to highlight the fact that we are no longer going to be collecting the blue bin materials at the curb and really delineate that service from what the city does provide versus the services that the city does not provide. We want to make sure that during the end of this year and into 2026, the message is shared loud and clear with residents that 311 will not be the main source of information anymore. If you have service level requests on getting a bin repaired or miscollection, that there will be a new phone number for circular materials. And again, the carts are going to be stickered with circular materials information, not the City of Toronto, again, kind of segregating the responsibilities of the blue bin away from the city.
Okay, thank you. I think I had one other question, which is escaping me now. Thank you for that. I guess the only other thing that's outstanding for me is we are at the infancy or at the beginning parts of looking at our own circular strategy as a city. Can you talk to me about how this report and our go forward around waste reduction commitments and circular economy commitments are aligned?
So through the chair to the councillor, the commitments to circular economy are still there. It's just a matter of, on the recycling side, we will look more at the work that we do now with our commercial and institutional sectors that we collect that material from. But James and his group is working very hard on a circular economy strategy, and we, on our side, are working on the update to the solid waste management strategy, and they are linked in terms of priorities and making sure that we reduce as much waste as we possibly can in the city and recover what we can as well.
Great. Thank you so much. We'll keep an eye on it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Kelleher, thank you for this report, and I know you've been working very hard on it for a long time. First of all, would you agree that on the whole, the service that the province is going to have provided after January 2026 is going to be noticeably inferior to the program that the city has provided? And for example, on the communications point.
Through the chair to the councillor, there will be some levels of service reduction, but I wouldn't classify it as significantly inferior.
In public space, they're going to cut the number of receptacles by more than half, right?
So in the current regulation, the public space bins for recycling are going to be potentially cut in half if the regulations remain. That being said, the vast majority of the recycling that is deposited in the public space is treated as garbage right now.
Because it's so contaminated.
Correct.
Now, but the city has done everything we possibly can to, we've bid, we've tried to retain the role of picking up recycling, we've tried to retain the role of processing it, and the provincial body has turned us down on every occasion, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in terms of the waste calendar that the city distributes, you indicate on page 12 of the report that it costs 38 cents a calendar to include the calendar in a revenue services mailing, and more than double that if you send it standalone. Now, I understand that you want to do it standalone this year to give it more priority, control the timing, explain all the changes. But that's an extra cost of about $200,000, right?
Correct.
And after this year, you can go back to coordinating with revenue services and save that $200,000 a year, correct?
That is correct. We can go back to coordinating with revenue services. The challenge there, however, is when the calendars are put into the utility bills, it shrinks the amount of time that we have to adjust those bills and the calendar. So when we're looking at gathering the information for the calendars, we generally have to have everything done by May in order to run the process so everybody gets their calendar by the end of the year. On a standalone calendar, we could have till probably end of July or August to update any information that we get from circular materials or any information that we need to coordinate with them on the communication side. And it also reduces a little bit of staff burden and time as well if we send out that separate mailer.
Understood. Is somebody there from Revenue Services?
There is.
Okay. Revenue Services, is something you can do to improve coordination with solid waste to make it easier so that we don't waste $200,000 a year?
Through the chair, and thank you. Yes, I mean, we can definitely work with solid waste to see on options, but depending on what their program delivery requirements will be, that will sort of drive it, but we certainly will continue to engage with solid waste to find efficiencies to be able to deliver the service.
All right, prior to
council. If I can, Councillor, just on that point, there's not an issue between solid waste and revenue services in getting the information out. I just want to be clear on that. It's the timing of when somebody's utility bill is sent. So if somebody sent their utility bill, some are sent in September, others are sent in October, November, et cetera. They're not all sent at the exact same time, which provides that opportunity that the insert may be really early in the cycle, say September, and a resident may unfortunately toss that out because they think it's a duplicate from the current year, or on the other side, get their bill a few weeks into January and then complain that they didn't have the calendar for January 1st. So that's one of the other rationales for getting the calendar out with a direct mail out.
All right, well, given the very strong interest of my constituents in the city not wasting money, can you undertake to discuss with Revenue Services before council everything that you two can do to facilitate coordination so that we don't have to waste that $200,000?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Time's up. Chair Lynn, Councillor, do you have a question? Councillor Prutz, you got a question there? Pasternak, you're okay?
I'm fine, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, speakers. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion to delete clause 6B. Yes, so that the point here is that I understand that last year, 2024, there was a real mess getting out the waste calendars because of the Canada Post strike. But going forward, and I accept that this year, it's worth spending the extra money to give solid waste extra time to prepare the calendar and for everyone to get it more or less at the same time in late fall. But on an ongoing basis, I do think we have an obligation to have different departments work closely together and avoid wasting money. So I don't think we should be contemplating separating the calendar on a long-term basis, and that's why I suggest that we should delete clause B of recommendation 6. Other than that, I think it's clear that the service that the province is going to be providing after January 1st is not going to be as good for the people of Toronto. It's not going to include as good communication. It's not going to include as many locations in the public space for putting recycling. We don't know what the impact is going to be on the overall collection rate. I certainly agree with Toronto Environmental Alliance that recycling is important, and we should be encouraging people to continue to separate their materials into the blue box. People of Ontario feel very, very passionately about the blue box. The blue box was invented here, but it isn't a city program anymore. It's a private program taken away from us by the province, and that message has to get across loud and clear.
Okay. Any other speakers? Yeah. Question of the mover?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Sachs.
Just a couple of words.
Just really quickly on a question of the mover, Councillor Sachs. Just wanting to understand the intention behind the motion and appreciating that staff have outlined the need to, kind of contemplate what the communications are going to look like on the go-forward basis. It doesn't sound like, can you just talk to me a little bit more about the intention behind that and whether or not it wouldn't still be helpful to have recommendations from staff before we make a final decision?
Yes. Staff can always bring us recommendations, and they do. But I think at this point, the recommendation to spend $200,000 extra for a standalone mailing this year, as I say, I accept that logic. Staff needs extra time to prepare the calendar and wants everyone to receive it, late in the year. And I think that makes sense given the large number of changes that are occurring, particularly including the change in waste collection week for a significant number of my residents. But on an ongoing basis, people expect the city to be efficient, and for one department to cooperate with the other in order to cut the cost of the mailing in half or more is the sort of thing that our constituents expect us to do. So I don't think that this council or this committee should be expressing support for moving away from shared mailings with revenue services, even though last year was bumpy because of the mail strike. I think our direction would be you could do something different this year. And since solid waste comes back to us regularly, if they feel that they've got some powerful reason why they can't cooperate with revenue services, and it's worth spending $200,000 on extra postage, then they need to make that case. But I don't think we have a credible case for it yet, and I don't think we should be expressing support for that. We should be expressing support for coordination between city departments to be efficient where possible.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councillor Sachs. I'll provide some remarks. Just to say, I think we do need to give staff the latitude to come back with further recommendations. So I won't be supporting this motion, but I appreciate the spirit and the intent behind it. Thanks, Councillor Sachs.
Okay, any other speakers?
Sorry, I still want to speak.
Councillor Peruzza was, yes. The councillor from the best part of North York.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. You know what? I've replied it. It's fine. Let's move on.
Okay. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, no, I just want to say that I've talked to staff about Councillor Sachs's motion. They think this is problematic and it ties their hands. And so if Councillor Sachs, I encourage her to withdraw the motion, talk to staff, and if she feels she needs the motion, she can come back to council to allow staff to do their work properly. They feel this ties them up and doesn't allow them to do their due diligence here that they need to have the freedom to do. Okay, Councillor Deputy Mayor Morley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to echo that same sentiment and comments in terms of giving staff the latitude that they need as we're in this very changing environment. Communications is going to be critically important as part of the way forward, and what that looks like, I think I would personally like to receive a full suite of options and appreciate that staff will continue to undertake and endeavor to coordinate with colleagues and to find efficiencies along the route. So really appreciate this work. It, as was mentioned, is not really an ideal situation, but is really important for us as a city to continue to be really deeply invested in our commitments around waste reduction, around supporting our residents to make the right decisions around, how they can contribute to that as well, and look forward to continuing to support this good work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so,
Mr. Chair, I'm willing to withdraw the motion and raise it again at council, but it is a waste of $200,000 a year, and I think people expect us to avoid that kind of waste when it can be avoided by departments.
well, okay, but that's your opinion. I think
That's my opinion.
we need to give staff an opportunity to explain this to the rest of council. So all in favor of allowing Councillor Sachs to withdraw her motion? Any opposed? That carries. Motion is withdrawn. All in favor, is there a motion on the item? All in favor of the item? It's unanimous, carried, thank you. Okay, next.
Number 7, 20.7.
Yes, the Basement Flooding Protection Program. I'm surprised Councillor Nunziata isn't here. She's the epicenter of basement flooding in the city.
So we have a speaker.
Tom Angelotti.
We don't see Tom online.
Do we see Tom online anywhere? Is Tom here? Is Councillor Nunziata here? No. Okay, so any questions of staff on the basement flooding? Councillor Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a big topic in Etobicoke for sure, certainly in Councillor Nunziata's ward in North York, but of course in Central and South Etobicoke as well. I have some questions and, happy to receive and will be supporting the report. I have some questions though around best practices for preventing flooding in the interim period. And I've heard from residents about clogged catch basins and levels of service. So to staff, through the chair, if a catch basin is clogged with litter or debris at the surface, does that contribute to overland flooding? And could it lead to more basement flooding?
Through the chair, during an intense rainstorm event, yes, if a catch basin is blocked with leaves or debris, which can happen, that will contribute to surcharging on overland flow first, and that then could lead to potential basement flooding as it goes on to properties.
Right. If a resident reports a surface clogged catch basin, what is the process, response process and timeline currently? And does it change if the catch basin is on the street or in the boulevard?
Through the chair, so there's two groups that respond to that. It's staff in transportation services as well as staff in Toronto Water. Toronto Water staff generally focus on within the catch basin to help clear that, any blockages that might be there, while transportation services assist with the surface debris. But when a big storm event occurs, and we can even use a snow event like happened recently, all staff work towards clearing catch basins, and in fact, we send out notices to help enlist our residents as well. Because they typically know where their catch basins are in the street, and we ask them to assist us because we do fall behind during storm events. We cannot keep up with the 140,000 catch basins that we have throughout the city to clear them during a storm event.
That's helpful. What's the typical timeline to address a call like that, a blocked catch basin or?
That would be entirely dependent on the type of storm event. So if it is just a normal smaller storm event that's localized, we can typically get crews out within a matter of hours to take a look at a situation. But when we're experiencing a significant storm event where it's affecting many parts of the city and we're seeing a lot of flooding, our service levels do get delayed by hours, if not days in certain cases, because we start to triage and we respond first to the basement flooding calls,
right,
and trying to help those situations, and then we would not get to the roadways as quickly.
Thank you. Oh, we're already at 5 minutes? Did you start my time on time? Because I feel like I haven't gotten to 5 minutes. I have a bunch more questions.
Another question.
Thank you. I'll sneak one more in, and if my colleagues will allow, potentially a second round. What is our current service level for proactively ensuring that their catch basins are clear on streets? And I think that's maybe for transportation services, because you mentioned it's a shared responsibility.
So, yeah, on the surface, I can't respond to that. That's Transportation Services has staff that go out and look at that. We do have a preventative maintenance program within Toronto Water where we periodically go around and clear catch basins. And and you might see some of those trucks going on, those very large Vector trucks, and they'll go catch basin by catch basin to clear out the sump pits. And so that's scheduled and done. Depending on the severity of it, it can be done once or twice a year. In some locations, it can be every 2 years or so, depending on whether we've seen evidence of a lot of debris buildup in those catch basins or not.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just have a question on catch basins. I know that every fall especially, I send an advisory to my community saying, listen, if there's a catch basin in front of your house, go out there with a rake or whatever, and if it's not heavy material, clear it out, and it will help. Is that advisable, or should we?
Absolutely, yes. That's a good practice. Because what you're faced with, particularly in the fall, as the leaves are starting to die, but they might not have fallen yet off a tree. If we then get a significant storm event or in strong winds, it will knock all of those leaves off very, very quickly, as opposed to just falling gently, giving people time to rake them up. That's when you can see an immediate blanking on the top of the surfaces of the catch basins, and you get the immediate surface flooding.
Yeah, it's good to know that. I'll continue to do that, because there are a number of very good people in each street that want to do, their bit to try and help. But they do sometimes in winter too, right?
Winter with snow and ice build up on it can be problematic. We do have standard messages that we put out through 311 when people are calling, through our proactive social media, and we do encourage counselors to put out the same message, because you have an extended audience as well, and you can get to the homeowners.
We'll try and share that with my fellow councillors like Councillor Sachs, and hope that her people will clear the catch basins in Midtown and the Annex especially. I know some people in the Annex are very willing to do that. We should encourage that type of thing. Okay, thank you. Any speakers on the catch basins? Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have like 3 pages of questions on this, so maybe I'll follow up with you offline, Lou, and set up a meeting between now and City Council. But just to say, as I mentioned off the top of my questions, basement flooding is a huge challenge across the city, certainly, but definitely in my ward. The last summer was really impactful for a number of residents who had been repeatedly flooded. Just recently, in the last few weekends, I did host a basement flooding information session, and thanks to colleagues from Toronto Water, I saw here earlier, through various parts of the division who came out to provide really comprehensive information, which I know residents appreciated and was well received. That information is not easily accessible or not easy to find online, similarly to our series of basement flooding prevention videos that are on YouTube, but again, not really well promoted or easy to find. So I do have some thoughts and suggestions on how we can improve our work at the city in terms of empowering residents. As Deputy Mayor Cole mentioned, we can take a role as councillors to encourage people to do the right thing, keep their catch basins cleared, for example, in terms of a proactive and preventative measure. Ultimately, we know 100-year storms are going to come, unfortunately are going to continue to come more regularly, and there's just not much we can do when we're completely overwhelmed by the weather. But there is more I think we can do in terms of service levels, in terms of empowering residents, and in terms of ensuring that the system is supported to work to the best of its ability through regular storms and hopefully better through rare storms as well. So I will leave it there, but I will make sure to follow up in the interim and may have some motions at council on this item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further, Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you. I had a question for Toronto Water. So, Lou, you have several times proposed a stormwater area charge program to reduce basement flooding. Is it correct that that this would have two benefits, both in providing funding for your work and also in providing an incentive for property owners to keep rainwater on their property.
Through the chair, yes, stormwater charges are typically designed to do both. One is to try to incent different behaviors on how to address lot level controls, but also to address funding and financing sources to drive stormwater and wet weather flow type programs.
And if we had such a bylaw in Toronto, do you agree that you would expect it to be of a significant help in addressing basement flooding?
Through the chair, initially it would be just changing the way we finance it, the various programs that we have in Toronto Water. Then what you would have set up is the ability to have different types of debates on how fast you go on the various Toronto Water assets, because there's that difference between the drinking water assets and the sanitary assets versus the stormwater assets. You can then change the speed and service level and financing sources for each one of those.
Right, but a stormwater area charge could give you the additional resources that you would need in order to accelerate the work that your department does, right?
It could, but so could the water rate. So council would have the debate on how to finance. That's all I'm saying is it's a different way of financing it. And what it does though is it separates how you collect the money for the various service offerings that we have.
Right. The other point is that a stormwater area charge isn't just about financing, it's also about actually reducing the amount of water that the city has to manage with public funds on public property. Wouldn't that be valuable in reducing basement flooding?
Yes, it is, and we have implemented a series of policies over the years that try to incent that, such as mandatory downspout disconnection program and other
point of order.
Other source control measures.
1 second, point of order, Councillor Peruzza, yes?
Yeah, point of order. I appreciate Councillor Sack's position on this, right? She's trying to win a debate with staff about, what something she believes you're profoundly in, right? Yeah, everybody knows more money, you get to do more, right? If there is more money, not more money at the end of the day. That's a simple equation. But come on, the hour is late, the day is long, and Councillor Sacks, you convinced me a long time ago, right? Let's move on.
Okay, that's not a point of order. That's not a point of order, but we'll move on.
And my questions are done. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sacks has moved on. Okay, now where are we? Any other questions about the catch basins? And you're going to refer to staff. Yeah, those detailed ones. Okay, then speakers, I think we've spoken. Yeah, she spoke actually. Okay, all in favor of the to adopt the item, right? All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just want to, just a question. This is going to council, yes?
Yes.
Because it has lots of recommendations.
Yes.
The report is going to council.
Yes.
Right? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we move from basements to parks. The dogs on and off leash strategy. Okay, we have, do we have a staff presentation here? We have a staff. Bring in the dogs. No? I could have brought my dog. She's very good. We should have a dogs at City Hall day. Everybody bring their dog. They should be therapy dogs for some of us, yeah? Okay, we have the General Manager of Parks, Mr. Howie Dayton. Would you like to proceed, Mr. Dayton?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to present. We're just getting hooked up here, so just 1 second. Okay, I'm here with my colleague Sandra Rodriguez, who is the lead for the off-leash strategy, and Simon Larson is going to help me with the deck because I'm no good with tech. So I'll start out with an interesting fun fact. It is estimated that Toronto may be home to approximately 600,000 or more dogs, based on figures from the Canadian Animal Health Institute and surveys from firms such as Abacus. Off-leash areas for dogs are important. They are an important part of Toronto's park system and have become cherished community assets across the city. Residents and dogs are served through a combination of the city's 81 designated off-leash areas, or OLAs, and private delivery through an increasing number of high-rise building amenities and businesses offering off-leash spaces for dogs. An additional 13 OLAs are under development and are anticipated for delivery over the next 2 years. In October 2023, Council directed the Parks and Recreation Division to review and update the city's approach to OLAs, and in response, we now present our Dogs Off-Leash strategy, which will result in improved planning, design, access, and maintenance. The strategy will enable us to enrich the user experience while providing flexibility to enable OLA development in different community contexts and with consideration to adjacent land uses and the natural environment. Since OLAs were first introduced in Toronto, the city has grown significantly. More people and dogs are living together in increasingly dense communities and sharing limited parkland with many competing demands. Our proposed strategy builds on the foundation of the 2010 off-leash policy and a consultant-led study of Toronto's OLAs completed in 2021. We've engaged with residents and councillors via 2 public surveys, focus group meetings, a stakeholder workshop, one-on-one meetings, interviews with Toronto City councillors, and a jurisdictional review of 16 municipalities. Those stakeholders support our approach and have encouraged the city to take a more proactive and comprehensive approach to OLA planning, communicate commensurate with approaches in other major cities, which considers location, design, building, maintenance, stewardship, and upgrading of existing sites, to name a few. To accommodate these growing and competing needs, this strategy is needed. There are 7 goals that, when implemented, will ensure that off-leash provision going forward is well planned, aligned with other jurisdictions, and improving the public and user experience. We'll implement a citywide and proactive approach to planning for new off-leash areas. We will strengthen the role residents play. We will locate, build, and then maintain off-leash areas to a high and consistent standard. We will improve existing off-leash areas through ongoing state of good repair investments. And we will communicate and enforce simple, consistent rules of conduct and support bylaw compliance through education and enforcement. And finally, we will support commercial dog walker access. Moving from policy to strategy allows us to continue to evolve our approach, thinking, planning, and overall management of these important community assets. Keep going. So I'll start with plan, design, and build. When looking at OLAs going forward, we will ensure they are built where they can serve the most number of people and dogs. Most respondents in our research said the city should build in high-density neighborhoods where OLAs do not exist. Most people access OLAs on foot, so walkability was key when planning these new spaces. Additionally, the city will encourage OLA development in public spaces outside of city-owned parkland, such as hydro corridors. New OLAs will be built to a high and consistent standard using design guidance that features both mandatory and optional features, promoting consistency around design and cost. Changes to design guidance will include ensuring the surface materials we use are suitable. For example, we won't be using pea gravel because we know it hurts dogs' paws. We will ensure accessibility is a key design consideration. Pathways, benches, latches, gates will all be designed with that in mind. Optional features will be considered based on site conditions, community input, and of course, financial capacity. The location criteria and design guidance also updates the requirements for fencing, making it mandatory for all new sites. Again, something supported during the engagement process. And in addition, there will be strengthened environmental protections. To put a picture to words, The map shows the identified provision gap areas in green, along with the location of our 81 current and 13 planned OLAs. It is estimated we will need 45 to 50 new OLAs, and the Parks and Recreation Facility Master Plan will prioritize these locations over the next 20 years with updates of that strategy, or plan, as it is renewed every 5 years. Development in these areas will also ensure that every ward in the city has at least one OLA. We anticipate OLA development will still occur outside of these identified provision gap areas, and opportunities for new ones or improvements will be considered as part of park development or redevelopment projects as capacity allows. In terms of maintenance and improvement, it is important that we look at the life cycle of our existing OLAs and ensure that they are well maintained. In our survey, 63% of users said maintenance was the most important factor in choosing which site to visit. 52% said they would use their local OLA more often if maintenance and amenities were improved. To ensure consistency, we've harmonized and updated our service standards, focusing on the frequency of top-ups and raking for sites with wood chips, for example. The service standard also provides flexibility, accounting for various site characteristics and usage, using 311 information that we will get more of through the 311 integration project. We'll be more able to understand the trends and maintenance priorities of these locations. Finally, we have some state of good repair funding that we can invest, $9.5 million over 10 years. It is the first time we'll have a dedicated fund to dedicate to state of good repair improvements in our off-leash areas, and we will be undertaking those improvements based on a condition assessments that we have completed so that we understand where those maintenance needs are more significant. For example, fencing work at Sherwood Park to protect this environmentally significant area from damage due to dogs will be undertaken as part of that capital program. We'll also review fencing needs at Toronto's 15 unfenced and partially fenced OLAs on a case-by-case basis. We'll work with ward councillors, local communities to ensure that any of these decisions, changes are done in consultation and with input. Communities play a vital role in helping us create well-functioning, welcoming spaces across the OLA network. The updated processes that we are recommending ensure community members continue to be engaged meaningfully. We're proposing a citywide OLA stakeholder reference group to support the implementation of the strategy, and this will be a forum for sharing diverse community perspectives. We're going to create a shared webpage with information about local OLA community groups to facilitate connections and community interest. To promote a positive park experience for all, the city will also enhance communication and education to facilitate bylaw compliance and responsible ownership and OLA use. For example, we will also update signage across the OLA network, conveying simplified rules in a consistent manner and welcoming way. We will augment and maintain an online hub that lists OLAs and their attributes. And finally, we will work closely with MLS, as we always do, to facilitate ongoing bylaw compliance. Commercial dog walkers perform a valuable service walking, exercising, and socializing dogs for community members, and most respondents to our survey, in fact 74%, had no concerns with them. Around half said commercial dog walkers should be able to use all OLAs without restrictions. However, OLA size and residential proximity also emerged as an important consideration, and due to concerns about overcrowding at small sites and noise concerns where located close to homes. In response, we have developed guidance to support commercial dog walker access to OLAs. Existing sites that allow access will continue to do so, and we're also proposing to increase access at 9 large sites located good distance from homes, bringing the total number of sites with commercial dog walker access to 59. Where there is a need to review commercial dog walker access, this will happen on a case-by-case basis using the guidance included in the strategy and in consultation with the ward councillor to determine if, in fact, any commercial dog walker access changes are required. In terms of implementation, this year we will publish new guidance for OLAs, establish the stakeholder reference group, update signage, and launch public communications and start our state of good repair initiatives. Also this year and beyond, maintenance, minor repairs, and upgrades of off-leash areas will continue. And finally, we will work with MLS on our public education campaign. Thank you, and I'm certainly happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Hear the speakers? Okay. Okay, thank you. We're going to have speakers, then questions.
Sorry, I have a question for staff.
You got to wait for the speakers, Councillor.
Oh, sorry, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't make that clear, but we have speakers. We have Tracy Leconte from Pause for Parks, and she's on video. Unmute, Tracy.
Sorry, I have a slideshow to share as well.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, I'm just working on it.
Oh, we got it. I think we can see it.
Can you?
No? Oh, that's Mr. Dayton's dog. No? We're trying to get it up.
Yeah, it's telling me it wants me to quit and reopen, but if you have it on your end, I provided it to the clerk. Maybe you can open it up on your end. Is that possible? Otherwise, I have to quit and come back into the meeting.
Okay, why don't you hold on a bit, Tracy, and come back in a minute?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Okay. We'll go to Jane Reck, Commercial Dog Walkers Association of Toronto. Jen? Is Jen here or is she on video? Jen, are you there? Calling Jen Reck from the CDW. She's trying to unmute. Jen, can you unmute?
Mute. There we are. Got it. I had to re-sign in. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good to go. Can you guys hear
Jen,
me? See
okay,
me?
Jen, go ahead. We got you.
Great. Okay, let's see here. I am not good at speaking from rote, so I'm better off the cuff. So I'm going to sound really disjointed while I read what I have to say. So, forgive me, this is my first time ever doing this, public speaking, except for on the news. My name is Jen Reck, as we've already clarified. I'm a commercial dog walker, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of myself and my fellow dog walkers in Toronto. First off, I want to start by thanking John Danner and his team. This has been quite the learning curve for me. I've never worked with City Council or understood the protocols before, and they've been really patient, really helpful. So I really appreciate that. You have excellent people working for you guys. Like thumbs up and all the good stuff. So as far as the report goes, I largely want to support the recommendations made as they apply to CDWs and more broadly to the OLAs in Toronto. I especially want to support Goal 2 and Goal 7 that speaks to the need for community and stakeholder engagement. I'm not here to harp on or talk about Ramsden Park, but I do want to say that if the guidance in this report was in place a year ago, we wouldn't have gone through the media storm and the public outcry that took place, right? It's unfortunate to me that rules have to be put in place by the city to make city councilors engage with those most affected, us commercial dog walkers in that particular situation, especially when overarching decisions are being made, right, that affect us, or anybody for that matter. We shouldn't have been blindsided by that decision. We should have been given the opportunity to make suggestions and to discuss compromises before a member motion was presented and was passed. That's all I'm going to say about Ramsden, except to say that I think that if you're going to really support the residents on Roxborough, the solution to that problem is to move the park to a different location. Dogs are going to continue barking in that park whether we're there or not. So moving on. I also want to strongly support Goal 4, which talks to scheduled maintenance of our OLAs. I've been a dog walker for 20 years now, and since the OLAs have been introduced, I can't even count how many times I've had to call 311, write 311, talk to city councilors, talk to park supervisors, beg, borrow, steal to get basic repairs done in the parks, right? It shouldn't take 6 months to fix things like gates and broken fences and to get substrates redistributed like wood chips, right? We really, like, at one point we had to contact the media and start a social media campaign to get wood chips done properly in Cedarville Park. It was a disgusting mess. And we shouldn't have to do that. Basic maintenance should just come part and parcel with spaces that we're mandated to use if we want our dogs to run off leash. So you make us use these spaces, make them usable. Fair? And then, like, aside from that, as I said, I support the guidance in that because this is pushing for regular scheduled maintenance, and that's amazing. And I also support the getting rid of pea gravel and sand substrates. So just to mirror what was said by the presenters, they're hard to walk on for people, they're hard to walk on for dogs, and they actually injure dogs' paws in the worst case scenario, and they burn dogs' paws if the sun is too bright, right? So those are the things that I think are best about this report. I think overall it's a really good report, and it's hopefully going to move OLAs forward and make them more usable spaces down the road. And so I guess to wrap up at this point, I want to mirror what the report says and repeat the fact that commercial dog walkers perform a valuable service. I'd go further and I'd say that we actually provide an invaluable service to many dog owners in the city. We're needed for busy professionals, and for those with mobility issues, they need us, right? We play an integral role in many households in Toronto, and those households would not function properly without us. They wouldn't function smoothly without us. We as dog walkers, commercial dog walkers, aren't going anywhere. The industry is here to stay, and as the city grows, we're only going to grow with it. So we need to be kept informed about the decisions that affect our livelihoods and the welfare of our charges, our puppies, and we need adequate space to do our jobs properly. And like, really, that's it. As I said, I support this. I support this guidance. I think that if we can roll out a lot of what's said there, we're going to move forward, and it's going to be a better relationship for all of us and a better park system for all of us. So that's it. Thanks so much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And I can't believe that's your first time.
Thank you for saying that.
You're excellent. You're an excellent communicator. Keep it up.
Quick.
Thanks.
You've got a career in social media, broadcasting, whatever. Okay. But Councillor Pasternak is not quite as good as going to ask you a question.
Yes, just a couple of questions. So with dog walkers, because it is although it's a good public service, and I think it has merit, it is a commercial enterprise. Some have suggested that they have a license and they pay a fee. I'm assuming that would not be something you would support.
Oh, 100%. We pay per permits already. And like the licensing of dogs, not many dog walkers are licensed. I think a lot of dog walkers don't actually even know that there's it's not licensing, sorry, it's permits to use the park. My apologies. You're asking about licensing something different, or?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so I actually think that a certification and licensing wouldn't be a very bad idea. As I said, I've been doing this for a really long time, and so many dog walkers are good, but there are not so many, but there's always the bad apples that, screw it up for the rest of us. And I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think it's been approached before, if I'm not mistaken, by other dog walkers talking to the city about it. And I think that it's something that's really hard to roll out. It requires a lot of coordination. So I'll put it back on you guys for that. So I agree. I think that we should be licensed and we should be certified.
And what about a code of conduct? I mean, is there something out there where dog walkers? I mean, there's a whole bunch of rules. I have 2 dog parks, and there's a whole bunch of rules, but the usage by dog walkers is different. And do you think there should be a more publicized code of conduct with the permit process?
I mean, I'd have to look at the details of that to say yes or no. We basically police ourselves. Crappy dog walkers get told off by the ones that don't want them there. I don't know, like, if you're going to do a code of conduct, you're going to have to introduce more bylaw and more special constable status. Well, actually, you don't need special constable status for commercial dog walkers because as a mandate for our permits, we have to show our IDs. But you'd have to do more policing in order, I think, for that to go through. You can put a sign up with instructions on what you should and shouldn't do, but you leave it up to the public to follow it, and you leave it up to us to follow it at that point, right? So.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Being none, we'll move on to the next deputant. Oh, Tracy, are you ready at the top? Tracy?
Yeah, hi there.
Are you ready?
I'm hoping so. I'm a first timer as well, which might explain my issue with the slides. I'm going to try to get the slides up right now.
Okay. You try. See if we can get that up.
Okay. Here we go.
Well, they're up.
Yay!
Good job.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I am Tracy LeConte. I'm from Paws for Parks. Paws for Parks is a community-based volunteer organization that promotes the environmental protection and sharing of our public parks through responsible pet walking practices. I'm going to skip through a few of these slides because I don't have a whole lot of time, but to look at the city survey results as part of the stakeholder process, 79% of respondents felt that there were a significant number of off-leash dogs outside of off-leash areas. And fully half of general park users indicated that they feel either somewhat unsafe or very unsafe visiting parks where OLAs are present. That's a sad number, and our park should feel warm and welcoming and safe to all of our park users. Speaking a little bit about impacts, we have communities that no longer feel comfortable visiting our city parks due to the number of off-leash dogs in some of them. City statistics released in 2023 showed a 39% jump in dog attacks. We're seeing wildlife stress and mortality and wildlife conflict. I can point you to the issues in Liberty Villages between coyotes and dogs there as one of the things that can arise when off-leash dogs are after wildlife. And then we're seeing erosion and impacts on plant life in our naturalized parks. What did the off-leash strategy get right? A lot. We're happy with a lot of the design criteria, but I don't have time to talk about that. Thank you to staff for their hard work. I do want to talk about what needs improvement. And I point you to the direction that council gave parks and MLS on this matter. And that was to ensure that the approach to the dogs off-leash areas includes bylaw enforcement strategies to address the ongoing concerns of all park users. And I emphasize all park users because it's not just OLA users. It was supposed to contemplate all park users and specifically have strategies for bylaw enforcement. So do we see that? This is goal 6, ensure responsible use of OLAs. The first 3 PAWs are really OLA specific and not really applicable to all park users. The fourth one, the fourth PAW I'll point you out to, continue to promote responsible dog ownership through public education and support enforcement efforts. That is the status quo, and that is not a strategy. Enforcement is more than just education, and Paws for Parks believes heartily in education. We've been in parks with the city for the last 3 years, doing public outreach and education about the importance of keeping dogs on leash, especially in naturalized areas. But what we heard from stakeholders was that it's not enough, and enforcement is needed, and bylaw officers need augmented resources and authority on this matter. What do they mean by augmented authority? Because the stakeholder reports don't specifically set that out. Well, multiple stakeholders reference the need for special constable status for our bylaw officers, similar to TTC fair inspectors, to be able to compel identification. Because what we're seeing right now is bylaw violators walking away from our bylaw officers without being issued tickets. What do we see without effective enforcement? These examples are all from High Park in the last couple of years. So we have parents choosing to no longer enroll their children in nature center programming because of the number of off-leash dogs in the area. We had to have great horned owl chicks removed because they spend some time on the ground and there were too many off-leash dogs in on-leash areas. We have people with service animals feeling unsafe in our parks. We have barriers to entry created for those uncomfortable with loose dogs. coyotes chased, wildlife harassed and killed, and nesting turtles interrupted, which turtle protectors will probably speak to in a moment. What is our ask? We'd like this matter referred back to staff to address 3 specific items. Number 1, a clear enforcement strategy to address the concerns of all park users with key performance indicators that are tied to SMART goals, and the strategy should include granting bylaw officers special constable status. Number 2, an updated report for action that factors in the cost of enforcement and the source of these funds, and hopefully that involves increasing licensing rates, which are only at about 30% right now. Finally, a review of setbacks from ESAs and to develop criteria for the relocation of OLAs in ESAs where city efforts have failed to stem environmental degradation and bylaw infractions. The strategy actually recommends only a 10-meter setback from ESAs, and that's the length of a school bus. We don't think that's sufficient. And my time is up, so I thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Tracy LeConte? Being none, we're going to move to Barbara Koski. Are you here, Barbara? Oh, you're here. Good. Okay, Barbara, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So I was going to also thank Parks and Forestry and Recreation, and Jen has done the job for me, so not that it's a job, but so thank you very much for that. So I am here today to address Section 4, Goal 7 of the proposed strategy. Goal 7 is related to guidelines around OLAs that can be used by commercial dog walkers. So under the proposed guidance, new OLAs over 1,000 square meters will allow commercial dog walkers and under will not. And there's also the issue of how close they are to residences. I will get back to that. So I would like to propose that a modification of this goal that all OLAs over 1,000 square meters, both new and existing, allow commercial dog walkers, sorry. So at 2,805 square meters, Ramsden Park Off-Leash Dog Park is almost 3 times the minimum size under the proposed guidance, although currently it is closed to commercial dog walkers. More on this later. I'm watching my time, okay. Ramsden is located in Ward 11, University Rosedale, and is the largest OLA in the North Midtown area of the city. It is a beautiful park and has a beautiful dog park. It is rare that it has a small dog park. Most dog parks don't have them. So if you think about a 5-year-old, taking your 5-year-old to play soccer against middle school or high school kids, that's what it can be like for a small dog in a regular dog park. Think Chihuahuas and Great Danes. So a little bit of history on how Ramsden came to be closed to commercial dog walkers. On June 26, 2024, as Jen alluded to, member motion 19.3 was submitted to City Council by Councillor Diane Sachs and seconded by Councillor Chris Moyes, along with a letter of support from the ABCRA, which is a residents association in the area of the dog park. The motion stated that the use of some of the off-leash dog areas by the commercial dog walkers can create, and I quote, can create or exacerbate conflict between dogs and neighboring residents. And it went on to say that, again, quote, heavy use of the Ramsden off-leash area by commercial dog walkers was creating multiple effects for abutting residents, including noise disturbance and parking conflicts. It then went on to request that the general manager of Parks, Forestry and Rec prohibits commercial dog walkers by posting signage. So the letter that the ABCRA raised the following issues. I'm going to go over time, I know it. Noise starting at 6 a.m. and continuing till midnight. Most dog walkers don't start in a dog park until 10:30, 11 o'clock, and they're gone by 3 o'clock. So outside those hours, that's not them. They talk about noise in all seasons, rain or shine, slamming of iron gates, this can be mitigated, barking and squabbling of dogs, that can be mitigated. Voices of owners and dog walkers can be heard. That's what you get when you live next to a park. And parking, Roxborough is a street that is open to parking to anyone on certain hours of the day. I'm gonna try to move ahead. So there's 18 homes on Roxborough whose backyards abut onto the dog park. And in 2021, the average household size was 1.91, meaning that 34.4 people live in the homes that are back onto the dog park. At the same time, there's approximately 102,000 people living in Ward 11, meaning that those 34.4 people represent 0.003% of all the people living in Ward 11. And I wish I had a way of showing you how small that is, but it's tiny. There was a lot of press, as Jen mentioned. One of the women was asked, a woman in front of, I think it was 161 Roxborough, was asked, wouldn't it have been nice if
you could wrap up, please.
I'm sorry? Yes, okay. I just would very much, in a world of me first and NIMBYs, to find a compromise. I know that the Dog Walking Association would be more than willing to engage in that. And I think that allowing commercial dog walkers in the dog park between 11 and 3 o'clock, Monday to Friday, would be a perfect compromise.
Okay, thank you very much for summing that up, Barbara. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Barbara. Thank you. And we're going to move on to Janet Young now. And Janet is online. Janet, make sure you unmute yourself. Janet, are you there?
I am.
I see you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you too. Yes, thank you, Janet. You can proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. I just wanted to pick up on something that Tracy has presented in her work, and that is specifically the issue of proper enforcement. That there's no strategy in this otherwise terrific report to address the concerns of all park users. It really is a critical gap. Along with an off-leash policy, there needs to be an on-leash policy. And the hope that OLAs would reduce the number of off-leash dogs in the rest of the park just isn't necessarily the case. And the report pointed that out. They talked to people in Seattle who had said that it was their hope of city officials that violations of off-leash license and scoop laws would drop with the advent of off-leash areas, but that wasn't the case. And they had to move to a more aggressive enforcement policy because the off-leash areas weren't bringing all the dogs into those areas. And the report also talked to people in Portland that came up with what has been a successful combination of carrot and stick and a stepped fine process and a number of blitzes where people knew ahead, and they're seeing some results. So I wanted to emphasize that and recognize that behavior change is really hard, and the problem is big. I mean, if you take Sherwood Park as an example, I spent 7 hours on a picnic table last spring just for fun. 386 people came through. 489 dogs. So that was 100 more dogs than people. And the other one is 269 dog owners. And I want to make it very clear, these were not the CDWs. Their dogs are on leash until they get to the off-leash area. They're compliant, but it's the dog owners that had 128. So 40%, almost half of those people walking in the park were off leash. Now, 311 numbers don't reflect that, sadly. And I don't know what you do about that, but I looked Sherwood Park as an example. It's wonderful. There'll be some investment there, but Eglinton Crosstown, we hope, is opening soon. We've got 25,000 residential units coming to Young Eglinton. That's a 15-minute walk from the West Gate. Another 3,400 units at Bayview and Eglinton. That's a 10-minute walk. So where are they going to bring their kids and their dogs? I mean, we got to get ahead of this. And I just think, you know, the bylaw piece is so important so we can defray some of these tensions and make it work. Just lastly on the, you know, there's the people side, but there's the ecology of our parks. You know, green spaces aren't just recreational backdrops; they're living ecosystems. And you know, your city departments have told us what we're going to look at in 15 years. You know, the extended heat waves and the big storm events. We really need to protect these spaces for ourselves, for our parks, and if it is cost effective. I mean, if you're thinking about the costs of mitigation and resilience, you know, what it's going to cost our city, green spaces are just integral to that piece. So again, hope this all could come together. But I just, on the report, whether it goes back to staff as a referral or whether there's a carve out here or a condition, I don't know how you guys work this, but that's all I wanted to say. And just lastly on pause, I just want to say, you know, they've got an amazing mission. They're so fundamentally optimistic. They have a belief that we can have these incredible parks and they can be there for everybody. And there's things we can do about it. And I just want to, you know, pause up to that group. Eric Code, also Dog Park. Through this process, I've met some wonderful people that do want to be engaged. So I'm glad to see that piece in the report. And to John Danner and her team, it was a great stakeholding experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Any questions? Okay, being none, we'll move on to Carolyn Crowley from the Turtle Protectors. Are you there?
Ani Bojo, Michigan Dodem, Bimose Mashkiki and Distinkas, Mi'kmaq Black Irish Kwe and Dao, Mi'kmaqi Donjaba, Ninda, Dakaranto, and Noda Kima, Michigan Gajajuan. So good afternoon, everyone. I just introduced myself in Anishinaabe-Moan, which is one of the First Nations languages of the territory that we are all residing upon. I am one of the co-founders of Michigan Gajajuan, also known as Turtle Protectors. I'm also a member of the Indigenous Land Stewardship Circle. Turtle Protectors, we are an Indigenous and volunteer-led stewardship program that is protecting all turtles at risk, who are a species at risk in this province. And we're doing this work in 7 parks across the city because there was no official turtle protection program mandated by the City of Toronto. We have hundreds of volunteers that support us to protect turtles' nests, to assist hatchlings to get safely to water, but also to assist turtles crossing the roads. The most common species in the city are snapping turtles and Midland painted turtles, but there's also blanding turtles who are a threatened species on that list. And those beings exist in these parks. I'm bringing this Indigenous lens because I have a question. I am curious to know through these consultations that have happened, if any have happened with Indigenous community members, because I know the city has a reconciliation action plan, and that there's actually a responsibility to be consulting with Indigenous community members, as these are Indigenous lands. So I pose that question. But also, we as turtle protectors, we support the recommendations that PAWS is mentioned. I also want to thank Janet, because what I'm hearing is this emphasis on people and dogs off leash. I love dogs. I volunteer at a shelter to walk dogs. I've had my dog companion for over 16 years, but he's no longer with me as he passed in 2023. But it's important to realize that the tens or hundreds of thousands of dogs that are in the city are not part of the natural ecosystem. And they're having an impact upon the land and upon the beings who live there. And I'm not really hearing much about that. I'm hearing about all these other things that are focusing upon the people and those dogs off leash. And there's been many times as turtle protectors, we have witnessed dogs off leash in areas where they're not supposed to be. I'm all for OLAs as long as they are far away from ecologically sensitive areas, but people don't abide by those. For example, in Hyde Park, there are people walking everywhere with their dogs off leash. And the dogs are chasing wildlife, they're killing wildlife, they have attacked turtles while they're nesting, and hatchlings who are going to be emerging any day are only the size of a loony. And so it's really important to be thinking about these other relatives, because in all of our creation stories, whether someone's Indigenous and has that creation story, whether you're religious, spiritual, or believe in evolution, Mother Earth was here long before the arrival of humans. We know this Earth can survive and thrive without any of us, but not one of us can survive without this relationship. And these animals have a right, and so I'm here to stand and speak on their behalf, because their voices are being silenced, because there's a very human-centric position and perspective when we're talking about this, because those animals are already stressed by so much human activity that is happening in the parks. And when is it going to be enough? And people who are off leash in areas where they're not supposed to be aren't being consequenced. If people were constantly speeding on the roads, you would be ticketed. You have blitzes. Why is it that people aren't being held accountable for their actions? In fact, there was a blitz in Liberty Village, but people complained to the councillor and then they stopped it. That's not okay. We need to be thinking about others. And is the city understanding the liability that they have? Because if someone does get bitten by that dog off leash, is the city actually doing enough to deter that behavior? So miigwech, wilalio.
None questions. Thank you for that very important reminder about all the relatives that live in the park that we shouldn't forget. Thank you for that. Next is Eric Code from the Toronto Dog Park Community.
Eric is there. You should unmute.
Eric, can you unmute, please?
I am here. I'm unmuting myself. Thank
Okay.
you very, very much.
We hear
Can
you.
you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead, Eric.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, my name's Eric Code. I'm the founder of the Toronto Dog Park Community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We feel that this strategy is a major step forward and would like to thank everyone involved. That said, bylaw enforcement will remain an issue that must be addressed further. We echo the concerns of the other speakers that have spoken today. I would like to focus now on one revision that we're requesting, and it is one that we feel is quite necessary and feel quite strongly about. Right now, the strategy states that trees must be located outside the OLA and protected by a 3-meter protection zone. My understanding is this is the same protection that urban forestry requires for construction and heavy equipment, which is not comparable. So of course, trees should be protected as needed, but fencing off all trees, whether or not it's necessary, is not practical or desirable. And there's a few reasons why. There can be safety implications, which I'll get to. It can be restrictive, making viable sites for OLAs unfeasible. That's very important as land in urban areas becomes more difficult to find. Most of Toronto's OLAs have unprotected trees, and all municipalities that we're aware of do have unprotected trees. So our ask is that we're asking urban forestry to revisit their guidelines and overall approach to trees and OLAs to create inviting spaces that people will choose to use, embracing solutions in keeping with other municipalities. We conducted a survey of over 1,000 dog park users, and trees were the most important element of appealing dog parks. It's essential for voluntary bylaw compliance. So if I have time, let's see how much time I have, I'd like to show you some pictures of dog parks in Toronto and elsewhere. Can I mirror my screen? How do I do that? I'm sorry, I was under the impression it was possible to share my screen.
It is. He's got the ability to share.
Yes, you can.
Okay. So I'm going to do this. Can you see my screen now? It's not working.
It's not working.
No, but I think that's just something we'll have to accept. Point being, if you have trees inside a DOLA surrounded by a 3-meter fence, that's about 30 square meters that is lost, which is significant. It also creates bottlenecks inside the DOLA because you're losing a lot of surface area and you're fencing off the tree. Other dog parks in Mississauga, I'm just going through my presentation that you can't see, in Chicago, New York, Washington, D.C., Texas, Dallas, have trees inside them. One approach is to put circular benches around the trees. I don't know if this is tree protection or just something that's desirable, but it seems like a good solution. My dog park is full of trees, and that's an important thing for people as well as dogs. These are parks, and so again, it's really hard to understand why trees aren't possible in dog parks when we see that they're actually the norm. I'd like to post my presentation that I wasn't able to show and hopefully get your consideration. One example is Orphans Green, which is near the St. Lawrence Market area. And it's literally between the off-ramp of Richmond and Adelaide. There are trees there. It's being used as an off-leash area. It's not a environmentally significant area per se.
Can you wrap up, please? We're
I'm sorry.
No
There are
problem.
trees there. It's not an environmentally significant area, but the point is that if this area, according to these guidelines, there would not be able to be an off-leash area here. And I think that's misguided, so.
Any questions of Eric and his presentation? There being none, thank you again, Eric. Sorry for that hiccup there.
No problem.
We go on to Nicole Corrado she's on video also. Nicole, are you there?
Hello. Is the hello says, can you turn my camera on? Because I don't know if I can actually do it.
We can hear you.
Yeah, could you turn my camera on, please? I don't know how to turn it on.
You have to turn it on.
Oh, okay, I don't know how, but. Okay, I don't know how to turn it on, but that's okay. I can just talk. What I was gonna say is that, well, I think that a lot of what people were saying, I agree with a lot of what the previous speakers were saying. I think that an off-leash park could actually reduce dog bites and animal conflict if it's done right. I think it needs to be fenced, for one thing. It needs to be away from really sensitive areas. I live in Beaconsfield, Quebec, and there were some issues in the Montreal area with serious dog bites. And as a result, a dog park association was created, which is great. And I love going down to the dog park, meeting the different dogs, but it is adjacent to Angel Woods, which is a very sensitive area, and a lot of people let their dogs off leash in the woods. I would suggest that you keep it fenced, make sure it's big enough for different sizes of dogs, but also provide free or low cost animal training. So dog training and training people to live with both domestic canids and wild canids, having canid coexistence programs, people from Coyote Watch Canada and different dog trainers giving free training. In Montreal last year, they had free dog training at various dog parks. It was a great plan that people did. It was really, really wonderful. It worked so well to have free training. And that's one of the things I would suggest, having, training days for free. But also I like the idea of having special constable status for animal services. Animal services is not 24/7. It needs to be reinstated as a 24/7 service. But also by giving special constable status, they could then enforce things like the PAWS Act and provide better animal protection. I think that the dog parks can be a wonderful place for people to get to know animals. I think they can, you could have partnerships with, say, the Toronto Animal Services and Toronto Humane Society, Etobicoke Humane Society, various rescue groups to have adoption days where you could meet adoptable dogs. It could certainly be done as a positive thing. Outreach, humane education, there's all kinds of things. It can bring people together with animals. And I think if done right, it can really integrate things into the community. But it has to be done right. You can't be taking over wildlife habitat, fencing it in, or just turning it into an off-leash dog area and allowing the dogs to attack the wildlife. I think that's not appropriate. That's not coexistence. That's just encouraging inappropriate behavior. But then again, there are people whose dogs are behaving quite well. There needs to be some very strict rules. The dogs cannot harm other animals, whether wild or domestic. The dogs cannot harm people. The dogs need to be well behaved. But I think having a dog park could be a very positive thing for the city. I could see that being, it was a very positive thing for Beaconsfield. Originally the plan was to just ban dog parks, but the Dog Park Association was created as an alternative to breed-specific legislation, as Montreal was bringing in BSL after serious bite incidents. Thankfully, Beaconsfield took a breed-neutral approach by creating dog parks. I would suggest that Toronto do the same and not enforce breed-specific legislation, even though it's in Ontario. Ottawa does not enforce breed-specific legislation, but instead focus on individual dog behavior and focus on breed neutral policies and that benefit everybody. But yeah, the issue with the coyotes is not a coyote issue. It's an issue with off-leash dogs and people not knowing how to interact with canids. And I think that having a canid coexistence strategy and canid coexistence education through the dog park associations and through Coyote Watch Canada would be a wonderful addition to the city.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you. Next is any questions of the last speaker? Being none, we have Chris Fabish is the last presenter. Chris, are you there? Okay. Video on and.
I think so.
Oh, there you go, Chris. We got you.
Okay. Amazing. Thank you. Just a very quick thank you to everyone who's worked on this proposal. I've been part of the online committee sessions. Just a huge amount of effort and thoughtfulness. So thank you. Thank you as well to my counselor, Diane Sachs, and the members of her office. They're just amazing to deal with. So really, really appreciate it. I live in Ramsden, beside Ramsden Park, and so that's my walkable DOLA. I do have a dog. I do not use that park. It is very dangerous. It's dangerous to walk through. There's a number of women on our street don't even walk through the park at night, let alone go to the dog park and the sea of unleashed dogs that surround it. So I just wanted to say that the work that Janet, Jen, and Tracy have already presented, including Caroline, amazing, cover most of the points that I was going to address. So I'll just talk about one or two other things. I couldn't support what they've said more. I believe our association, the ABCRA, has also sent in a letter. So there should be some great support and information that reiterate everything that's been said today as well. But I just wanted to talk about three quick things that deserve just a little more drilling into. One, I just want to make sure that of all the existing DOLAs with some issues, that that we're not in any way going to be grandfathered out of any new build requirements that will be put on a given site, that the older sites also benefit from the mandate that will be there for the construction of new sites. The second thing is just talking about the requirement, we need to be a little more innovative in thinking about how we're going to manage this. And this has come up in the form of constables and other forms of making people who are frankly very entitled accountable for their behavior and the behavior of their dogs. And so I think some real thinking needs to go around what will that look like and how do we implement that and how do we get the citizenry involved in that sort of conversation. There's lots of good ideas bouncing around. We just need to tap into it. And from my perspective, let's just take Ramsden Park because that's the one I know. There's all sorts of things that need to be included in any DOLA recommendation. For example, our park is not wheelchair accessible. I was shocked to see 2 mounted police in the park the other day. I've never seen so many well-behaved people near the DOLA in my entire life. Everyone was behaving really well, and I went up and said hello. We're working with 53 Division on other safety and security issues, given the number of break-ins and the foot traffic, which is intense, going back and forth on Roxborough, let alone the parking and traffic fiasco. We need to come up with a simple innovation tool that allows people to provide feedback and suggestions and engagement. 311 and calling your counselor just doesn't do it. They're already overwhelmed and they can't get down to the granular level we need. Citizenry is an untapped resource, and we really need to figure out how to get them more engaged in the fine details where the devil lives in all of that. Ramsden Park specifically, and where one chooses to put a DOLA. Here's a great example, Ramsden Park. Ramsden Park it was supposed to be a temporary placement. Years ago, there was no community feedback on the final situation of that park. It abuts numerous residential homes and businesses. So the noise environmental issues around dogfights, injuries, and deaths is present. If you're sitting in your backyard, you're going to hear a dog fight pretty much every day. Are you going to hear a dog being injured? Yes, you are. Recently, our friend down the street had her little puppy ripped to shreds by a coyote right in front of her. So we've got all sorts of things that represent the environment. There's the noise, the reality of it, the traffic. The placement of this temporary park is actually sitting in a bowl, and when it rains, it turns into a giant standing 8 inches of standing effluent water. And when the wind blows, the smell that just wafts over the neighborhood is disgusting. If this had happened in any other place, a street, a children's park, it wouldn't be tolerated. So all of that to say is that we've got to make sure that as we look at fixing the old as well as where we're placing the new, that we're making sure that the environmental impact on wherever we're placing them is really, really considered up front. Just to reiterate what Caroline was saying, it's so important. Trees are being affected by the level of pollution in our park alone. You can see it in the, we happen to have a treologist who lives in the neighborhood, and he's talked to us about how distressed the trees are. So we really need thoughtful environmental care taken to the placement of the DOLAs.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for caring. Okay. Any questions of Chris Fabish?
I just want to say one thing.
One second. We'll just leave you an opportunity to question staff. Okay. Did you want to question the speaker?
Yes, I just want to speak to the speaker for a moment. Chris, it's Dan Sachs. Thank you very much for all the hard work that you have put in on this issue for the last year. I know it's taken a lot of your time helping communicate with your neighbors and with staff and with everybody else in the area over what's been a really difficult conflict. I just want to say I do appreciate all the time and effort, and thank you for your kind words.
Thanks, Jane.
Okay, questions of staff. Councillor Moyes, being the guest here, welcome to this incredible committee.
Thank you.
And we are honored by your presence.
Thank you, and happy to be here with all my great esteemed colleagues. When this motion, I brought this motion forth, I think over a year ago, we had about 300,000 dogs in the city of Toronto.
Oh, we're up to 600,000.
600, wow.
You're
Gosh.
behind.
You're like rabbits, eh? So one of the, and some of the deputants alluded to this in that there has been a lack of enforcement. And I know that MLS has always been focused on education mainly, but with 600 plus dogs now in the city of Toronto, how are we going to address the ongoing concerns of, in regards to dogs in our parks and enforcing, making sure that they're on leash and they also stay where they're supposed to?
Through the chair, very important question, and we've been doing a lot of work, as you know, on dangerous dogs. So for the last 15 months, we've brought 4 reports forward to ECDC, and in there we speak a lot about it. Dogs off leash is a problem in our city. Over the last 2 years, we averaged 65 charges. We've already reached that total in the first quarter of 2025. We are out there enforcing. Enforcement is challenging. Many people are reluctant to give their ID, to give their real name. So that has been a challenge, but we do focus on this, and we do have an enforcement strategy that's 3-pronged. It's about communication. We received $350,000 in the 2025 budget on public education. That is a key piece that not everyone loves dogs. Dogs need to be on a leash for everyone's safety. And then in the parks, we're educating people, both our animal care and control officers and our parks and open space bylaw officers. We've been doing a lot of work down in Liberty Village and Fort York in areas where we have a high degree of non-compliance. So we do heat mapping, we get our calls from 311, we get information from our colleagues in parks that identify problematic parks, And we send our officers there when it's not immediately, but if we know it's a problem, every Thursday at 11 o'clock, that's when we send our officers.
But just one follow-up question, though. Like, again, this is the Toronto Dog Off-Leash strategy. So I'm asking if there is an enforcement piece in this new strategy that, we're bringing.
There is Goal 6, talks about education and enforcement. And
I did see that. But
and then in the Appendix 1, I believe pages 20 and 21 are dedicated to enforcement. It is not as explicit as we normally would do things with a heading and a topic, and that's something I'm rereading the report last night and reading some of the communications that came in on this item, that we could have been more explicit, and I'm going to work with my team to prepare a report directly to council as a supplementary report to clarify the enforcement piece.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. And to parks. So in your presentation, you mentioned that you want to have an off-leash dog park in every ward, but the map doesn't show that, by the way. There's 2 that doesn't have that. But how are you proactively planning these OLAs? You having conversations with residents as to where and when?
Chair, so just to clarify, the 13 planned OLAs that are already in the capital program will provide OLAs in all but 2 wards, you're right. The intention, however, is beyond that for the 45 plus OLAs that we know we will need over the next 20 years with population density. Every ward will have coverage. So we will certainly be prioritizing through the Facilities and Parks Master Plan, which is underway right now and be coming to council later in 2025, that the OLAs are going to be a part of that plan. And this document gives us the understanding of where the provision gaps are. Those provision gaps are based on density, population growth that we know is going to be happening, where folks don't currently have access to an OLA within 1 kilometer walking distance. And when we now know we've got a provision gap of approximately 45 to 50 OLAs that we will satisfy through the Facilities and Parks Master Plan as capital funding allows over the next 20 years. So that planning exercise is where we will prioritize where we implement those and when.
And you'll be engaging community, I take it?
Of course. The difference, Councillor, this time is that it doesn't have to be grounded only through community request, which was how the previous policy set it out. So we have a criteria, a methodology now that we have applied to know where the needs are.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to staff for this work. We were excited to engage and then direct some of our residents who are interested to be part of the conversation as well. I got a number of questions on this, and I'm going to start from the bottom of my questions. We know that we are doing away, and I think it's been some time, our old process that required all new DOLAs to have a local dog ownership group and things like that to initiate the review process. Can you confirm that we are no longer requiring that as a part of the process, and what does the new process look like?
Chair, yes, I can confirm that. And as noted, this document sets out the provision gap areas in the city. So we have a sense of what neighborhoods we ideally would be looking to add OLAs in based on the assessments that's been done. And then the prioritization and implementation of those OLAs will be done through the Facilities and Parks Master Plan, which is the report coming to council later in the year. And then what really this is saying is that, as with any park development project, the idea that an off-leash area could be an amenity that the public wants can be now spoken about just like we speak about other park amenities, and we have a process by which we determine whether that park is suitable for an OLA based on the design guidelines that the strategy has identified.
So when we talk about ensure community members contribute to important decision-making involving their local off-leash areas, that would then essentially be done through kind of like what we do with community consultation meetings for new playgrounds or for new developments.
Correct.
Essentially. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. in terms of the maintenance challenges, we know we've heard a lot about that from our deputants and just generally. What are the biggest challenges with respect to DOLA maintenance that have been identified through this study, and how are those challenges being addressed through these new guidelines and design recommendations?
Chair, so the biggest challenges we've heard certainly, and we heard deputants speak about it as well, is just the level of ongoing maintenance, whether it's raking, replacing wood chips, repairing things that are broken. Certainly through the 311 integration project, the division will have more real-time information about where service requests are across the city and be able to be more responsive. Our Parks Operations Group is establishing service standards around maintenance response times and the frequency by which they will be out in OLAs undertaking more daily maintenance. And finally, I would say, previously we haven't had state of good repair funding dedicated to off-leash areas. With 9.5 million over 10 years, we have done condition assessments. We know what needs to be repaired, and now we could set about that investment in those that need the work most.
Amazing. Not to catch you up in your words, but you mentioned daily maintenance. Is that the service level that residents should expect at our DOLAs going forward?
We have park staff out in OLAs every day. There's some level of maintenance. I would have to confirm and can do so by council a little more specifically about what that would look like.
Fantastic. We will follow up with you through council. Thank you so much. So we heard a little bit about how the facilities master plan will now encompass DOLAs, and I have some questions around how do we prioritize the gap areas. So I'll leave that because you've sort of been addressed. But the other piece for me that's always been an interesting just something interesting about DOLAs is the cost associated with delivering DOLAs and OLAs. So residents are often surprised to hear how much it does cost us and argue that a fenced-in area to let their pets loose is all they need. Can you explain why the simple option of just putting up a fence may not be an option under this strategy?
Through the chair, so certainly the costing piece, the design standards that the strategy identifies is intended to normalize what an OLA would look like with the minimum requirements that it should have. We are recommending fencing be a minimum standard for all OLAs going forward. But I would say that there are other components that we've identified as optional. And those things that could be optional would be assessed based on community need, based on section money that may be available to enhance the conditions, and based on what the site conditions are that may require a more specialized construction.
Great. I'm going to sneak one more in under the timeline here. Just with regards to the trees within the DOLAs, can you give us a little bit more color and understanding as to why we're currently not including trees in DOLAs and whether there's flexibility in that regard?
I'm going to pass to my colleague, Mr. Nolan.
Thank you.
Great. To the chair. So a couple of reasons that we're looking at trees, and this again is for new DOLAs and recommending not planting trees. So there's impacts on trees that are in DOLAs. It's compaction of the soil. So there's people, there's dogs. There's also acidification from urine that impacts the trees. It impacts the roots, and it can also impact the bark of the trees, which allows for pathogens, whether they're pests or disease, to enter the trees. So we do see the health of trees in existing off-leash areas, especially those that have a lot of dogs, are impacted. And so having new trees, planting new trees in new DOLAs, we would end up in instances where we're having to replace those trees or we're having to remove those trees over time because of the impacts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll follow up.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know it's in here somewhere, but I mean, one of the deputants talked about Roxborough and proximity to houses when we establish a park. What is the distance, the minimum distance between an off-leash park and residential houses or residences?
Chair, sorry if I misheard the question. The design guidelines that we're looking at are 20 meters distance from residential and the establishment, 20 meters square distance from any residential and establishment of new OLAs.
And is that, do your studies find that's sufficient?
So based on our jurisdictional scan, it's kind of all over the place. But in our estimation, and based on the size of some of our parks, we feel that's a reasonable distance. Currently, there is no distance. So there's some OLAs that actually butt up against residential fences.
So I missed some of Councillor Moy's questions, but you know, I look at attachment 4 and I see some wards with 12 off-leash parks, 7 in Ward 3, 12 in Ward 10, 10 in Ward 14, 8 in 19, and then I see some other ones, including mine, with one or two. Was this? I mean, it couldn't be a question of geography or open space, because some of these wards that have the most dog parks are actually have some of the most confined geographical locations. So was this a Section 37 byproduct or advocacy at the local level?
Chair, I mean, the existing OLA distribution of the 81 OLAs largely are in areas of high density and intensification.
But
where
dog density.
We're living in vertical communities, so the parks essentially become the places where dogs are able to exercise. And under the previous policy, they were determined based on local community advocacy, requiring a dog association be established. In some of the outer suburban areas where people do have places to walk their dogs, backyards, that sort of thing, just hasn't organically happened. But the strategy is identifying a more planned approach, recognizing that density is happening in many areas of the city, and OLAs will be something needed for those same reasons. So the provision gap is not just in downtown areas, but is not exclusive of downtown areas that still have a need for additional OLAs.
Okay.
So, don't I have 5 minutes?
No.
Why not?
It's about dog density.
Okay. So I have 2.5 more minutes. So, so when it comes to the establishment of the park, my understanding is the cost is at the bottom end is 500,000 and the top end is $1 million. I mean, that's quite a range for some fencing. Can you just very quickly describe what would be the difference between a $500,000 off-leash area and $1 million one? And when people look at this fencing, they say, I can't believe that cost $500,000 or $1 million.
Chair, so the range in capital costs are often cited with what the conditions of the site are. It's much more than just fencing. This is about the surface material that's required. This is about, in some cases, drainage, the lighting, seating, concrete that may be required. So there's a whole number of components of an off-leash area to make it functional, where its size. So the baseline is what we've estimated based on recent off-leash area projects that would include the minimum requirements established through the strategy. The upper end could be based on the optional requirements, which may be necessary because of the site conditions or because of community requests. And if so, there's other ways in which those may be funded.
Okay. Mr. Chair, as a goodwill gesture, I will not ask my last question. Save that for council. So I'm only using up 4.5 of my 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Okay, I remember that. Okay, the next question is from Councillor Chernes Lynn.
Thank you. I do have a few questions about this report. First of all, based on the delegation by Eric, who had mentioned trees, this is something I'm concerned about as well. And I wondered how open staff is to flexibility around this and thinking about it slightly differently, given the suggestions around like the idea of seating around a tree or things like that, so that you wouldn't have necessarily the same impacts.
I'll turn that over to my colleague, Mr. Nolan.
To the chair, I think we'd be open to the discussion and looking at ways to continue protection of tree. I would note these are guidelines, so inherent to these as new dog off-leash areas are looked at, we would consider the relationship of trees in the off-leash areas, but we have these kind of established as the starting point that we would want to see to ensure that protection of trees over time. And to avoid the need to replace trees or to remove trees because of those impacts. But I think we're open to a discussion around that, and also how the guidelines could speak to kind of the specific circumstances that may come along, recognizing that the intention of these is that tree protection and the natural heritage protection.
Okay, thank you. Are we looking, when we determine where we're looking for new OLAs, are we looking at the population generally, or are we establishing this based on the dog population that I guess we would base on registration tags that people order from the city, like the licensing?
Sure, we would be looking at more population-based density projections, not necessarily dog projections, because they're not necessarily as reliable with people not always taking up licensing. So we know that there's a high percentage of dogs, particularly living in areas of vertical communities. There's more and more people with dogs. But that said, you know, it's a twofold process. We've identified where the population densities are, where new park development projects are coming online, park redevelopment projects are coming. The community consultation process will be where the community can identify the need, and we would assess that need against the criteria that we've established through the strategy.
Okay, and with provision gap areas, is there flexibility with that? Because when I look at the map, there's sometimes geographical barriers that are in those. So I might have one near my ward, but the 401 is like the dividing line of where that provision gap is. And so it really, even though I'm near a provision gap, no one can walk to that. And it's really a barrier for a community.
Through the chair, the map isn't necessarily depicting particular parks or local neighborhoods. The park is more, the map is trying to depict more of an area, a region, a ward. So within that, we would work with the local councillor to better define where specifically the off-leash area would be beneficial, and would also determine whether the park is appropriate for an off-leash area based on the design guidelines that we have. So yes, flexibility is there.
Okay, thank you. And my last question for you is, I wondered whether staff worked with local school boards when they were establishing suggested areas, because, and I say this because we know that in some communities, the only local green space is school space, and sometimes we have city parks that are attached to schools, and we often find, and if I think back to what's been in the news in the last couple of years, but just also in my past experience and what I hear from constituents, those are often places of conflict for off-leash, leashed areas. So I wondered if we've been working with school boards on this.
Sure. Yes, the answer to the question through the chair is school boards were participatory in the consultations. We recognize those issues, and we'll continue to work with them as we implement it. And I know Mr. Carlton would like to weigh in.
Yeah, we've been partnering with the school boards and 311 to ensure that we can take calls and address issues that are happening at schools as well, because we are aware that there is a significant green space and dogs are also off leash there, and they're close to playgrounds, and it's just as dangerous.
Okay, so can I assume then that that's factoring into decision-making about where we conceivably plan to put a dog park? Like that would, if we're having issues like that there's a recognition that we might need an actual dog park so people aren't making those errors?
Chair, so we have a setback distance of 50 meters squared from school or childcare centers. That design standard was established very much in consultation with the school board. So we are looking to create greater separation between school yards and where off-leash areas are located, especially where parks are adjacent to schools.
Okay, so just to clarify.
Okay, time's up.
Can I go back on the list?
No. Enough dog talk. Let's go. No, listen, do you want to ask one more question?
I just want to clarify, because what I'm really asking about is, I think that's an indication that you perhaps need a dog park in the, like somewhere nearby there. If you're having that challenge, to me, that's an indication that we need a legal area for people to exercise their dogs so that they don't choose, like the setback in my mind isn't enough. That's kind of a comment, so I won't make that as part of my comments later. But just, to me, like that data you get is perhaps indicative of where there's a need.
I appreciate that, and that would be part of our consideration. If there were other choices, we would look to those other choices. In some cases, there just are no other areas in which to locate an off-leash area because there are no other parks and schools are adjacent. And so therefore, we want to make sure that where we situate it in the park is most appropriate. But obviously, if we can create greater distance, we would.
Fair enough, and I'm thrilled that you're working with school boards on this. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you to Parks for a huge amount of work that I know went into this report. My first question is for Mr. Dayton. The report has clear standards or guidelines for new off-leash dog areas, but it's not clear what steps, if any, are going to be taken to upgrade existing dog off-leash areas. I mean, you can't magically create a setback at Ramsden where there's none, but for example, we've heard about the drainage issues. So you said you have condition assessments. Will you be briefing councillors on the condition assessments for each of the existing DOLAs and what your plans are for upgrades?
Chair, yes, we will be working with all councillors where we have SOGR funding now available. We have a sense of what the greatest needs are. We want to work with the local councillor to make sure we're in alignment before we would implement those repairs and changes.
So we should expect to hear from you in the next month or so?
Correct, especially part of our capital planning, yes.
Excellent. Question for Mr. Grant. I'm glad to hear your commitment, as your staff committed earlier, that we would have a supplementary report before council on enforcement, which was, of course, council's direction. Can you confirm that this will include not only more detail about what you're doing now, but options for increasing enforcement? Because your staff are working hard now, but the problem is everywhere. People like myself are getting injured, and there's a huge amount of discomfort in the public about the large number of off-leash dogs. So will you commit to giving us options for increasing enforcement to a meaningful level?
I can commit to providing a supplementary report to clarify our enforcement strategy. We are looking to do this with the existing resources. We are not looking to add resources. I'm aware of your accident, and I hope you're feeling better. We need to look at continuously improving how we do this, where we do this. It is not a program that's funded. It's very challenging to throw an additional 20, 40, 50 resources and millions of dollars at this issue. We need to first look at how we're doing it and how we can continue to improve how we're doing it. The best approach is the $350,000 that we put in this year's budget to deal with dogs off leash and a multi-channel public education communication plan. That is the best way to get information out there to members of our public that dogs must be on a leash. And no matter how much training they've had, no matter how good they are, something can happen in a split second, as it happened to you with a dog off leash on a road. So that is our focus, is on communication and education, and we will continue to provide the same level of enforcement that we do.
Well, Mr. Grant, the current level of enforcement is grossly inadequate, as we hear constantly. So given that council asked you to bring strategies to address ongoing concerns, and given that you don't have enough resources for enforcement, I'm asking that you give us options for increasing enforcement, not just telling us what you're already doing, because we can see the results of what you're already doing, and every park in my ward is overrun by off-leash dogs.
You could say that about all 30 bylaws that we enforce.
Right.
Our department has grown significantly. We are, just since COVID, we've added an additional 100 officers. We are out there in the community. We have 70 officers that deal with parks and open space over 3 districts. We also have 10 animal care and control officers that do this. I don't think it would be fiscally responsible for me to add 20, 40, 50 staff that may or may not make a dent in the problem.
Well, Mr. Grant, we're not asking you to decide what should be done. We're asking you to give us options. That's our job as council, is to decide how to allocate resources, but we need you to give us the options. If we're not content with the current level of enforcement and we don't think that education...
You're being argumentative here. Please be respectful of staff.
I'm asking him to give us options. Is that something that you can do?
We will try our best in the next week and a half to provide options. I can't guarantee you that they're as well thought out as they should be. What we have done is delivered an enforcement strategy that includes education, communication, and enforcement. There was not an ask for additional resources, and it's probably something that's more appropriate during the budget process. But as I said in an earlier response, I need additional officers for all 30 bylaws, and the city just simply can't afford that.
Okay, thank you. Time's up. Speakers.
Yes, I just want to thank staff for this comprehensive strategy. I've been anticipating it for a long time, and I'm generally satisfied with it. So again, thank you to the work that went into this. I'm not going to bring a motion forth at this time. One of the pieces, though, that I would like to see more comprehensive information on is the enforcement piece. And I think, you know, when this was brought forth over a year ago, that was something that the deputants and the public talked about. That's something that I spoke about back then as well. And again, it was addressed today again. So I will wait to see what the supplemental report from MLS is before I bring a motion forth on that piece. But again, thank you to all those who put the time in on this.
Thank you. I'm really happy to see this report come forward. I think staff knows dog parks are really important to me, not just as a dog owner, but I hear about them a lot from both sides on this issue. And I think anything we can be doing to reduce conflict and to encourage a cohesive and happy and healthy city. And it is healthy to have people outside getting exercise. And that's one of the things people do with their dogs. And it's one thing people do with parks. So I think anything we can do to facilitate that is good for the health of our society. So I think it's really important that we're doing that. I'd like to encourage us to think about being flexible with the recommendations because, you know, one size all situation doesn't necessarily fit the plan. When I look at some of the guidelines that you guys have put forth, it makes it really hard to build a dog park in any of my established parks because there are trees. When I look at some of when we think about it based on population, if I look at the densest area of my community in my ward, that's probably Thorncliffe Park. And while people do have dogs there, I'm not sure that there's a higher percentage of dogs per population than I do in the north part of the city. And when I think about how we use our dog parks, people want to be able, ideally, and maybe not commercial dog walkers, but people who are just walking their dogs and want to go to the park, they don't necessarily want to get them in a car. And I don't think we want to encourage people, quite frankly, with everything we've talked about today in this meeting with construction and traffic and congestion in the city. Do we really want to be encouraging people to get in a car to go to a dog park from a health perspective, from a climate perspective, from a quality of life issue in this city? So when we haven't really talked about the 2-kilometer radius or things like that, I am concerned about ideas that we are, maybe when I look at the map, making people drive to get to a dog park. So I really want us to think flexibly about how we implement this. But on the whole, I'm really happy to see this coming forward. And I think this is something that a lot of Torontonians, I know, Chair Cole, you've been a bit exasperated with how much time we're spending on this, but I actually think it's something that is of importance to 600,000 people who own dogs in this city and the families associated with them. So thank you very much for bringing this forward. And I'm really looking forward to working with staff and my community on establishing more dog parks. Thank you.
Councillor Sachs, sorry.
Yes, thank you. I also wanted to say thank you to staff. We've had some really pitched and severe conflicts over dogs in my ward and a number of locations, but especially around Ramsden Park. I think staff have done a really good job trying to balance many competing interests. I do look forward to seeing the supplementary report on enforcement because that is a critical piece of the overall puzzle. But generally, a really good report on a very difficult and highly emotional issue, and I thank you, staff.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say I'm also a lifelong dog owner. In my previous life, I tried to get the provincial government to license dog breeders because we had a terrific problem with the breeders breeding dogs to kill all over the city of Toronto. And you still don't need a license to be a dog breeder in the province of Ontario. So you can breed as many dogs as you want. And you look at the root problem of some of the aggressive dogs or some of the violent dog attacks, dangerous dogs. It's basically people that are breeding these dogs in their backyards and breeding them to kill. And unless there's licensing of breeders, we're going to have all kinds of bad behavior out there. But I just want to say that staff has really done a comprehensive report here in cooperation with a lot of interested citizens, which is very important. I just think like most things in the city, we can't enforce or police our way out of things. If we think we're going to hire more and more policemen, more and more bylaw officers, it's not going to make a big difference. It's going to make a difference at the margins, but unless we get our citizens to take responsibility in how they behave or how their dogs behave, we've got a real challenge ahead, especially in light of the fact is we've got 600,000 dogs in our city, and we're going to have more and more. And we've got small spaces where people, especially in the high-rise condos, don't have anywhere to take their dogs. That is creating all kinds of conflict in terms of how people treat their dogs and how people treat their neighbors. So there isn't something that we can magically do, whether we want more or off-leash or, I think strategically you can put them in certain areas and they're good. And I think they're one part of dealing with our dog population. But again, the primary purpose of our parks is green space for our plants and our trees and our waterways, our natural areas. That's what our parks are for. And so the fact we're getting into the off-leash dog areas, I would say go there, but go there tread very carefully. Because we just don't have, in certain parts of the city, we don't have enough green space. And so we've got to be cautious going forward as we're neglecting really the dynamic difference between population and public natural infrastructure. Our natural infrastructure is not growing, but our concrete infrastructure is growing exponentially. And I tell Councillor Moyes knows that better than any of us. So that's the challenge that we all face. And let's work on this together to try and manage this demand and the situation as best we can. And I always remind people, I said, dogs are going to be dogs. And so, you know, I get people complaining about dogs barking or, you know, dogs off leash, on leash, but there's always going to be complaints about dog behavior, but sometimes it's rooted at people behavior and people's lack of responsibility. So thank you very much for the report and all the good comments and questions. Do we have any motions here? No motions. So the move of the report, any moved by Deputy Mayor Morley. All in favor? Carried. Anything else for the good of Rotary? Okay, we will conclude today's meeting. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for filling in. Great job, Mr. Chair.